I'm having my Korean panic attack.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's me, Legal Vices. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Just in all fairness, my special guest for the evening, Andrew of Legal Mindset, wasn't as late and gay as it seemed. We talked backstream for a while after we talked. It's great to see everybody here, all the mods here, all the members here, all the usual crew, my faves. You're all my faves, but Floppy Turtle, you started us off with becoming a new member. Super. Thank you so much for that. Flux, always glad to have you here. Joy, you too. Zero Max, Chat, Matt, everybody. Danielle's here early. Great, beautifully inappropriate. Yeah, we just missed you over there from Meme Copium, and we're doing pretty darn good here. Flux has been talkative as usual. Great. Look, there's no urgent pressing things. Glad to have you all here. Before we get underway full time, mods, keep doing your thing. You guys are the best. The chat, we have the best chat on the internet here. Let's keep it that way. We will bring up our special guest right after I remind you to like, and if you haven't subscribed, please do. And again, during this YouTube purge thing that's going on, double check to make sure you're still subscribed. I can tell when suddenly, for no reason, 30 people disappear in the space of like 12 hours when I haven't done anything particular disappear worthy. So just double check, make sure. We got the memberships if that's what you're into. And as always, the best way to make sure I see your questions, make sure I answer your stuff, if you want something read, something commented on, super chats are the best way to go. Not required. I am not breaded enough to say you have to do that to get a chat. I try to watch the chat as much as possible. But frankly, I'm busy doing other things and I catch about 10% of the chat. Not required. There's no minimum amount to make me talk to you. But with that in mind, hit the super chat, the super likes, whatever you want to do. That's the last I'm going to talk about that for at least 5 minutes, but mostly likely an hour. With that out of the way, we are going to bring up the man of the hour here. And as I'm dressed in my appropriate legal mindset gear. Let's bring him up.
Best lawyer in Miami.
Hey, welcome.
How's it going, Jeff? We're swapping places. You're formal. I'm informal today. I'm liking it. I've got my, Oktoberfest beer here because I'm, regretting that I can't make a trip to Europe because it's breaded and gay. But I'm glad to be here on your channel. And
we're talking Korea and things Korean, and you're not even doing any local liquor this evening, huh?
I can get it from my. I have Hwayo in my. I have Hwayo ready to go. If it gets there, Yes, the exact same bottle.
Well, go fetch it.
Okay. Well, hold on.
If it gets there, okay.
Hold on.
All right. And while he's doing that, I thought I should wear my Andrew appropriate gear tonight because he's always got the suit coat and the white shirt on. So I decided to pay homage to Andrew for that. And as happened last time he came down here to Busan for us to hang out, he came all casual and I went out expecting normal legal mindset gear. So I was way overdressed for the occasion. And it appears I have done so again with my absolute loathing for suits, loathing for suit coats and jackets. I am taking this off. All right.
All right, there we go.
That's the 21%, isn't it?
This is the 25. Is it 25% actually?
It should say in the bottom right corner.
The bottom right corner, yeah, the big giant red 25.
Yeah. So this is the breaded 17% version.
What a fucking pussy. I'll take half the shot. You take.
Yeah, well, what I've got to start out with is a gin tonic made with
that's a little stronger.
With a local Korean gin called Buja Gin.
Buja Gin?
Buja Gin is it's a double meaning. Buja means rich in Korea, but also the Chinese characters for Bu and Ja are father and son, and it's made by a father and son team over by Pyeongchang, I believe, somewhere over there. The guy Tom is the owner of the place. He's a Korean guy that was an investment banker in Singapore for a bajillion years with Goldman Sachs, I believe. And he just made an absolute fuck ton of money and decided he was going to retire. And his father's a botanist here in Korea. So he thought, hey, I know what we can do. So they run this Buja Gin company. They got 4 or 5 different iterations coming. But this is 56% gin. So
nice.
And it's made with like the oranges from Jeju, the halabong. So I'm using some orange slices instead of some lime.
I imported some of those when I was in Jeju. I shipped them to myself. I already ate them all though.
Yeah, just imagine that with gin.
Yeah, I think gin is not my drink. I think it tastes like giving a blowjob to a Christmas tree, but more power to the people that like it. I mean,
This tastes like alcoholic oranges. That's what I love about this. It doesn't have it's not juniper forward. You really taste the orange in it.
That's my problem. That's my problem with gin is the juniper forward ones.
When I run out of tonic, which will be after like one more glass, I'm going to go to the Huayo, but you can never get the American out of me. So I've got my big American big titty shot glass here for the Huayo when it comes down to it.
Nice. I've got the metal ones. They're actually.
You got metal titties?
Yeah, no, not metal titties. Just the metal Korean shot glass over here.
Oh wow! There you go.
Standard. Metal,
you stole that from a restaurant, didn't you?
Probably. Don't judge me, Jeff.
No way. I've got
judge
some.
Me, Jeff.
I've got some.
Don't judge me, Jeff.
Yeah, this is the Johnny Depp Mega Pint Legal Vices Pimp Cup.
And I've got that one. Actually, I'm cleaning it right now. I was drinking out of it the other day. I was doing a mixed, I think I was making a highball or something like that the other day. So it's resting right now.
Beautifully inappropriate says titty shots. Well, we need some actual titties to do that. So volunteer, step up or shut up.
Welcome to Legal Vices. I will say, Jeff, I'm really proud of you, man. Your grip game has gotten strong. You need to. I mean, you've gotten it down. You've gotten the intro down. You've gotten the basic grip down. I'm very proud of you. Senpai is very proud of.
I had someone unsubscribe from you and send me an email telling me why.
Really?
I watched you for 5 minutes and you just spent so much time trying to get new members and trying to grip him. And I said, well, you should have watched more because it actually went about 20 minutes that day. That was the first day. That was the first day I got my memberships going. And so I was hyping the memberships for like 15 minutes. Yeah. And Xcomer Triple Z, or was it, I think it was him or Brandon Lesko dropped like 50 free memberships, so I had to talk about it for a while.
Oh yeah, awesome, awesome. No, it's awesome. Yeah, and I don't give a fuck. People can bitch and whine and moan. People do it in the comments, people do it in emails. They'll bitch and whine and moan the way I run the show or the way you run the show. Personally, the way I take it is, number one, I don't even respond to half the people. But two, they can fuck right off. I'm going to run the show the way I'm going to run it. You're going to run it the way you're going to run it. If they don't like it, there's plenty of other channels out there for them to watch. There's plenty of other channels that'll protect their fifis and, do things the way they want to. But that's not how things run on my channel. And I don't think that's how things run on your channel either.
No. Thanks for bringing on the eye candy legal mindset. What the fuck am I? Chopped liver kitty cat? Don't make me banish you to the bad girls.
It's a different type of swagger. It's a different type of swagger, guys. Jeff definitely has that experience.
Wow.
By the way,
sent to the bad girl room.
No. By the way, Epic streamed with me yesterday. Got immediately RIP'd off the internet for putting up the Orca Lizzo. Yeah. And then we got it back. I clipped it out, so that was the easiest and quickest way to get it back up. But Epic won, so thank you for.
Viacom are absolute cucks. I mean, just absolute cock munchers. I mean, it's horrific how. Last night I got yeeted because. We were doing the O.J. Simpson opening statements, reviewing those. And during that, someone says, what's the Chewbacca defense? Can you explain the Chewbacca defense? I don't know if you've seen that from South Park.
Yes, it's a good one.
But so I said, okay, we'll do that at the end. I had it on for 1 minute and 30 seconds and they crushed me. Viacom crushed me. I'm like, you want people to watch your damn show. And I stopped like 4 times in that minute and a half too. They just like, fuck Viacom, seriously.
Yeah, fuck them. I mean, the thing is, I could put up a totally great fair use defense. I could do the whole appeal process, but I'd rather not sit on it for 30 days. I'd rather just get it back up there so you guys can enjoy it.
It's easy just to hit that clip button and
and just get it done with.
Whatever. Where's your hat?
Batgirl Room. Speaking of that, I got Batgirl Room merch. If you guys want to check out it on my merch store,
did you?
Have been working on that. Yeah, it's actually really good. So same with MAGA horses. The MAGA horses should be.
I want to be a MAGA horse. Kitty, the Bad Girl Room. The Bad Girl Room is from the Manson case. That was one of the allegations. Manson's accusers, Evan Rachel Wood and Ilma, whatever the fuck her last name is.
Gore.
Yeah, she. They made this checklist that people could check off for the horrible things that Manson has done to them so that they could all get together and compare notes. And one of the items was send you to the bad girls room. And as everyone with any sense of what common sense knows, if you're going over to Manson's house, you want to get sent to the bad girl's room. So they had made it sound like a bad thing when that's probably people went, just what you did, kid, to get bad girl room? Sign me up.
It's why are you going? It's like you're going to Christian Gray's house and you don't know you're going to go to the red room. I mean, come on, you know what's up. You know,
like, did you come here for one shade of gray or did you come here for the other 49?
It's not just the tip of gray. You're getting all 50.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh God. Well, what are we doing? And someone asked about my hat. I'm not wearing a hat because it's the homage to Andrew.
Yes, but, yes, I do appreciate that. Although I love your hats. I mean, I always like seeing them. And definitely we got to get. I'll definitely gonna be heading that way at some point in the next couple months, next month or two. So we got to do our Busan reunite. We had a good time up here in Seoul. Great time again, running around in Seoul. And I'm heading to Pyeongtaek, I think, in a week or two. So I should link up with Scott again just for a quick dinner, not for too much drinking. But we got to go down. We got to find some dive bars in Busan. I'm down for that.
I've got to find like local dive bars, like away from the English teacher dive bars that they just have like $2 bottles of Cass and Jägermeister. Got to find a good dive bar.
No. Yeah, we're not about to get involved in that.
I just know the dive bars in Seoul.
How many years have you been teaching? And I'm like, go fuck right off. Like that's about when I was punch somebody in the face. Like that's my line. Or today when I was at immigration, because guys, the reason why I did this later and I didn't have a show is I was sitting in immigration. I had to process my visa, and I had a lot of sympathy for this one particular woman who had two kids with her. Right, one of them was an infant that she had kind of Bjorned and was kind of yelling and screaming. But the other one was kind of just like running around doing shit. But then all of a sudden ran over out of nowhere. I mean, was across the room, bolted over, grabs my visa application paper. And I'm like, and there's only one and it's filled out and completed. And I'm like, this kid, if this kid tears this kid's about to get punted like across the room. Like, I don't give a fuck right now. But yeah, no, it was crazy times.
I hate the immigration office. I love all the immigration officers that review my documents. If any of you are watching, don't get me wrong. I love you, but I hate all of your colleagues everywhere across the country.
Yeah. And of course there's one form. There's always one form you're missing. And I'm like, these are all the ones you listed on your website. And they're like, yes, that's correct. There's other ones listed, but we also require this other form. I'm like, fuck you guys. Like literally fuck you in the horse you rode in on. I will tell you,
I had to get my visa extended last November.
Yeah.
God, it's already been a year. And I was so happy because I've been doing this Korea thing for 34 years.
34 years.
As of September 21st.
Yeah.
It'll be 34 years. Every single time, without fail, over the course of 34 years, which 1-year visas and 2-year visas, I would say I've been there just for visas at least 20 times.
Yeah.
Over the course of 44 years. Every single fucking time, you can call them 5 minutes before you walk in the door and they will tell you what you need. And every single time it's like, no, you need another document. Go get it. And this last November was the first. I mean, I went in with a stack of documents, including copies of everything I submitted the last time with updated copies, all itemized and numbered. And that was the first time in 33 years at that point that I got it done first try. And that was like the happiest day of my life. I went in, they looked and said, why did you bring all this shit? And I said, reasons. And they stamped it and I was done. I was so happy.
That you are the fucking man, Jeff. The most frustrating thing for me, was I brought the document even that I needed. It just needed a cover letter that I didn't have. So they're like, oh, we need a certificate of residency with your lease. I'm like, well, I have my lease. They're like, yeah, but it doesn't have the cover sheet. And I'm like, fuck you guys. They're like, just fax it to us. I'm like, who the fuck uses a fax?
Yeah.
Like, ridiculous. But anyways, yeah, no, it's a good experience. But this gets us into living into Korea. I mean, living abroad. These are the things you kind of deal with that you don't deal with in America, right? You don't have to go to a visa office, or every time I change my address, I just moved from a different area in Gangnam to Apgujeong. I don't know. Anywhere of Apgujeong? Right?
Yeah.
Right south of the Han River.
Now that you're there,
a lot of bougie English speaking Korean girls.
A couple of blocks off the main drag there in Apgujeong is a legit run by people that lived in Philadelphia, a Philly cheesesteak restaurant.
We're going. Let's do it.
Oh yeah. Because I was like wondering how far you had moved away from where you were in Gangnam. I'm like, well, if you can move seriously, it is awesome. The guys went to they're Philadelphia and they went there and they opened up a legit Philly cheesesteak restaurant.
Right, not a knockoff, not the provolone cheese shit, none of that.
Nope.
Good shit.
There's what was it that Kerry had on his Philly cheesesteak that made people go, what? It's like John Kerry went and had a Philly cheesesteak.
Oh, I forget what he put. He put some gay shit on it. I mean, it was.
Yeah, no, like I can't. It was something with the cheese, or he put ketchup on it, or something.
Swiss.
Yeah, he put Swiss cheese.
Nobody fucking orders Swiss cheese on a cheesesteak. Jesus Christ! Look at this picture too. I'm going to share this with you. This is just a travesty. This is I'll put it in the private chat. This is the photo of cuckoldry in action right there. This man.
I just assumed it was ketchup because he's married to ketchup.
This man could have been your president. Just put it out there.
All right. Wait a minute. Oh, there we go. Here's a private chat. Boom. Come on, open up. Oh God. Yeah, that's the picture. Yeah, that's the picture. All right.
That is the picture right there. That's the money shot. Cheers.
Ugh. That's just not pleasant.
Heresy. The only answer on your Philly cheesesteak is whiz wit or whiz wit out. That's it.
Exactly.
Those are the two answers: wit or wit out. That's it. That's all you got.
Ugh. Yeah. But and for those of you that don't know, John Kerry is married into the Heinz ketchup family. He's like married to the heir of the Heinz ketchup people. Oh, all right, let's get the
the homosexual view. Yes. We're not like Duncan in Keffels over here. We can't tolerate that view.
Lordy.
By the way, shout out to I've had a lot of people forwarding me. Shout out to Nick, and I've been really giving my support for him and telling people to go over and follow him on Locals and Rumble and stuff.
Absolutely.
And I've had people say, "Oh, they're coming for all y'all next. They're coming for everybody." To which I say, I don't give a fuck. Let them, try to come at me. But at the same time, you got to stick up for free speech, and you got to stick up for people and say what you want to say on the internet. Because if you don't draw a line, you're never going to stop, right? And one thing I love about being here and going out with you is, when we have conversations, those conversations are pretty much exactly the same as the ones we have on online, right? We can say what we want to say.
They are. Yeah, well, and Nick's going to be on my stream on the Thursday night. Awesome. It'll be Friday morning at 3 a.m. for me. But when the Pope tells you 1 p.m. Central, you say yes, your holiness, and you you do that. So and that's one thing we're going to talk about is how humor has died, the death of humor. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the things that they were making a deal about is he's a horrible parent. He needs to have his law license revoked because conduct unbecoming because he said he would shoot his children in the head if they were gay. When that was or trans, that's exactly what the way he said it. He was obviously mocking the stupid fucking question. Right, what would you do if your kids came home one day and said they were trans? Shoot them in the head. What? You shoot him in the head. Isn't that what you're supposed to do if you're me? It was clearly a joke.
But there's no humor. There's no humor in that world. There's no humor in that world at all, Jeff.
And how sad is that you spend so much time being angry that you can't even find humor in things.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's like. If you can't live life with a little bit of levity, is life worth living? I would say no. I would rather, have a life with some levity, have a life where we can make a fucking joke every once in a while and we can all laugh about it than a world where we can't. That's just the world I want to live in.
And even though jokes are humorous, satire and other types of jokes they can be very, very socially critical, but still be funny at the same time.
Yes. Yes,
and that's what people don't understand about like Louis C.K. and Dave Chappelle. Behind those jokes are some very fucking serious statements.
Yeah, and that's the thing. That's the thing about humor is in fact, I think the funniest humor is humor that is like on the edge, humor that is like on the edge of, is it too far, right? It's walking that dangerous line. But in humor, you're allowed to go there. When normally if you said something, it might be awkward, it might be a little weird, but with humor, you can dance on that knife's edge. Now, sometimes it goes too far, right? For example, oh God, the voice of Iago, that fucking parrot, Gilbert Godfrey, when he made the 9/11 joke 2 or 3 weeks after, that was too soon, right?
Yeah,
That was too soon. Right. But the point is that, he was trying to dance on the knife, says he went on the wrong side of it. Right. But I applaud anybody who tries to push. People bringing up George Carlin, Johnny Knoxville, guys pushing different realms of humor. Obviously, Johnny Knoxville, that's more physical, performative humor. George Carlin, the dirty words. Right. Was it the 7 dirty words?
But I mean, with George Carlin,
in general,
he wasn't really a stand-up comedian. He was a biting social commentary, who said stuff that turned out to be funny. I mean, he was far more a social critic. But and just to I shouldn't even have to say this, but but I'm going to do it anyway. I know there are some amazingly wonderful alphabet people in my stream and chats. We've had lots of offline chats and talks and things, and that we all love each other and we get along, and there is zero judgment of anybody on this channel, but we need to be able to talk about things. We need to be able to discuss things openly and honestly and make jokes.
And people are not a monolith, right? I mean, you've got for example, they try to pretend, what did Biden say? You can't, if you don't vote for me, you're not black.
Yeah.
Well, what about like literally every black conservative out there ever, right? Does Clarence Thomas not exist? The first black person the only black person on the Supreme Court. Wait, does Clarence Thomas not exist? Right? It's like, it's just, you're forgetting about people. Forget about Thomas Sowell. Reading his book as part of my book club right now. You forget about, everybody's come forward. What about for trans people? What about Blair White, right? Does her opinion not matter, right? Does Blair White not matter all of a sudden, right? How about Dave Rubin, right? Is Dave Rubin supposed to shut the fuck up because he's now conservative, even though he's gay, right? And once again, where's the line? Where's the line? And I have, many people of many different persuasions in my chat, but all of them come together for the truth, because ultimately we're all here trying to seek the truth. And as long as you're out there trying to seek the truth, you're all right by me. We may have different conclusions. That's okay. We may disagree, but as long as we're all pursuing the truth and we're doing it in an open and honest manner, and we're having some fun while we're doing it, I really could give less of a shit.
Well, and that's the other thing, is we've lost the ability to disagree. Right. Absolutely. I mean, if I disagree with
idiots, we're gonna just be like, they're an idiot. Like, I see people say, "Oh, Dave Rubin's an idiot." Yeah. So, like, you're allowed to say that. Like, you should be allowed to say, "Hey, people are all idiots," or you don't like them, right? Mentioned Larry Elder there. If you want to make fun of Larry Elder, make fun of him. That's right.
On my stream with Farron, that we do our unexplained thing every Friday night. Last week when she was on my stream, I did something in my alcoholic coma, because it was also coincided with my drunken grift stream. And it's always, people were shocked and going, because she's like, "You fucking idiot." And it was
she said that to you?
Yeah. I did something or said something boomers. And she's like, "You're a fucking idiot." And that was the funniest moment of the entire 4 hours. So, but I wish I was drunk says, "How are we, lads and lasses? We're doing great. And we're going to have a great stream here." The Squid, thank you so much for your super chat. The Bad Girls room is great. So long as Sasha Grey, Cytherea, and Lisa Ann are there.
I'm down with those titties.
No complaints. And Flux, love you, Flux. Thank you so much for the super chat. My favorite saying is, "It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard."
Nice. I like that. I like that one, Flux. That's a good one.
Exactly. It's like Ralphie May has my favorite one. If you can take a dick up the ass, you can take a joke. And that's appropriate. The Squid, thank you so much for your super chats. YouTube won't let me send the message. See previous chat. Yeah, if you had anything remotely dirty wordy, it's not going to let you do it. The Squid, okay. I hope Nick becomes more successful on Rumble or Odyssey than on YouTube. Fuck YouTube and their bullshit rules. They seem to have forgotten what made them popular enough. Yeah.
Did you see the news about Viva and Barnes?
They're leaving to Rumble too.
Yeah.
Rumble is just such a weirdly unstable platform.
It's the thing is, they did it, and I was talking. We'll talk the shop for a little bit, and this is perhaps just me and you shooting the shit, because you guys maybe you're interested in this, but from a creator standpoint, Rumble, the only way it really can work is if they do something like they did with Andrew Tate, or with Viva, and Barnes
Mhm.
and say, here's an exclusivity deal. We, Rumble, are guaranteeing you payout, right? We are going to pay you to come on our platform. Otherwise, their payment system is just really weird. The viewership is weird. The reach is weird. I mean, you can still get a lot of people. Nick is doing very well on Rumble.
I don't think
Nick,
they're
he'll
set
tell
up
you.
for massive views on a single stream yet, because
No.
Nick was pausing at least 20% of the time. I couldn't watch it. I had to turn him off after about 45 minutes because it would just pause and buffer and pause and buffer.
Yeah. Yep.
What do we got here? We got Britt Cormier. Let me bring this up here. I will respectfully disagree that they are always angry. They are scared of being kicked out of the tribe, but have to act angry to show they're on the good side. Oh, well, there's a lot of bandwagoning. I mean, you saw it. Everybody hated Johnny Depp. Everybody loved Johnny Depp. Everybody hated Amber Heard. It's over. Then the cool thing came to be supporting Amber Heard. So people jump ship and they just go after clout and whatever's popular at the moment, have no real values, no real opinions of their own. If you get your opinions and life goals and values from YouTube, TikTok, or whatever, that's pretty sad and lame.
Yeah.
Oh, we already did that one. Yep. Well, let's turn the page to happier things. You've got your visa's in the process of being worked out.
Process.
Yeah.
Process.
They gave you the come back in 7 days thing, or
yeah. It's a comeback after we have a Korean holiday called Chuseok, which is pretty much Korean Thanksgiving. I'm just going to call it that. It's not exactly, but I'm just going to call it that for all intents and purposes. But I should have it by the other side of the holiday. But getting the new place, got to get some art in the background here, fix everything up. But it's a new place, just got a new desk here, kind of getting the camera level all set it up. Probably bring it down a little bit. But that's always a work in progress. But other than that, it's really good, man. I am loving it. I'm loving the weather here. The weather's actually been really fantastic here in Seoul. Nice sunny day, especially after that typhoon. A little less rain than I thought, honestly. Cleared up real quick, and it's sunny days the rest of this week.
There wasn't less rain down here.
There was for us.
They had sand and mud all the way 2 streets back from Gwanghwali Beach. Haeundae is still a wreck. It was pretty bad. I mean, there wasn't a lot of damage because I think it didn't come directly at the apartments. It was just kind of at an angle, so we didn't get the full force on the buildings and things. But still, like the ground level destruction and mayhem was still there. Now, how long have you been here? Now you coming up on a year now?
This is over a year. It's actually a year and 2 months. Yeah.
Wow.
It's a year and 2 months. Time does fly. The first 2 months I was in quarantine, so I really thought I was in North Korea, not South, because that's how they treated me. It was the midst of Corona, but I said, hey, look, I was 34, turning 35. I said, my time, if I'm going to go abroad, my time is now. I've got a lot of big plans I want to do in terms of, residencies, living other places, and, time is now. So I pulled the trigger, and I've never been happier going full remote with my work, kicking up the YouTube. Everything just fell into place. Everything worked perfectly. So my time in Korea has been amazing. And I think I've experienced some similar things to you in Korea, but also much different because I've come to it much later at a different time in the midst of Corona. Also, I'm, primarily in Seoul. Also, I'm not working a 9-to-5 job. I never have when I've been here. So it's really been an interesting experience, but I've been loving it. I've loved my time here, and I've had a great time, and we've had a great time hanging out whenever we hang.
Yeah, well, now you're just starting to experience Korea because we are just now here in Korea coming out of Corona. So you still have to wear masks indoors and in gyms and where there's groups of more than 50 people.
I mean, Jeff, I'll walk into especially if it's a local place, I get the place right around my house. I got right next to me, I have a great tonkatsu place, which is going to make me gain at least 10 pounds because it's fucking delicious. But they bread it just fucking right. It's great. But it is it's to the point where it used to be when you come in, they would tell you to mask up. Now, if you walk in and you're going to a restaurant and I'm just like gonna sit down, they don't even bother, right? I'll just walk up with no mask on. They won't say shit. They'll just be like, oh yeah, here you go. Here's your table. Like,
or you get in the elevator and you don't have your mask on, and then someone gets on the elevator and you just kind of look at each other like, do we have to fucking do this?
Yeah.
And then you go, okay, good, we don't. Or someone gets on, puts on their mask, you're like, oh fuck, I gotta put my mask on. But we're just now coming out of it, so now you're starting to get the real Korea experience after a year. That's a good thing.
And when we were out, I mean, you tell me. I mean, to me, I because like I said, I was asking you and Scott when we were out. But I said, to me, the crowd levels, those look normal, right? When we were at
that's so
the crowd
diminished.
level looked normal. You think it's diminished. I'm like, I don't want to know what not diminished is, like
yeah. Itaewon was about half capacity when we were there.
If that was half, I don't want to see full, right? Like I don't want to see full. I know full is like Halloween, for example.
Yeah, I was gonna say go there on Halloween or Valentine's Day.
No.
And you'll see some shit.
No, that's fucking never happening.
But how are you liking the Korean? You said you're liking the Korean experience so far. If you had to do a top 2 cool things about Korea, what would your top 2 cool things
Oh,
about
Jesus
Korea?
Christ. Okay. I think like the coolest thing is, honestly, this sounds really weird, but I think and this is an Asia thing perhaps, but like the convenience stores, because I mean, it is what you need it to be, right? It is the place where you get alcohol at any time of the day. You can turn it into a bar after the bars close, or when the bars were closed, you can sit outside and drink. No one's going to give you shit. You've got everything you pretty much
need. Well, they actually
there.
have tables outside the convenience stores for you to sit on and drink your soju and drink your beer and whatever. Eat your ramen.
And open containers, so no one cares about you drinking outside. That's fantastic. The open container is something I think the United States just at large should just abolish. The fact that it has to be in certain zones, we got Bourbon Street and it's such a fucking big deal, or the Strip and it's like, oh my God, this is crazy good.
Well, then you have to go through the formalistic bullshit of the brown bag laws, where you can have your open container as long as no one sees it's the devil's juice.
Yes.
Matita Crow says, legal mindset. Do you speak the Korean language? Just enough to get him in trouble.
Just enough to get me in trouble. Just enough to get me in trouble. I'm actually taking classes right now. Take classes twice
How's it going?
It's going all right. I spit in my teacher's face this week, which was amazing.
Oh no! What did she say about that?
She made me laugh.
See, I know it was a she. I knew you would have a she teacher. I caught you there.
All the teachers are she's. But anyways, I can hook you up
with the male teacher if you want.
Absolutely not. No, okay. That being said, she made me laugh, and I was taking a sip of my coffee, and I just fucking machine gunned that shit all over her iPad, all over my book, all over everything.
Why?
And because she made me laugh. I forget what it was. I think it was something that sounded like, I don't know, maybe it sounded like dick or something like that. And I was like, I just spit everywhere, and it was fucking hilarious. But it's all good. It's all good. It's really cool because I'll actually come to the service I use. The teacher I have actually just comes to a cafe near me, and even that when I moved, they just come to another cafe near me. So it's really handy learning. And obviously, I think wherever you go in any country, you're always treated better if you learn a little bit, at least like a little bit of the language, not a lot, just a little.
So Champagne Girl says, thank you so much for the super chat. By the way, as an English woman, I am Millwall supporter, and I sing to them in my football voice our anthem, "Let 'Em Come." Okay.
Okay.
I
want to do the Donald Trump. I'm gonna come. Do not come.
So number 1 is the convenience stores, and number 2 was what?
Number 2. Oh shit, number 2. I think honestly it's Seoul. Okay, Seoul specifically. I gotta say the transportation, getting everywhere for cheap, not having to drive. I love driving. I never thought I would ever say that, but I actually love it. I love being able to just go wherever I want to go, not have to worry about it, not have to worry about parking, be able to get wherever I want to go. I know Busan's a lot different. I wouldn't say that in Busan. I say that for Seoul specifically, right? For Seoul specifically. Also, frankly, also the food, but obviously, the beauties of the Korean women were one of the things that drew me here. I can never deny that either.
One of my top 2 are mass transit and medical.
Oh, medical. Jeff, I had to go in the other day. You know how much my bill was? Fucking $4.
What did you go in for?
Dermatologist. I thought I had fucking ringworm or something. It just was a rash on the back of my scalp. I thought because I went to the barber, right? I got a haircut, and I'm like, oh, maybe I got some fucking ringworm or some shit from that. I had a rash on the back of my head. So went in $4 for the doctor's visit, right? Which took me, by the way, in and out in 5 minutes. And the prescription was right downstairs. And the prescription cost me $3.
Monkeypox.
Yeah, monkeypox. Yeah, no, none of that. No monkeypox in Korea. No, no guzzling metric tons of urine. None of that's going on here.
I think Korea has the perfect medical system. One of the few things I will say is perfect here. In America, it's all privatized and it costs you $1 bajillion. And it's not like Norway or other places where it's completely social medicine. Here, that you make, everybody makes a basic payment every month, and it's scaled according to your salary. If you don't make anything or you're unemployed, it's like $10 a month. If you make more, like some people I know, I think I pay like about $300 a month, $350 a month. That gives you basic care.
I pay 100 US. So
yeah. And that on that rate, everyone is entitled to a basic rate, a basic standard of care. And if you have more money, you want to pay for extra options, you can do that. The example I used when my son, he was 18 months. We were just getting ready to go to the States and there was a typhoon. He was running around. My ex-wife, she was paying attention to her friend, and my son hit a bookshelf and literally split his bottom lip in half. I mean, it not like cut it. It was just like two flaps, like Predator. There was like some Predator shit going on with his lower lip, and we're freaking out.
Yeah.
2 hospitals wouldn't touch him because it was Friday night during a typhoon. And like, we don't have anybody on here that can handle, pediatrics and stuff. So we ended up going to a 24-hour plastic surgery clinic. And the guy says, well, we can either give you the basic stuff that's covered by national health care, or we can give you the private treatment. What's the difference? The medical treatment for the insurance, it's 6 stitches. We can give him 6 stitches in his lip. It'll leave a scar that you can probably see across the room when he gets older. Or we can do the private one, which is we rebuild the tissue from the inside out. It ends up being about 25-30 stitches, and it's a guaranteed scar removal if there's a noticeable scar after 6 years. Well, what's the price? Oh, it's really expensive. In the medical,
they'll say that too. They're like, it's expensive, and I'm like, how much is it?
Yeah, the private medical insurance would have been free with a $10 visit fee. And I'm like, well, how much is the private? He's, it's expensive. What does that mean? Well, I mean, it's really expensive. Okay, give me a figure. What is it going to cost? And it was basically said like about $250. Like, we get a fuck in there and solve my kid's face.
Like, do it. Yeah, I had the exact same thing where I went in to go get a blood panel, and they're like, oh, you want like I want a full blood panel, like everything. And they're like, oh, that's going to be expensive because it's not covered. We only cover basic. I'm like, how much is it? And they're like, it's expensive. And I'm like, how much? $100. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I go to I blink at a fucking Minute Clinic at CVS, and I'm paying $200-$300. Do this shit. Take my goddamn money. But then people have to realize, okay, Andrew, this is Korea. This is not the United States, right? You gotta change your expectations, right? Same thing with rent. I'm like, okay, change my expectations, right? I was weirded out by key money, having to give a deposit of a lot of money, but realizing, oh yeah, it's insured, you'll get it back. Those sort of concepts that it took me a while to get used to, but now I've gotten used to those concepts living.
Yeah, the health, and it's good. It's world-class quality healthcare.
And let me be clear though. It is still, because you said it, but I want to be very clear because people are like, oh, socialism. I'm like, no, there's just still private practices. Like they own their private practices.
Yeah, it's not social medicine. It's government-sponsored medicine. I mean, it's not like there's no doctors here that make $1 million a year in their practice. Doctors they're well paid, but they're not paid doctor level salaries like you'd see in the U.S. or other places like that. And they're all educated in the U.S. And I mean, they're just fantastic.
You know what's funny though, Jeff? They apologize. This lady, she was speaking to me in fluent English. Yeah. She apologized for not having she did the Korean thing. Apologized for not being perfect because she said like droplets instead of solution. And I'm like, it's the same shit. And she's like, I'm sorry, my English is bad. I'm like, your English is fine. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
yeah, it's like I should be apologizing to you, but
right.
IFID, thank you so much for the super chat. Adam, I assume Andrew, learning Korean equals the scene of the Pink Panther where Inspector Clouseau is trying to learn an American accent. Yeah,
the American accent. Yes, I know. I have to rewatch that. I have too much in my head. Team America, World Police. I blame it on Max Muir. The hero, Hans Bricks. That's in my head. I can't get it out. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Brandon Lesko, time for the PM shot. It's always time for a shot.
It's Vice's stream, so you gotta get that shot for him, Brandon.
Yeah, you got to throw that shot money down there, Brandon. You know what it takes.
Cheap lady. I mean, I know you'll be on with me and the Jew tomorrow. So by the way, I'm streaming with Joe Neerman tomorrow. The Joeish question.
Really?
That'll be
in the morning. In the morning, our time.
Morning our time. And I know I'll be drinking for that one. I have no doubts on that.
Yeah, well, he's got me tomorrow night on his, so I'm doing him and then rolling straight into Nick. So yeah,
nice, very
good.
Nice.
All righty. Well, so okay, that's interesting. What are your least two favorite things about Korea?
Ooh, least two favorite things. Let's see. I would say the fact that if you want, like, for example, growing up in the South, we had a certain amount of like hospitality or and I will say like Korean has good customer service. But when it comes to like interpersonal interactions, it's very much like grandma will cut you off and push you away to, get first in line to like get to something, right? There's very much, especially in Seoul, and maybe it's a city thing, but even then there was always a little bit of courtesy. That's obviously out the door, especially in a big city like Seoul. What's the other thing? Let's see. I gotta think for a second. The hardest thing, I guess, for me would just be not having my guns because I like to shoot. And, I know you're back in the U.S.
That
really
hurts.
fun, really great. Miss my guns. It's got to be my guns. Definitely my guns.
Early on, this is how stupid I am. I actually thought, what if every time I went out, I brought a piece of one of my guns? And then after about 10 years,
assembled it?
No, I thought about doing that. And then of course I processed it a bit and went, oh yeah, that'd be a really stupid thing to do. But I pondered it for a while, I must admit. But it's just better just to wait to go back for vacation. And you can't go to the actual where they give you real guns, not BB guns, the shooting galleries, because they're like $4 or $5 a round.
That's ridiculous. I'm not paying that unless I'm shooting like a Barrett or something. Like, unless I'm going to shoot a fucking sniper rifle, I'm not doing that. And especially with I've heard, the pistol ranges, it's the pew pew, revolver. I can go shoot. My revolver at home has more punch than that. I mean,
they do have automatic weapons at a lot of them, but like I said, at $4 or $5 a round, and you burn through 50 rounds in a second or two.
No,
it's just. It's the rich Chinese and Japanese tourist spots.
I would rather go drink that with you at a nice bar. Right. I'd rather go to Charles H. The number one, one of the top bars in Asia, and with the top bartenders in Asia. And I'd rather drop a bunch of drinks.
Modi, he's moved to Japan now. He just took a job in Japan a couple of weeks ago.
Did he now?
Yeah. So he's gone, but I gotta go. We gotta go meet the new guy next time I'm in Seoul.
No, let's go do that. Let's go lay some groundwork there. But fantastic bar. Hopefully he left for a very good position in Japan.
Yeah. So food, Korean food.
I love it. I mean, I love it. I mean, I just had some. I literally just had some samgyeopsal. I made it in the air fryer. Fucking delicious. I mean, there's nothing I don't like. I mean, literally, there's been no Korean food that I've said I fucking hate this. There's nothing that I've hated.
Talk Korean
pizza is not a Korean pizza. See, that's not a Korean food. That's an abomination unto God, which should be purged. It is heretical. The God Emperor bans it, and it should be sent off into the ether with the chaos demons.
Explain that. There are the chains that there is Pizza Hut, Domino's, Papa John's.
I actually went to Papa John's this week, and I did have a regular cheese pizza, and it was okay, right? And I'm not talking about the Keffel's cheese pizza. I'm talking about what they call a margarita pizza at Papa John's, which is just in the U.S. It's a regular, normal pizza with no toppings. It was okay. It was okay, but most Korean pizza is extra. They got a bunch of fucking toppings on there. They got shrimp. They got pineapple. They got bulgogi. They got onion. They got peppers. They got a bunch of weird shit on. They got some pickles for no fucking reason. Because Koreans, no matter where you go to an Italian restaurant, they'll give you goddamn pickles.
Pickles, yeah, that's just a thing. Pizza and Italian, anything Italian comes with pickles.
Yeah, anything. I mean, literally anything. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. But yeah, no, essentially, the pizza is definitely sacrilege. If you're gonna go do it, get good Italian pizza. Go somewhere that makes a good Italian pizza. There's a couple places here. I'm actually going to one this Thursday. I'll go to one that's right around the corner from me and does like a authentic Italian, like thin, style pizza. But other than that, I don't touch it. Don't have the normal free pizza.
This is a page from Papa John's here. Where's the Papa John's page? Is this it?
Are you pulling it up?
Hope it's not my Pornhub thing. Your subscription expired. That's Norton. What the fuck? All right, Norton.
You're gonna get some computer aids right now.
Yeah, thank fuck that was my Norton's thing, right?
Yeah, seriously.
Better pizza, better ingredients. There we go. This is the Irish pizza, as they call it. I wish I was drunk, and the other Irish people here.
How?
It's Irish because it has chunks of potato on it. With this is honey mustard, and it looks like there's some cream sauce. It's garlic sauce with mustard, and there's lumps of potato on it. What do you got here? Bacon, button mushrooms, onions, potatoes, and corn with some nice mustard and garlic sauce on it. And this is a tame pizza, by the way. that's a tame pizza here in Korea.
Yeah. That's not even that crazy. That's not even.
Yeah, they'll have things like you said. They'll have chunks of steak, shrimp, broccoli, corn, sweet potato mousse with sweet potato filled crust and things. I mean, yeah, it's a. But you said Korea. You said pizza's not a Korean creation. I would challenge you on that.
Why would you say it's a Korean creation?
Because the Koreans invented pizza. Just ask the Koreans. Okay, that's one thing about Korea.
I have not heard that one. That one I have not
Koreans. It's not a flaw.
I mean, I'll give them kimchi. I'll give them kimchi.
Hang on here. I mean, it's a thing that Koreans are very, very proud people. They're very, very proud of their country. They're very, very proud of it going from a war-torn hole 60 years ago to this major world player that it is today. They there was a time when they took credit for Pepsi, because the Pepsi logo looks like, it has the yin yang, the red and blue yin yang, like in the Korean flag. So therefore that meant that it was a Korean food. And it took so much explaining to prove to them that it's not, the Pepsi is not a Korean drink. Brandon Lesko, thank you so much for that super chat. Papa John's with garlic dipping sauce is amazeballs. Also, if we tried government-sponsored healthcare in the U.S., it'd be a travesty due to the government world entitled. Now it's 1 point. All right, let me break out the soju here. So it's a 1.5 ounce. This is a 1.5 ounce glass. Luckily, that my big titty American cup. I think this might be 2, but hey, what the hell? Jello beard.
Yeah, no, that I actually ended up getting 2 garlic sauces the other day when I got pizza, because I was splitting it with a lady friend, and I was like,
"You mean the orange, slightly garlicky flavored
I'm like,
liquid
you
thing?"
You are not stealing my garlic liquid. That is my garlic liquid only for me.
All right, now here's I'm going to pull up a video. This is a proof about the true origins of pizza.
Oh my God.
The true now. I'll just give you the warning. This was produced by Mr. Pizza, one of the original native Korean chains way back in the day. Whoever put this ad campaign together was just fucking brilliant. They understand Korea. It's obviously a parody, but it's so Korean. It is hilarious. So this is the true origins of pizza, brought to you by Mr. Pizza.
The Italians are rolling over in the grave right now.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Tell me if this isn't the most Korean thing you've ever seen. And of course, it's a parody. They're not serious. So many people thought they were so many people here in Korea thought they were serious because a lot of Koreans talk like this.
If they can take the spaghetti from the greatest civilization, the great Chinese people, then they could easily have taken pizza from those other people.
Our story starts with reports of a lone protester outside a Brooklyn pizza parlor. Why was he there? What did he want? Maybe his placard would give us a clue. On it was a picture of a bearded man and a single word in what turned out to be Korean. The word was thief. It led us to this website, a site espousing all sorts of theories and accusations. We tracked down its creator to a small suburb outside of Seoul in South Korea. Song Joon Han, a history student dropout and passionate was the site's main contributor and blogger.
Hey, that's my
He
apartment.
also
I'm
disclosed
joking.
the identity of the bearded man, Marco Polo, the 13th century Italian explorer.
이분이 도둑놈.
I hate Marco Polo. He stole one of our national treasures. He stole pizza from Korea.
피자는 당연히 우리 거.
Pizza is indeed ours. Most of the evidence has been destroyed, but fortunately,
This is so beautiful.
artifacts are continually being uncovered. Look at this painting, for example. What is this man doing here?
Are you fucking
아시아
kidding me
지역
right now?
곳곳의 음식 문화를
Asia has lots of dishes resembling pizza,
음식들을 볼 수 있는데요.
but the closer you get to Jinju, the closer you get to the classic pizza.
No, you
이태리
don't.
사람들
I think
우리
Italy
한국에
owes us an
살아야 돼요.
apology.
Koreans invented pizza. What else they invented? A cappuccino? They invented Ferrari? That's what you're telling me?
Then, is there anyone from the region still making pizza the original way? In Seoul, we found Mr. Woo Hyung Jung, owner and CEO of Mr. Pizza.
Yeah, original
Yes,
pizza.
this
My
is
father
the most
made the
Korean
pizza.
dude.
My grandfather made pizza.
Oh,
My
God.
grandfather made
It's the same
pizza.
dude.
We
Same
made
dude.
pizza.
We asked him if they invented pizza.
We never say that he invented pizza. We are original pizza.
We asked him if that wasn't the same thing.
We are original pizza.
We weren't going to get our conclusive evidence from him. But maybe we can get it from somewhere else.
Oh
Buddhism.
my fucking God.
I found a piece of undeniable
so
evidence.
heretical. This is so
A Buddha
haram.
from the Koryo dynasty. Look on top of his head. What is that? It can only be a pizza box.
Where the fuck did you find this, Jeff?
This was a big ad
For
campaign.
years, people have speculated over the meaning of the second box. I think this is the first buy one, get one free garlic bread promotions of the time.
No!
We also invented garlic bread.
No!
Could the first pizza actually have been from Korea? And did Marco Polo steal more than spaghetti from Asia? And more startling, could it have come with free garlic bread?
Oh my God.
That is one
so
of the
good.
most brilliant.
That is so good.
Yeah, Mr. Pizza commissioned some New York advertising agency to come up with that about 15 years
The
ago.
original pizza.
That has everything Korea about it. It is
Yes.
so the conspiracy theories that we
Yes.
invented a lot of things.
The crazy
The-
dude.
We don't have to explain it. We just have to repeat it. The guys with massive paintings of themselves on the wall. Oh, it is beautiful. And I'm
That's-
surprised by the number of people that watch the streams that have lived in Korea. Like, I
get a lot of that too. Yeah.
A lot of the viewers, Flux, she was here for a while, and other people I know have been here for a while. It's hilarious, and so they can catch. But that was so Korean. I just had to bring that up to you.
So good. That's so good. It's so true, though. I mean,
Mhm.
but I've seen that too. Of course, I remember dating a Chinese girl when I was in America, and when I told her I was going to Korea, she's like, "You're going to the land of thieves," and I'm like, "What?" And she's like, "We call it land of thief. They steal everything from us." I'm like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, we invented kimchi too." I'm like, "No, don't stop, China.
Yeah,
stop."
them's just fighting words.
Like you've invented enough, China. You've invented enough. Like, I'm willing to give you gunpowder. Like, calm the fuck down. Like, calm your fucking panties. It's like, I don't understand. You have an inferiority complex.
Yeah.
You have some problems. I get that, but
Well, I mean, Koreans will say they invented the sundial, and they invented the printing press.
right.
But
But
I mean, you look at it a little bit closer, and they invented the first movable metal type printing press, which is different than saying you invented the printing press. But,
right.
I mean,
You're not
they're
fucking
very
Gutenberg.
Yeah, and that's my one major complaint about Korea is this: they have a need to compare themselves to other people to prove they're on the same level, and
Right.
it's the old thing. If you have to make the comparison, you're not there. I mean,
Right.
Gangnam is the Wall Street of Korea. The bridge outside my window is the Golden Gate Bridge of Korea. Jeju is the Hawaii of Korea. Everland is the Disney. If people want to go to Disneyland, they go to Disneyland. If they want to go to Everland, they want to go to Everland.
But you know what?
Don't
you know
compare.
what? You know what they don't have? The penis park.
Yeah, Korea has Penis Park in Jeju. Did you go there?
I did not go there. It also has the one. There's the one in the on the what is it? The East Coast as well, right?
Yeah, there's one in Gyeongju. There's like a love hotel, like a love museum in Gyeongju, and then they also have a toilet museum here.
Interesting. I did go to the liquor museum in Jeju. I did go to the liquor museum. That was actually good.
Oh, I didn't know there was a liquor museum in Jeju. Guess where I'm going?
And I went to the green tea museum, which was actually nice because I got like a green tea foot bath. That was actually nice. That was actually really great.
Andrew has a season pass
to the Penis Park. Yes, yes.
Kit Kat says,
"All I can ride. All I can ride."
As a Native American, tell them thieves I want my corn back. It's May.
Well, the point is, and I tell this, to a lot of Koreans, and they get angry about it. But I say, you can want things to be one way, you can wish things for it to be one way, but you have to make a convincing pitch to everybody, and you have to sell it, right?
Yeah.
I actually offended somebody 2-3 weeks ago when I called. I said Sea of Japan instead.
Oh,
of
you
EC.
didn't.
I said Sea of Japan instead of EC. And
you fucking idiot.
And you know what they told me? They're like, it's EC. And I'm like,
oh, yeah.
I'm like, get better PR people because nobody knows that outside of Korea. And they got even more angry. They got even more angry when I said that. But I'm like, that's on y'all. No. That's not on me. That's on y'all.
No, that's my answer. And that is literally my standard answer. Look, the Japanese had visitors from Portugal for 500 years. Dutch and Portuguese had been visiting Japan for 500 years. You were killing missionaries or anyone else that happened to accidentally set foot on Korean soil 120 years ago. They won the map race.
Right.
Being the hermit kingdom means you don't get your way when the rest of the world is moving on. But that's the thing. Yeah, don't do that. It's the EC over here.
And if you want to change it, you better make the pitch, right? You better be the one to go in and say, okay, we're gonna sell this now. We're gonna pitch it now. We're gonna put it in our K-pop. We're gonna put it in our K-dramas. We're gonna put it in Squid Games Part 2. We're gonna make it with our pulse of our culture. We're gonna make it happen. Maybe try it. Let's see what happens.
Jillian, thank you so much. As a Friday Night Tights fan, got to ask, what's everyone's position on pineapple on pizza?
Heresy. Nah. Burn the witch. Burn the pizza with pineapple. Burn it.
It goes well. The saltiness of the ham and the sweetness of the pineapple go great on a Hawaiian pizza. But my problem is it just makes the pizza unnecessarily juicy and moist and soggy. That's my only complaint. It's not the flavor profile. It just doesn't belong there. It just ruins it.
Yeah.
It's like putting fresh tomatoes on it does the same thing. Put sun-dried tomatoes on it. That's just me. You're a no pineapple guy too.
I'm a no pineapple guy. Pineapple's fine. I mean, tomatoes I could give or take, but pineapple is a no. I mean, I like pineapple on its own. I'll eat pineapple on its own. Just why the fuck you put it on pizza? Like I like pineapple by itself.
Like weirdly, I don't like black olives. Green olives I don't mind. Black olives I don't like. The only time I enjoy black olives is on a Subway sandwich or a pizza. It's weird as shit. Brandon Lesko, I tried editing this message 10 times. I give up. Also, penguins are getting bigger. So they'll be taller than Adam again. What are we drinking 1.5 ounces of this time? See, the problem with this, Ohio is an amazing soju. It's really, really good because it's actually really distilled like whiskey. And they have the 17, 25, 41%.
This is a higher percentage than Jeff's.
Yeah.
See how it says, see how on the bottom corner, it has a 25.
I'm not going to be a bitch. I'm going with the 56% gin then.
Okay. Yeah. Let's not be bitch made today.
Well, that 17%. It just tastes like slightly alcoholic water to me. Yeah, cheers, Brandon. Thank you so much.
Hey, cheers, Brandon. See ya on stream tomorrow.
Oh, God. That's 56%. Excuse me, boy. Fuck me.
All right. No.
That was a bad choice.
No, Jeff. I will not, no matter how much we drink.
That was like 6 shots of this other soju. Holy Christ.
Speaking of which, people were asking me about Korean. I got asked this today on my stream today, actually, was about the adult industry in Korea. Right. And what are people into in the adult industry? And I said, well, nothing, because it's
Speaking of which, I'm curious what legal mindset tastes like, salty or sweet.
I'll have to take a poll for you. Let me take the poll and I'll get back to you, Kat.
Well, we can take care of that right now. Does legal mindset taste salty or sweet?
Jesus Christ. The things you get on this stream, the value you get out of Legal Vices, it's unbelievable.
Salty. I mean, just a couple of weeks ago, I discovered that that studio view where you can watch your stream health and everything and do polls live. I just discovered that not too long ago. All right, there we go. This poll is up. Does legal mindset taste salty or sweet? I'll leave that there for a while. Oh God, you people. Okay, so people were asking about the adult industry in Korea.
Yeah, they're asking about what people like here and don't like. I'm like, they like nothing because it's all banned.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. There's a government division that is tasked specifically with blocking sex-related IPs and things. It's a thing. You do search with anything that has like XXX or porn or nudity, and it just blocks the site. The only one that I think you can still access is like X Hamster, but everything else you have to go through a VPN to get. But if truth be told, Korean porn has got to be the worst porn ever created on planet Earth.
Why? Why is it the worst?
First of all, it's made predominantly by men, but for some reason there's just a lot of man asses.
No, but that's something almost you'd figure if it was made by women, they would want the man asses in there. Right?
Yeah, you just get like man ass, and then you get the facial expressions. I never once have I gone. You're like, what the fuck, dude? No, it's really bad. There's no post production. It's horrific. But Koreans go mainly for Western porn. Japanese porn, not so much, because they look like it's always the thing that looks exotic to you is what you go after. Oh, yeah. Brandon, fuck you.
He's got you tonight, man.
This isn't a fucking Friday stream. What are you doing to me? Do they have any weird? Not only about 3/4 of a day. Do they have any weird?
So you have it out for Chuseok on Friday and part of Thursday?
Yeah.
Nice.
Do they have any weird customs in South Korea? In Thailand, you can't point your feet at someone or you're insulting the king. Shout out to Radical Jislam. Stay unbreaded and enjoy the 1.5 ounce of the 112 proof gin. I just did. We're going to go back to this. Fuck. All right. You said it. I have to do it. Fuck. Thanks for bringing the world, LV Adam.
Hey guys, I told him. I mean, we were drunk as shit, but I said you've got to start a channel. I said, look at these fuckers that are here in so-called LawTube. If they can do it, you can do it 10 times better. And now he's here rocking it. He's doing fucking great. I'm very proud of him. His channel's doing great. I mean, for the amount of time, fucking fantastic. Like, so I love my boy here. He's doing great. He's doing exactly what he's got to do. He's doing it consistently. I mean, I don't need to give him any advice because he knows what he do. So. And he's even having the Pope on, which is fucking great. Yeah. I actually haven't had Nick on for a full episode. I haven't even had Nick on for a full episode.
Yeah, I hope so. I don't know. It's 3:00 in the morning here. My fear now is I'm not going to wake up for it because I'm going to go straight from him into Joe. So I've got to take a nap before. But so I'll do what I usually do. I'll set my alarm clock for like every 5 minutes between 2 and 3 a.m.
Yeah.
All right, Brandon. Fuck you. This is. I didn't even bring
we got another one from Diana here.
Oh, Diana. God damn it. Slow the fuck down, people. This is not my fucking Friday drunk stream.
These people are trying to get you drunk. I'll take a small shot with you here. This is because people are getting too crazy. What's up, Mean Copium people? Good to see everybody in the chat. Hey, this isn't my channel, the Legal Vices. This is your channel, bro.
Yeah. Hey guys,
I gotta save my liver for Joe.
Yeah. Oh God, here we go. Got my titty glass
That's
going.
number one. That's number one. You got to do another one after that.
I wasn't expecting to do this already. I didn't even bring any water over here. Jesus. Okay. Whew. Now, God. Diana, take a shot, gentlemen. Give me 5 minutes. I'm not pushing. I just kind of need the taste of that to disappear before I take another one.
I'll hold it over until then. Cheers, Diana. Appreciate that super chat. Listen, we're always down to hang, and I'm always excited to be drinking with Legal Vices because by the end of the night, we'll be eating street pizza, which, by the way, we ended up eating last time, which was all right because we were drunk.
That pizza was good. Well, it tasted
drunk.
good after. Yeah, it tasted good after. I want to taste it sober because it tasted really good, and you were annoyed because I got 2 slices.
No, and I wanted 2 slices. I was like eating it, and I was like, I wish I got 2 slices. I was like, I should have got 2 slices. This motherfucker is on the next level.
I've never seen anyone go to a pizza by the slice restaurant and get 1 slice of pizza.
I used to always get 1 slice. That was my rule. I always got 1 slice, but
that's why you're a thin guy and I'm just a fat fucker. That's probably why. Are you wearing those flesh-colored pants again? Hey, pants are prison, man. Ain't no pants going on over here. Just have Adam run the stream for 2 minutes and go get some water. When is the Joe stream? The
7 p.m. Eastern. 7 p.m. Eastern. My channel is the Joeish question. We are answering the Joeish question. We are once and for all. We're putting it to bed. That's it. It's over.
Meme Copium in the house.
Speaking of Joes, what's up, Meme?
Hey, what's up?
We're just apparently getting way more drunk than I planned on getting tonight. How about you?
You got that strong zero with you? You got that strong zero?
No, I'm drinking my own homemade toilet wine. It's pretty good.
Nice. It's better than homemade HRT.
Well, I mean, of course. It's always I always choose the moonshine over true shine, as I say.
Yes.
My good logic Joe stream will be 9 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. Yeah, you're Wednesday. Yeah, my judgment has already been impaired by the 4 fucking shots of 56% gin you've been making me drink, you bastards. So Joe, tell us a little bit about you. Who are you and why are you here? Meme Copium.
I talk about internet weirdos. I'm something of an internet weirdo myself, but I like to talk about internet videos and it's culture, politics, all sorts of stuff. You know.
And you are located in?
What was that?
You are located where?
Oh, I'm located in Kansai, Japan. That is the southern.
That's why he's here.
Japan, yes.
One of my ex-girlfriends went to Kansai Gaidai.
That university has a very bad reputation.
Yeah, it does. Cheers to her.
I like the girls with a bad reputation. That's great.
Last I heard, she was a stewardess for Lufthansa Airlines. So cheers to you. Cheers to you, Etzko.
Cheers to that.
I know a guy that chose an apartment based on its location and proximity to Kansai Gaidai.
Yeah. If she's any indication of the quality of women there,
that's not a bad idea, guys. Because listen, you got to be able to close within 15 minutes. That's the rule. Where can you be in 15 minutes to close?
Yeah, that's what you need to
be an alleyway. It's got to be an alleyway. That's all I'm saying.
I expected you to move a little closer to Ihwa Women's University myself, but you know.
I actually was honestly. I looked at an apartment right next to Ihwa Women's University, right next to it.
Of course,
but it was a piece of shit in trash. So that's not good.
Yeah, well, that's why we invited Meme Copium here because he's in Japan. He's just across the water here, so he gets. What body of water is he across? Legal Mindset.
Well, he's across the East Sea, the Donghae.
There you go.
The Donghae, yes.
Yes, the East Sea. We don't say the SOJ word.
No, not here. Not here. No. It's Dokdo, my friend. It's Dokdo.
No, look, it is Dokdo, but it's the Sea of Japan, okay?
No,
okay, you'll split it right down the middle.
We were actually talking about that. How like Korean got really mad at me for saying Sea of Japan, and I said, "Bro, we don't learn that. Like it's on every map. It's on the game of Risk. That's how the reason I knew it was because of Risk. Honestly, like you move your fleet to the Sea of Japan. Like that was how I knew it. Right?
Yeah.
Like I didn't know it otherwise. Right? But if they want people to know it, they got to put that out there. There's no way for you to know that otherwise.
Well, and it will. Meme Copium brought and Andrew brought up Dokdo. Dokdo is an island that's like between Korea and Japan.
Some rocks.
The French call it the Lion Court Rocks. It's the Lion Court Rocks, and then or it's also known as Dokdo or Tsushima, Takashima. It's
Takashima. No, Tsushima is the actual legit island. Yeah.
I can see Tsushima out my
I don't even remember the Japanese name for it.
Apparently,
it's
there's ghosts
Takashima.
in Tsushima. Apparently, there's ghosts in Tsushima. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see Tsushima from my window on a good day.
Really?
But no, it's like right straight out this window where I'm looking here. But yeah, Takashima is a huge. It's like Dokdo. They've taken out full page ads in the New York Times saying why it's Dokdo and not Takashima. And if you ride the express train from Incheon Airport to Seoul Station, you're forced to watch a little documentary about it. They're very, very serious about that.
No. Vices, they play that fucking documentary on the KTX from Busan to Seoul now. They play it on everyone.
Do they? Oh, okay.
Yes.
I always sleep on that, right? But I mean, it's a legit concern
because you're drunk, motherfucker.
Because pretty much that's why I sleep on the train. But I mean, it is important from an international law perspective because you get your
fishing,
your territorial rights 12 miles from your nearest point, and your free and your exclusive economic zone 100 kilometers from your farthest point. So it's a big difference. So it makes a huge difference to the Koreans. But the best commentary I ever heard was, I can't remember who made it, but someone said, if I had someone said, well, what would you require it to be, Dokdo or Takashima? He said, if I was in charge, I would just nuke those fucking rocks into oblivion and solve the problem that way. That was the best answer I'd ever heard.
All I'll say is if you give the island to Japan, you're going to have the cleanest ocean. Japan has the cleanest oceans. Whales, forget about it. You're not going to see a whale for years. We've got the.
That's because they kill them all and they bathe in the blood of whales.
You're gonna have
whales are drinking all our seawater and eating all the semen. Like that's all I'll say. Like, what is a whale?
All the what?
Well, they're drinking all the seawater and eating all the semen.
That's what I thought you said.
The sailors.
The Japanese eat all the semen. We know that. We've seen the videos.
Yes.
We were just talking about adult entertainment in Korea and what Koreans prefer for their viewing pleasure. And it's,
do you have the pixelated videos in?
No, they're just all blocked.
Oh, I see. Okay.
They don't do the pixelation here. With Korean porn is just they just show like the guy's ass and the guy's facial expressions and them groping unprofessionally and amateurish at various body parts. Yes, you're not allowed to show anything that needs to be pixelated here. It's kind of. I was saying it's the worst you've ever seen. It's you watch it as for humor, but whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Andrew, what is the one thing if there was one piece of advice you could give to someone who's just coming to Korea, something they should never, ever, ever, ever in a bajillion years make fun of while in Korea, what would it be?
K-pop. Don't fuck with K-pop. That's an internet rule. I mean, it's an internet rule and it's a real life rule because listen, in the subway stations, there are giant advertisements which are maintained year-round in pristine condition by the K-pop stands. Just don't fuck with it. Just leave them alone. Don't say anything. Don't fuck with it. Just whatever you think, keep it to yourself, right?
If you're forced to say something, swallow your pride and say BTS is the greatest band that has ever been created in the history of mankind.
Just shut the fuck up about it, right? And move about your day.
How are Japanese relating to K-pop? Meme?
Korean stuff is actually having a bit of a resurgence over here. It's very trendy for young. I want to say from teens to maybe under 20, 25-year-olds. Like Korean makeup is having like a big kind of surge before the lockdowns, of course. So you see a lot of people with the Korean style, like the kind of like really white kind of face sort of thing.
Right.
Yeah. But it's really common over here now. So it's kind of trendy. It's kind of trendy and like Korea is kind of described as like a little bit of a grubbier kind of Osaka for a lot of Japanese people. So yeah, it's like a bit. It's like spicy Japan is how we describe it over here.
Spicy. Well, the thing is, the food is superior. I mean, just straight up. Like, if we're gonna go into like a food war, like Korea definitely wins. I mean, because I think people say, "Oh, I love Japanese food," but they're like, you really love one specific thing. And like, for example, for me, I like nigiri. Specifically, I like nigiri, right? But I don't eat it every single meal, right? I eat it maybe once or twice a week maximum. And this is over here in Asia where it's fresh and high quality and great, right? Once or twice a week maximum, but I could not eat like udon, and I love udon.
Really?
I was just talking about having the tonkatsu, but I could not eat Japanese food every single day. It's too bland. It's way too bland.
Yeah, I think it's too bland because we live in Korea where it's just the land of pepper paste, pepper flakes, pepper powder, pepper this. Everything has red.
I love
everything
that,
has red
though.
pepper.
I love red. Red is my color.
I do too. But you go to Japan, and I think there's some very nuanced flavors in Japan.
Like doo-doo brown. I mean, their curry is doo-doo brown.
But Korea didn't they just get chilies from like America?
Well, okay, no, boy, there's another fucking thing.
Like kimchi didn't used to be spicy. That's like a very recent, like it's like 200 years old spice.
No, where that comes from? I mean, all chili peppers are South American in origin. Koreans like to say that it's their food. But I actually used to have. There was somebody did a PhD thesis about 30 years ago about the trade route that took red peppers from South America to China. It was the Dutch. The Dutch brought it from South America back to what's that place over there? Europe? Yeah, back to Europe. I'm not drunk yet. Brought it back to Europe, and then it went along into China. And Marco Polo and everybody else, they kind of brought it through, and then it ended up in China, where in Buddhist theology and philosophy, red is the color that chases the evil spirits away. So they would put the red pepper in the food to chase the spirits away, and then the Koreans adopted that and just took it to a whole nother fucking level. So yeah,
because the thing about Korea is it's the land of fucking extreme. It's extreme one thing or another. Either you're doing the foo-foo emotional shit, or it's zombies that are ripping your fucking entrails out.
It's hot or cold.
There's a total extreme.
In everything, politics, religion, society, it's hot or cold. There is no lukewarm in the Korean culture.
Yes, very much so.
So
that makes sense. I've only been to Korea once, but I had a great time. And
you need to come again.
And apparently, I think for Japan the restrictions just got updated, right? Am I correct on that?
Yeah, today.
Yes, from September 7th, you can come to Japan now, provided that your tourism agency in your country makes an itinerary for you. Now, if you don't stick to the itinerary, I don't know if they actually check up on you. And hypothetically, if you have a tourist agency,
basically,
to vouch for you, you can essentially just do whatever you want in Japan.
Right, so they can just say, I mean, like in terms of itinerary, like okay, they just booked the hotel for me.
If you want to say like I want to spend 1 week in Tokyo, I'm not going to leave Tokyo, you could do that.
Right, and they're probably not going to track you. If like I get on the train and like go to whatever, like Osaka, they're probably not going to be like, oh shit, Gaijin on the loose. Like they're probably not going to really care.
I've never been carded in years in Japan. I only know one person that's ever had their actual ID or visa status checked, and that was the guy that was making a right asshole of himself. So no, like Japanese people kind of they're aware of foreigners, but they kind of just ignore them. So you're almost like walking around as a ghost, essentially.
That's what I honestly love and respect that about Japan. Here as a foreigner in Korea, everybody looks at you. Everybody stares at you. You go into a supermarket.
I was stared at today like 9 times.
Well, you're just a tall fucker. People would stare at you in America. And I'm fat, so they'd stare at me because I'm a fat fuck. But
in the countryside, people would stare at you, sure. But like in the major cities like Kyoto, Osaka, Tokyo, that's not going to happen. People.
You go into a supermarket, the same supermarket as everyone else in the supermarket is in. You're pushing your cart, and people will look in your cart to see what the foreigner has in his shopping cart. I'm like, motherfucker, it's the same store. It's the same shit you have in your cart. I don't like have a bottle of Jew baby blood in here or something that I'm eating. It's the same shit. And I've actually had people literally reach into my cart and move something to look to see what was under it.
It's a perfectly normal cart of 20 soju bottles. What are you looking at?
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I mean, on the one hand, you go into a Korean restaurant and they will do their best to not speak to you in Korean. They will try to speak to you in English, and it's horrific English, and you can't understand the thing you're saying. You're like, please just speak Korean to me. It'll make it go a lot easier. But I respect the fact that when I'm in Japan, it's like, you're the foreigner here, pal. You don't speak Japanese. That's your own damn fault. And like you were saying, nobody stares at me. It is literally that feeling of someone staring through you in Japan.
Yeah,
like you don't even warrant registering on the Japanese radar. It's like you're just not here.
They're much too busy doing overtime to care about what you're doing.
Yeah. Right. And I respect that position. It's like, don't bow down to whitey when when they come to your restaurant in Korea. Make them speak Korean. I'm all for that. And that's what I love about Japan. It's just that you're here. This is our country, because that's very American too. You're in America, speak English, motherfucker. You're in Japan, speak Japanese. If you don't speak Japanese, that's your fault. It's not my problem to make myself accommodate your linguistic inabilities. I respect that.
Well, Japanese people are terrified of speaking English. So like you can get away with a lot of stuff. Like they call it the gaijin smash, where it's like the police will literally ignore you because they don't speak enough English, and they're really worried about, being embarrassed by not being able to communicate with you. So they will literally avoid you unless you're doing something so egregious that they actually have to do it, or they have some sort of something to prove,
I think we get Korea, Jeff, I think we get like the Weigugan pass, right? We get the little bit of the foreigner pass, right?
Yeah, it's the only privilege I've ever experienced here. White privilege, I've never experienced it. Because
no, just foreigner, just being a foreigner.
Yeah,
and they
there's
don't want to fuck
privilege
with you because they can't explain it. They're like, our English isn't perfect. I don't want to explain it to you, so I'm gonna let you go. I just want to get you out of my face.
Yeah, the police will pull you over for some traffic infraction. You roll down the window. They walk up and they're just like, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's advantages to not speaking Korean. And that's it. If you speak Korean and in Korean say, gee, officer, what seems to be the problem? You're fucked.
Yeah.
Just have to pretend there's no communication going on. But then suddenly you'll find like some Korean policeman who is educated at Oxford or some shit. But that's few and far between.
Like randomly out of nowhere, who's like confident in English and educated. Because here's the thing, they can be fully educated. They can have taken English all their lives. They can have studied abroad, and they will still not be confident because they want to be perfect. They don't want to make a single mistake.
Well, we were talking about K-pop a second ago before I got us off track.
Right.
Now, in the world of K-pop, even though they've officially broken up, BTS is still the king of the damn hill. And if you put a gun to my head and asked me to identify if a song was BTS or not, you'd have to shoot me in the head because I wouldn't know. Because I give less than zero fucks about Korean pop, and especially BTS, but I'm not. BTS is awesome. I love BTS. Please, you do not talk shit about K-pop.
BTS fans are so rabid that I could see that you were trying to appease them there. Like, because if you say anything about BTS, they get crazy.
You're fucking dead. You're dead. You're dead, motherfucker.
Yes, like behind the scenes, if you're talking about like some BTS, if you have like a video that's like entitled like, I don't know, like it's like Avengers BTS or something, you'll have BTS fans will go into the comments like, why are you talking about my Korean K-pop band and your thing? Like they are rabid and insane.
And even the Korean ones are too. So you just get, I mean, if anything negative about BTS in specific or K-pop in general, it's not a winning argument. Don't do it. Keep your thoughts to yourself. As Legal Mindset said, just shut the fuck up. But now in Korea, we have the Koreans have a minimum mandatory conscription service for the army, for the military. Everyone has a mandatory responsibility to go in the military.
It's like 2 years or something, right?
I think it's like 18 months. I haven't kept track. It used to be like 3 years. 18 months.
I used to watch a lot of StarCraft in Korea.
Yeah.
And they always had like the best players were like, they were always saying like, this guy's he's the best in the world, but he has to do his military service or something. And Korea was trying to make it that esports players didn't have to do their military service because it counts as like contributing to the nation. I think like a lot of Korean sports stars actually don't have to do their military service because of things like they're in the Olympics or something. And they were trying to.
Is there mandatory military service in Japan?
No. Japan technically doesn't have an army; they have a self-defense force. It may have changed recently. I know
they're trying to change that. They're trying to change that article, right?
Yeah, but no, it's completely voluntary. And
well, there's a news article. Let's take a peek at this news article. This is a new thing. because the question now is whether BTS members, they're all military age right now. The question is whether they should be given a waiver for military service. And we're starting this out from the basic position that every Korean male is required to go into military service. And so this is the article here. And BTS could make BTS Army literally by forcing the world's biggest boy band to serve in the military. Not forcing, they have a legal duty to do it. The question is whether we should give them the waiver. And frankly, I couldn't give a single fuck whether or not these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people, 7 kids, however the fuck many of them there are, serve. But it is such a hot topic here that, again, as we were just talking about, Koreans are hot or cold. There is no lukewarm. There is this way overbearing. Whoa, what the fuck is that a picture of?
This is the worst feet that I've ever seen.
I hope those are bottom of feet. I hope those are bottom of feet.
There's degenerates in chat that are very happy right now.
Yeah,
okay,
they're about it.
That's the bottom of feet. Okay, good. I was concerned by what the fuck that
I
picture
was gonna make a joke about the Korean girl that was there, but then it changed to the feet pics. So
yeah. It took me a while to figure out those were feet. Thank fuck for that.
You can always tell if it's Korea. It's feet, it's anime girls, big boobs, plastic surgery commercials. I mean,
that was so funny when there was that guy that was commenting on your video, Andrew, and he was like, "Why has he got these like hentai anime girls thing?" I was like, "Dude, he lives in Korea."
Yeah,
right. It's like webtoon version,
kind of exposing himself as being not understanding other people outside.
And it's probably an advertisement
in Asia.
And it's probably an advertisement for like notebooks or KFC or something random like that. But no, I mean, this is the issue here, whether they should be exempt from the country's mandatory military service. BTS's oldest member, Kim Suk-jin, commonly known as Jin, is the first in line. Now there's the public, I mean, this is it right here. This is the South Korean culture minister. This is so over the top. BTS military service would be a national loss and a cultural loss for mankind. If they were forced to go into the military for like a year and a half, it would be a cultural loss for mankind. I mean, that's a bit extreme. Look up hyperbole in the dictionary, and this phrase had better goddamn well be there. So just in case you were wondering, if BTS is forced to do military service, it will be a cultural loss for mankind.
I can confidently say that I've never listened to a BTS song. Are they any good?
I accidentally hear them and people go, "Oh, yeah, here we are. Yeah, at least 18 months." So yeah, I mean, I don't listen to it, and I'll hear something and someone will go, I'll go, okay, cool, that's a BTS fan. All right, whatever.
Is that regular months or is that Korean 18 months?
See, you know what I learned when I was talking with Meme? That in Japan, they're like, oh yeah, I met a girl. She was Korean 18. And I'm like, motherfucker, like that's
Japanese people make that joke. They do.
Their age of consent is lower than Korea. And they make that
it can't be.
Federal
the age of consent in Korea is 13.
No.
Yes, it is.
Is it?
Unless they've changed it in the last few years. It used to be 13 was the age of consent.
That's the federal level
in according to
but every state has or city has an ordinance that it's
previously it was 13.
I hope it's higher than that now. 20 is a bit extreme, but
yeah.
But I mean, the former culture minister, said South Korea and the world stand to lose. The world stands to lose if BTS has to suspend their activity. They've already suspended their fucking activities for military service.
I thought they planned to do that. Yeah,
they have, but they haven't. Korea is vying for the 2030 World Expo. BTS next month is going to be putting on a free concert here in Busan. It was going to be out in one of the beaches just north of Busan, but all the BTS army was up in arms. Or it's a temporary stage. It might be dangerous for them to dance on, so they moved it to the main Asiad Olympic sports complex in the middle of town. Now people are
coming and abducting BTS or something out of the waters.
Well, now
They're
people are
just being
freaking
weird.
out because they were expecting about 100,000 people for the concert on the beach, but the venue they're in now will only allow 60,000 people. So, panic. But so the world stands to lose if BTS has to suspend their activities for military service at a time when their achievements in promoting national prestige and their skills are at their peak. They visited the White House. Do you think Joe Biden actually remembers them visiting the White House?
No.
I remember the smell.
They smell flowery fresh.
Hey, these Korean girls are pretty good. They smell pretty nice. They're
Very nice.
I mean, if these guys go to the military, they're going to get like in the military band or something, like wussy shit like that. So BTS first shot to fame in South Korea 9 years ago as Dirty Spoon idols because they were represented by a small indebted entertainment firm. Kudos to them for making what they have made of themselves, but I really question whether it would be a loss to mankind if they had to do mandatory military service for 18 months. And see, my thing is, if that's what the law says, that's what you fucking do.
Yeah.
You know it before you become an idol. And that's one of the reasons why my son wanted to go to America. He said, I don't want to be told I have to go into the military. I want the option if I want to or not. Yes, but I don't want to be forced into it. And now because I fucked up his visa, he really can't visit Korea until he's 34. Sorry, son.
Or he'll have to serve. Oh no.
Voodoo Betty G. Thank you so much for the super chat. There has been other celebs who have been crucified for trying to get exemptions for dodging service. Fans sob and pass out waiting to send them off. Yeah, there was another singer because I've had way too much. I haven't had way too much alcohol. I've had way more than I planned on having. That's different.
I think you got one shot you still owe.
No, I took it. I took Diane's while you guys were talking. No, there was one Korean singer, and his name for some reason just totally escapes my brain. He went to America and went to study, and then he came back to Korea, and he was literally just crucified. And by literally, I mean figuratively. Was crucified for dodging military service, and he had to go do military service to repent and make up for his oversights. Yeah. So, I mean, military service, because it's something that everybody has to do, if you don't do it, you're sort of ostracized in society. I mean, that if any group of guys for any length of time get together, like for a lunch or dinner at a bar, conversation inevitably goes back to the one common denominator, which is their military service. And if you can't share in that military service conversation, you're kind of out of it. And a lot of businesses won't hire you if you've been exempted. I mean, it's a rite of passage that if you don't participate in, you are at a very distinct social disadvantage here.
So it's my understanding that it's all men that have to do military service. Is there any push in Korea for the women to do their military service to make everything equul?
Occasionally, but not really.
Only if they've had the axe wound.
Oh no. Oh, no.
Well, there's a Hadi Soo was the first public trans woman in Korea, and that was like a big deal. I mean, the laws may have changed, but as recently as I remember, trans people cannot change their national ID card to reflect their new gender. So you still have that problem to deal with. But yeah, the question is whether someone who is a trans woman still has to do military service or not.
I would say they do, but I mean that's just because I think they wouldn't want to incentivize people dodging.
Korean culture is so vibrant that the national ID card reflects reality. That's very unique to Korean culture.
Yeah. And where is this? Korean Transformers. I didn't realize. I never thought that was a thing. No,
I mean, it's not Thailand. We're not on that level.
Yeah. Well, it depends how old the person you're talking to is. If you talk to someone over, say, 35, they still hold the line that there's no gay people in Korea. There's no gays. There's no gays in Korea.
Or Russia.
Japan is actually like being gay is kind of like a fetish. Like you'll get married, have kids with a woman, and then you'll be gay on the side, sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's basically a hobby.
And well, because of like the hottie Sue we were talking about a minute ago, it's sort of kind of come into the national conscience a little bit, but that's something that celebrities do, and it's not something that like really happens out in real life. So yeah, there's no gays in Korea, and there's a Korean celebrity named Hong Suk-chan who used to own a lot of restaurants in Itaewon, by the way, in that back alley where we walked last time I was with you, Legal Mindset, there behind the Hamilton Hotel. He owned a lot of restaurants. He had to open these restaurants. Just Flux says that's called vang, a cheating asshole. Being. Okay, that's just called being a cheating asshole. Hong Suk-chan was forced to open these restaurants because he came out as gay on national TV, and he was instantly banned from ever being on a TV broadcast, ever, being out there in public media. He was just blacklisted and banned outright. So he had to look for other sources of income. But everybody's like, Hong Suk-chan, dude, just any Westerner would look at him and say, this guy is as gay as the day is long. And the fact that you didn't understand this is ridiculous. But they're still like so shocked that he would come out, and then he got the official ban hammer. And then once everyone stuck with him and supported his restaurants, then he got back on TV. I mean, it was 10 or 15 years before he got back on TV. And now he's kind of back to the iconic status. But it just crushed him. So yeah, I mean, and then transgender thing, it's kind of coming into the social issue again here. It's just a thing. But it's interesting you're saying that's like fetishized in Japan.
Well, no, it's not. I wouldn't say fetishized. I'd say it is a fetish. It's like you have straight people that have a gay fetish. So they don't. No one really identifies as gay. They just like they have their wife, they have their kids, and then on the side, like on weekends or something, they're also indulging in their gay fetish. They never admit to being gay. It's very rare.
Is that like a younger generation thing or an older generation thing?
I mean, there's definitely a younger push for more acceptance. I think one of the Japanese, it might have been Osaka actually, because Osaka is very. It's funny. Osaka is like the friendliest kind of like the party place of Japan, but the officials are always going for the most like conservative sort of policies. I think they actually just denied same-sex marriage in Osaka. I think it's approved in Tokyo. I'm not entirely sure because Japan has sort of a prefecture system, which is kind of like American states. So they have about 50, I think it's 50 prefectures, like Osaka, Tokyo, Akita, those sort of places. And they have we have a federal law, and then we also have our own prefectural law as well.
Akita has some good dogs there too.
Apparently, Akita is one of the most beautiful parts of Japan, and also has some of the most beautiful women. I've never been up there, so I haven't confirmed yet. But I haven't spent a lot of time.
Jordan Crow says, I knew a Korean dude. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. I knew a Korean dude in college that was forced to go back home to serve. He didn't want to go. He tried to stay in the U.S. so he didn't have to serve. Well, that's kind of what my son is doing.
I feel like you can't go back, though. That's the whole thing. Like, if you go back, you're fucked, right? I mean, that's the whole issue.
Well, that was the whole deal with my. That's where my son stands in the whole grand scheme of things. He's 21. He'll be 22 in November, and that's 21 is like Korean military entrance age. And what the ramifications are is after 24 years of age, if you're out of the country and after you turn 24, if you return to Korea for any fucking reason whatsoever, you will be taken straight from the immigration check-in line to recruit in processing at the Korean military. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. You were just like instantly transported from the airport to recruit training. Unless you have a special visa issued by the Korean government saying that you will not be in Korea for more than 6 months, you will not work in Korea for 6 months, you will not do anything other than be a tourist for 6 months. And that lasts until you are 34 years of age.
I see.
And so basically my son, if he ever comes to Korea between 24 and 34, or maybe it's 36, 24, I think it's 34. Between 24 and 34, he has to get a special visa with these provisos in it. Otherwise, it's just straight off to boot camp with you. And that's like a legitimate problem that a lot of people who adopt Korean children don't do and don't appreciate. They don't know, and because they're not told that they have to specifically give up their child's Korean citizenship. They have to make a specific declaration of abandoning his Korean citizenship before April of the year he turns 18. If they don't, he is a Korean citizen forever and ever and ever. And there's a fuck ton of Korean adoptees that when they get in their 20s, they want to go back to Korea. They get out of college.
Right.
They want to explore
to
their
connect
roots.
with their roots, right? Yeah.
And they get to the airport and they're like, holy fuck, I'm on a bus to go join the Korean army. And there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. And it's just because
they want to experience Korean culture.
yeah, they'll really experience
conscription, Korean culture, #1 best Korea.
And it happens. I mean, it's especially horrific when you get like some English teacher that'll marry a Korean girl and, you know, they have their child and then they don't do this. So you'll get some redheaded Korean guy who doesn't speak a word of Korean, who goes back to visit his auntie, and then he's fucked for the next 18 years of his life in the Korean military. And he doesn't speak a word of Korean. You know, he doesn't have a Korean name. He knows nobody in the country, and he's just there. And they do not give a shit.
Korea doesn't have dual citizenship or anything like that?
No, Korea does not allow. If Korea allowed dual citizenship, I would be in line for Korean citizenship tomorrow.
I see.
But if you get Korean citizenship, you have to formally renounce your native citizenship within 6 months.
Yeah, that's pretty similar to Japan. Like, if you can leave Japan and renounce your citizenship, but they don't allow two. Fortunately, I'm actually a double citizen with New Zealand and Australia, so it gives me quite a lot of.
Now you're a native New Zealander, right?
Well, my mother's from New Zealand, my father's from Australia. I was born in Australia, and I lived there for about 10 years before moving to New Zealand. But Commonwealth countries are all very fluid about that. Like, we can kind of go between them, so very easily between like UK, that sort of thing.
Diana Dodson, shame on you. Shame on you, you degenerate woman. Good night for you. Good morning for me. Love you guys. $100 super chat. Here goes the soju shot. Oh, fuck me.
That looks like a good one.
Doing it. No, the one he's doing is a good one. Actually, I was showing a meme. I have the same one. Huayo. That's
my pussy.
I recognize that one. That's the thing. I haven't tried that one. I got to
It's really good. You need to try it.
It's the only soju I'll drink. Hands
It's really
down.
good. It's really clean, clear.
But this was from a restaurant that, like, I was with a group of friends and none of them wanted to drink it because 17% is just too strong.
What the fuck?
I'm like, all right, I'll take it home. But Andrew's got the 25%. They have a 41%.
Yes,
and just this
testicles.
year, and next time you leave the country, I would desperately appreciate if you would smuggle me back in a bottle. They've just started releasing it in the duty-free shops, a 51% Huayo.
I will get that for you next time I'm in and out, which may be very soon, actually. Especially if I'm going to Japan.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Meme, try to find some travel agencies that do bookings, and I will.
I think you can book the travel agency from Korea. That's what I'm saying.
No, I think the travel agency has to be in Japan. I think I just looked it up.
No,
I
thought we had
no.
outside of Japan.
The reading of the rule is it has to be a Japanese travel agency.
There's a lot of misinformation about it, so I'll have to check that up. But you probably
it just started today.
Yeah, it just started today.
Diana,
We'll figure it out.
are you joining me for this, Andrew, or are you just sucking on that weird can of Oktoberfest beer?
That's not my stream, man. It's your stream to get drunk. Go, do your thing. I drank my shot earlier to hold the people off.
Well, see, Meme does his drunk things, but he doesn't show his face, so we don't know if he's actually drinking or not.
He's sober the entire time.
I wish that was the case.
Especially when he's drawing dicks at 1 o'clock in the morning with Max Mira. Especially
that was
then.
so fun. We did this. Go back and watch Meme Copium's deal. Was it Saturday night? It was Thursday night.
No, it was Friday. I do it on Fridays. Yeah,
because I had to leave to go do my drunk stream.
We might do another one on this Friday if you want to come along.
Yeah, if I can, I will. Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great game.
It was just what's the game?
Gartic Phone. So it's a free browser game where you get to draw with friends. It's so funny. But it's only funny if you're playing with people that don't get offended. Like, I played it once with people that got like, You can't draw that. That's offensive.
Literally, we all drew Max as a guy with a sakat, like the rice paddy hat, which Japanese don't even wear. But he's wearing a rice paddy hat and like I kept shading him yellow, which like everybody immediately knew it was Max.
That's the funniest thing. Everybody immediately knows who it is when we draw it like that. That's
well, and independently, I was only there for the first game because I had to come here and do my drunk stream, which just went totally off the rails. But the first game, independently, I think 3 of the 6 of us drew pictures involving uncivil law Kurt.
Oh no!
No, there were a lot of Kurts.
We played. There's like different versions of it, and one of them is like an animation. And
somebody Kurt as Sonichu.
That's right. But someone on the animation one, someone didn't draw anything, and then somebody drew like a dot, and it turned into like an embryo, like developing. We were playing with Grimm's bar, and I drew like it got up to like 6 weeks, 8 weeks, and then Grimm like aborted it with like a pair of like forceps like coming in the head. And you're like, Grimm, no!
You aborted it. Oh Lord!
It's funny. It was working so well, and I didn't see it coming. I was like, oh my god, how could that happen? Like.
Well, we talked about BTS, and God bless them, they're the greatest group that's ever graced humanity.
Yes, amazing.
It would be a serious loss to the culture of mankind if they had to do military service, in case you're asking.
Yes.
But now one of the guys, and like he's literally the only person I could name just because of everything reasons. Jimin is one of the guys. Jimin, he's from Busan. And like Andrew was saying, they have these shrines that their fans do. But Jimin is from Busan here, and on his birthday, his fans pay money to put on a Jimin Happy Birthday fireworks festival on 3 separate beaches that unquestionably cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I was going to say, like a fireworks display costs something in the range of $100,000 to $200,000.
Yeah, this isn't like, they have some sparklers and a few Roman candles. This is a full-on fucking fireworks festival that goes on 3 separate beaches at the same time. Are any of you familiar with Ollie London?
No.
Andrew?
No.
He's an English guy that came and taught English here for a year. And now he identifies as Korean. He's a transracial.
The transracial guy. Now I know. Yeah. Now I know who that guy is. Yes.
That's where we're going here. With this guy is just fucking insane.
Yep, I know exactly.
Hands down. Hands down.
Looks like an alien.
Yeah, he's like a nutter. But his deal is he loves Jimin. He loves Jimin to the fact that he married a cardboard cutout of Jimin. This is him. This is Ollie London. He married like a cardboard cutout of Jimin because he's a transracial Korean.
Got the Funko
that's
Pop
Jimin there.
Yeah, you need the Funko Pop.
Yeah, he's a British influencer, Ollie London, who went viral last year for getting cosmetic surgery to look like K-pop band BTS. Jimin.
I mean, I can't tell the difference.
He received
2 Jimins in the room, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so did they look the same to you? He went through. It was like $150,000 worth of plastic surgery to look like Jimin here.
I mean, if you want to piss away $150,000, you can just send it to my stream.
Oh, $250,000 says on 20 cosmetic surgeries to achieve their. I'm 53 years old and I live in a country that gives less than 0 shits about pronouns. So I'm really bad about respecting pronouns. I don't do it.
I will take back the thing that I said I liked earlier about Korea and add in that I don't need to give a fuck about offending anybody because like either A, they don't understand English, or B, they really don't care. Yeah. And the only person who I might piss off is some random English teacher, and I dare them to step to me. I fucking dare them to step to me. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, so he announced in June 2021 that he identified as transracial, leading to a wave of backlash. He said, last year when I actually shared my story, that was horrendous. Like I was in Beverly Hills. I didn't leave my hotel. He said, Beverly Hills, you poor fuck. I didn't leave my hotel for a week because the abuse was really, really bad. So many DM messages saying, we know exactly where you're coming. We're coming to shoot you, which I completely disagree. Listen to this. This is shit that actually happened. Now, transgender, I am totally behind that. If that's your thing, if that's how you identify, who the fuck am I to tell you that, that's not how you identify? But when you're going this transracial shit, like what the fuck Dolezal that identified as black and somehow became an NCAA. Wait.
Is Elizabeth
That's
Warren
sports.
is Elizabeth Warren still identifying as
NAACP? The NCAA, that's sport. That's sports.
I mean, I agree with you for the next 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Okay.
안녕하세요. 저는 지민입니다.
He calls himself Jimin. He says, hello, I'm Jimin, in really, 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 really fucking horrific Korean.
Yeah, not good.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm finally Korean. I've transitioned. I'm so happy. I've completed my look. I'm finally Korean, guys. I have the eyes. Just had a brow lift as well. So I'm so happy. Finally, I've been trapped in the wrong body for 8 years. And that's the worst feeling in the world, when you're trapped and you don't feel like you can be yourself. But finally, I'm Korean. I can be myself. And I'm so happy.
He's literally saying, dudes, I made my eyes squinty. I'm Korean now.
Yes,
exactly. And he talks about he went through a Britney moment where he shaved half of his head because he was panicky.
Whoa!
No, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Wait, no, that's in the next article. Legal, Andrew, hang on. That's in the next article. Hang on. That's in the next article.
You can't
hang
tease
on.
that one, Vices. You can't tease. I saw it.
We'll get there in just a second.
Okay.
I'll do
There's
anything to be
an
100%
emoji.
Korean. I'll do 100% Korean, anything literally Korean to be 100%. Yeah. It's not the first time. Yes. When London posted a picture, blah, blah, blah. Now, this is a thing.
Oh my God.
He fucked up big time here if he hadn't already fucked up. When London posted a picture of the Republic of Korea's flag edited together with the colors of the LGBTQ plus flag in June 2021, there was huge online opposition from Koreans because their flag, known as Taegukgi, has their own cultural significance, according to Republic of Korea's Ministry of Interior and Safety. So he made this flag.
I bet the Koreans hated this. I bet they hated this.
Oh, yes.
Huge. As we said at the beginning, Koreans are extraordinarily proud and nationalistic. If we go back to the 1988 Olympics, I mean, that's how NBC royally fucked up. Because there was two big major scandals during the 1988 Seoul Olympics. One of them was Roy Jones Jr. lost the gold medal round to a Korean, where it later came out that hands down, I mean, he beat the living shit out of the Korean competitor. And
pronouns. Look at those pronouns. They, them, core,
and Ian.
Core and Ian, yeah. But Roy Jones Jr., one of the greatest boxers ever to live in the history of mankind, lost a bout to the Koreans, and it later came out that the judges had been bought off. The judges had been bought off to give the gold medal to a Korean. I mean, it was such a beatdown that there was no question that the Korean guy lost. And so because of that, let's see. God, I thought I saved this somewhere. I must have deleted it. Oh, here we are. Yeah. All right. There was two incidents. There was the Roy Jones Jr. thing, and then there was another bout with I can't remember who either one of the participants were, but the judges gave the referee gave the Korean boxer a point penalty, which cost him the match. And immediately after the match finished, the Korean guy's coach and trainers jumped into the ring and beat the living shit out of the referee. And the Korean guy sat in the ring for hours. Everybody had left. The place went dark, and he was still refusing to leave the ring. And because of that, we'll bump out of this for a second. Because of that, NBC, who was broadcasting the Olympics, went into Itaewon and created a T-shirt. And it says here, NBC disfigures the Korean national flag taegugi on T-shirts. They made this T-shirt that says, "We are boxing, we're bad," and on the back it had the Korean flag with two boxers in it. And Korea went fucking nuts. You do not fuck with the Korean flag at all, under any circumstances. And this Ollie character, he made the LGBTQ plus Korean flag, which sent everybody over the edge. You do not do this shit. And that shows you how much this trans Korean understands about the Korean culture he participated in for 1 year. I've been here 33 years.
Well,
And
why was he here? Was he an English teacher here? What was he doing?
Yes, he was an English teacher here.
There's like a growing number of Western women that are kind of trying to become like trans Korean, basically. Like they don't go all the way like this dude, but they
no. Meme. Can confirm, because even on a lot of the dating apps, when we know just browsing around, if you look at any of these girls, right? You look at any of these girls, whether they're white, black, Hispanic, whatever. When they come to Korea, they always Koreanize themselves. They do makeup, they everything. Everything.
They start taking the kimchi pill and they completely change. It's different.
But that's
the kimchi
sheer
pill.
ignorance.
I like it. The kimchi pill. Yeah.
That is sheer ignorance.
And the funny thing is, vices, they don't realize that the guys that want to smash them because they're foreign. They don't want to smash them because they're Koreanish. They just want to check that card off the box. Like, oh, I fucked a white girl, a black girl, a blonde girl, redhead, whatever. They just want to check that off the list. They don't care if they're Korean style or not. They literally do not care at all.
Well, yeah, you want something unique. You don't want a crude simulacrum, right?
Right. Yeah. Some like what is it called? The uncanny valley, that middle ground between reality and fake. It's weird. It's odd.
And see, I mean, that's a thing that people who haven't been in Korea very long don't understand. There is a Korean wall, similar to like the glass ceiling we talk about in corporate America, where women just can't go above it. There is a legitimate Korean wall where, I mean, I've been here 34 years.
That's not the DMZ. That's not the DMZ.
Yeah.
Be very clear.
Yeah, it's not the DMZ. There is just this limit where Koreans will allow you to become Korean. There are two doctors. They're the London brothers. They are third generation born in Korea. Their grandparents came over here as missionaries, as Protestant missionaries. And their parents were born here, and they were born here, as far as I know. Two generations were born here. The third generation came here. One of them is the head of Yonsei University Hospital, or the Yonsei Samsung University Hospital. They do lots of work with North Korea and things, mercy missions. But even though they are third generation residents of Korea, they're still sort of kind of the foreigners that speak Korean really well. So no, you don't have it. You just don't have a chance. And I've been here 34 years, and still there's this wall where I'm only as Korean as the Koreans will allow me to be. At some point, if I'm with a Korean and I get in any dispute with another Korean, regardless of how petty or serious it is, my Korean friend will side with the Korean. And so you have to understand our unique situation. You have to understand our special mind. You have to understand this. So there is this limit, and these Korea weeboos and things, they don't understand that. So they do shit like make this flag without understanding, and you can't help but backlash. London told Newsweek they want to assimilate into Korean culture by being fluent in the language and becoming a Korean TV presenter. They will never be fluent enough in Korean. And that's the thing with any language. Any of you that have ever learned a foreign language can attest to the fact that the more you know about that language, the more you realize you don't know a fucking thing.
Yeah, Korean.
After 34 years, I'm
terrible.
yeah.
I can't deal with them.
That's why with people say, "Are you fluent in Korean?" I say it depends who you ask. If you ask a foreigner, I'm way fluent. If you ask a Korean, I'm a fucking idiot. Simple as that. And they would never allow someone like him to be a Korean TV presenter because he's a fuckwit.
Right.
My main goal is to support the Korean community and all those around the world who identify themselves in different ways. I mean, that's a lofty goal, but it doesn't happen.
We are gonna get to the part we missed, right? Right.
This is the next article. We're bringing this up right now.
Don't tease me, baby. Don't tease me.
And see, this is why he talks about, and again, whether or not trans men, trans women, whatever, whether or not that, I do not personally believe it's a mental illness. I just don't believe that. I believe I think there's a combination of nature and nurture, whatever, but that's not what we're going to get into. This transracial shit, though, I think that is a full-on you're fucked up in the head situation. Gender is, let's put the transgender issues aside and focus on transracial. That's fucked up. That's not a natural thing.
How can transracialism exist if there's only one race, the human race?
Well, okay. Okay. Pollyanna, cotton candy, punch and cookies guy. But all right. White influencer who got plastic surgery to look like a member of BTS and claims to be transracial issued an apology. We'll get to the apology in yet another video. See, he thinks he looks exactly like Jimin. He spent $250,000 to look exactly like Jimin.
I mean, he spent $250,000 to look like an alien stretched a person's skin over their face.
Yeah.
This is like if we talk about skinwalkers, this is an actual skinwalker.
Yes, this is literally descended from the nether realm.
And he prides himself, at least he used to. He would pride himself on looking exactly like Jimin and talk about how all Koreans love him and how all Koreans tell him he looks exactly like him. There's two things about that I really want to comment on. One of them, Koreans will not say something that they know you don't want to hear, just out of politeness and cultural sensitivity. They call it like kibun or like face. It's like they may think something, but they're not going to say that to your face because it would make you feel bad. There's that. And two, when Koreans have been asked by him, without exception, they think he's a fucking lunatic.
Yep. Yeah.
Koreans they've done street interviews with Koreans about him, and they think he's a fucking psychopathic lunatic. There's no way this guy could ever be accepted by Korean society as a Korean, as a foreign talent, anything, nothing. It's a complete fucking pipe dream, but he's convinced of it. And he is racist as fuck, but he is so deluded, he doesn't realize it.
Well, I mean, he literally said, I have the eyes. I have the squinty eyes. Now I'm Korean. Like,
exactly. It's like those kind of things.
It's real.
But honestly, I think meme may have it worse. I mean, we do have it pretty bad here, and there's a lot of the Korea boos. But I think the weeaboos, the weebs, I mean, Japan does take the cake for that. Like comparably, like with the folks that come over and think they know it, and they really don't. I think it's probably worse.
We're looking at that article Max sent us, right, with the Mr. Watashi, right? That was pure liquid cringe. Injected.
I fucking can't. I cannot.
Absolutely. And like, it's the same sort of thing, right? Like most of the Korea boos love Korea because they like K-pop, and most of the weeaboos love Japan because of the anime. Yeah. And anime is, I would say, much larger than K-pop, but K-pop is getting bigger every year.
And there's other Korean media like Squid Games and the film stuff like that. Sure. Parasite stuff like that's rising. And but I liked what you said, Meme, and I want to put this to Jeff to see if this kind of lines up with his experience, because you've been here for 34 years. I've been here just over 1 year. And wasn't it you, Meme, that said there's sort of like a what is it, 1, 3, 5, 7 is sort of the different cutoff points for people who kind of have their kind of oh wait, no, that might have been somebody else I was streaming with. I stream with too many people. Sorry, somebody else had told me that there's some cutoffs when you're abroad. And that's at like the 1 year, the 3 year, the 5 year, and the 7 year point. And if you can make it 7 years, you're like able to live somewhere. But
what I tell people about Korea is I've seen it across the board without exception. Because I mean, from what we would consider the West, which would be Europe and America, the Americas, Korean culture is so 100%. I mean, it's literally 180 degrees backwards from us. We're different. It's 180 degrees different. Shouldn't say backwards. Trigger word. 180 degrees backwards and different from what we are used to in the West. That everybody that comes here within 6 and think about your own experience, Legal Mindset, and tell me if you had this moment. Because literally, if you say no, you'll be the first person I've talked to in 34 years that hasn't.
Mm-hmm.
Within the first 6 months to 1 year, you will have a come to Jesus moment where you either just you don't understand a fucking thing that's going on around you, language wise, culture wise. You don't understand why people are doing this shit, how they're doing it, how this society functions. You come to a crisis point within the first 6 months to 1 year where you have to decide, okay, I'm just not going to ask any questions. I'm going to immerse myself. I'm just going to accept it as that's the way things get done, or I can't deal with this fucking bullshit. I'm out of here and I'm never coming back. There's this crisis of faith in the first 6 months to 1 year that will determine whether you just need to get the fuck out and never come back to Korea, or whether you get it and you can live here.
So I just as a preface, right? So obviously, and where maybe everybody doesn't know, I'll just say I have traveled a lot. Like I have been to over probably at this point like 43 countries. Like I've traveled a lot. Right now, I've been in Korea now longer than I've been in any given country. Right, and this is the longest time I've been in any other country, longest time I've lived abroad continuously. But I have traveled a lot, so I am under no delusion about what countries are like, and that there's pros and cons everywhere. Right, so I think I did not have that huge like, oh my God, this is totally not like. But I did have a moment just like that, and it was at about 6-7 months, and I was like, do I stay or do I go? And it wasn't that, and by the way, it wasn't that I was like, I'm going to go back and I'm going to give up on my plans for, living abroad and everything and having second residency. No, it was just, is this a country I can deal with or not? Right? Can I put up with this bullshit or can I not? Right? And I decided, yes, I can tolerate it. Right?
Well, you talked about it.
Meets my balance. Right?
You talked about it with your visit to immigration earlier today, and that's kind of one of the key points. That I talk to these people that they go to immigration, they're told they need another document. Like, motherfucker, you told me I didn't need this. What the fuck? I'm not going to give you this fucking document. Go ahead, get in a fight with an immigration officer. See how well that works out for you at the end of the day. Are you going to argue? Are you going to fight? Are you going to, I'm a big white man from another country. I'm going to fight you on this. Or are you going to go, all right, you want another fucking document? I'll give you another fucking document. All right.
Yep.
That's you go, all right, fuck me. You want another document? I think you're an asshole, but I'll go give you your other document.
Yeah, it's like, fuck you, but I'll give it to you. It's like, you're a piece of shit, and this is a bullshit process, but I'll do it because, it's immigration, and especially as a lawyer, you understand, Jeff, that's the one area of the law in any country, even in the United States, where it's the latitude is so wide. At the
absolutely
border,
arbitrary.
It's super arbitrary. It's like if they have a bad day, they can make your life fucking miserable. So the least you can do is not give them a hard time. Just do what they got to do, get past it, whatever it is, just fucking do it.
It's like arguing with a TSA agent in America. Go ahead, try it. See how that works out for you.
Yeah.
But I get people that they say, I've been here 6 months. I've been in 18 fights. I've been arrested twice. I've been thrown in the drunk tank for this. Well, what do I do? I've been here 34 years. I've been in 3 fights, all of which I should have just minded my own fucking business and not been there.
The people that get into fights in foreign countries, they get into the same amount of fights in their home country. You got to start. The common denominator is themselves, not the country.
Yeah.
Well,
go
ahead.
Oh no, I was going to say like TSA. So you mentioned TSA, right? I had in the U.S. I had a middle-aged, obvious like hitting the wall, white blonde woman in fucking Houston
hitting the wall.
Give me shit about having I think it was like my phone in my pocket, even though I was going through like the pre-check, and they usually don't give a shit about that or whatever. Yeah. Like she gave me shit, and I was like, in this moment, I could chew her out. I could give her Karen ass, making fucking $13 an hour, thinking that she's the Lord of the fucking Flies over here. I could rip her a new one, but she could also make my day a living hell, and she could slow me down. So I'm going to shut the fuck up and I'm going to do it. And you feel that a lot here too, right? Like you could do it. You have that power, but you have to choose not to do it sometimes.
Well, 2 totally unrelated things. Coming back from vacation at the end of August, or was the I guess it was the end of August.
That's right, because it had been a while. It'd been a while, right? Yeah. What was your biggest thing? So Jeff, because I said on my stream what I noticed, but what did you notice going to America and coming back to Korea?
Oh, Jesus Christ, the costs in America. The cost of anything in America, drinks, gas, everything. Korea used to be way more expensive. And it's like, I was thinking, I can't wait to go back to a Korean bar where I only have to pay $20 for a good cocktail, where it used to be exactly the opposite. Gas, oh, fuck me. But like when I was coming back through TSA in San Francisco, I had bought a bottle of very expensive whiskey. I bought a bottle of Glenmorangie Signet, which is like $250. And somehow they had kind of wanked up my transfer to where they didn't sign me straight through. They did me from Seoul to San Francisco and then San Francisco to Utah. I guess this was going.
They had to give you a stop off at those gay bars, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, usually when you transit, you just get off the plane, you go through immigration, you pick up your bags, go through customs, and then drop them off at the transfer point. But for some reason, they'd done something to where I actually had to take them out and recheck them in San Francisco. And I had my duty-free bag from Korea with this expensive whiskey in it. And the TSA people are like, oh, you're not allowed to have anything over 100 millimeters. And I said, look, we have two options. Either you understand what happened and I bought this in Korea and brought it through and there was a check-in problem, or I'm going to be that guy on YouTube that drinks an entire fucking bottle of whiskey in the TSA line because he's not going to throw a full bottle of expensive whiskey in the garbage. And he said, we actually had someone do that a while ago. And I said, yeah, you're going to have number two. And he checked everything, made sure I had the receipts and passed me on through. You just don't. If you argue with someone that has the authority to fuck you over, they're going to fuck you over. Simple. Just don't do it.
As someone that's never been to America, I'm fascinated by these stories of the legendary TSA agents. I almost want to go to America just to
just for TSA. Like literally you just pop through TSA, and you've got like your camera on, you're recording. They're like, sir, you got to turn that off while you're coming through. You're like, no, here we have the wild TSA in the native habitat.
There's three kinds. We don't care about you, we don't look at you, and we're angry. Those are the three kinds of TSA agents.
Because like in Australia, we make up random things sometimes just to scare foreigners, and I wonder if that was the same thing in America. That they make up TSA agents. Like
the TSA agents are they're the American Australian the equivalent of Australian drop bears.
I mean, you guys don't really think stingrays are real, right? We just made that up.
Yeah.
Total
The funny thing was my brother lived here in Korea with me for like 6-7 years. And one of his vacations, he went to the Outback. He went like to Queensland and went somewhere in the Outback just to hang out for a while. And the day that Steve Irwin died, I just got this random text from my brother that said, Steve Irwin dead, mission accomplished, returning to Korea.
That's a good dark joke. It's a good dark joke.
Yeah. But
see, that wasn't too soon. See, that was not too soon.
Well, it was like the same day he texted me. Because basically he was sitting in the outback of Australia, of Queensland, Australia, thinking, you know what? I'm sitting in a bar, getting drunk, watching sports on TV. I can do this back in my apartment in Korea for free. I think I'm done with my vacation.
I had a traumatic experience with a stingray as a child. So that day that Steve Irwin died, I had a lot of messages from my family telling me that about the stingrays, because they told me that stingrays were safe and you don't have to worry about them, because I stood on one as a child and it terrified me and I was traumatized by it. But eventually I got back into it. I got over it. But then they were always like, oh no, it's fine. You can go in the water. Stingrays aren't dangerous. Nobody's ever been even injured by a stingray. And then the second that Steve Irwin died, I got like 20 messages from family members saying like, yo, you were right. You were right.
We're sorry we almost killed you as a child.
Like we almost got you fucking yeeted as a child. Yeah.
Terry Pratchett wrote the greatest book ever called The Lost Continent.
It's one of my favorites. Yeah. It's a great one.
Yeah. And it's just kind of basically about the gods just created Australia as a joke, where it is like everything tries to kill you. But it's so true. It's like everything in Australia is just literally trying to kill you.
How many good lines in that book? It's like, are you taking the piss, mate? No, I'm leaving it here.
Yeah. But back to Ollie here. Ollie has also, I mean, there's been a couple of instead of sharing the screen, I canceled the screen.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
So you're getting to the surgery with the
Yep.
Yeah.
The
average
so
size.
And this is why he's racist. This is fucking ridiculous. Apart from the I got squinty eye surgery, therefore I'm Korean. He does this thing. He has 1 million TikTok followers. He publicly said he's undergone eye surgery, liposuction, and penis reduction surgery. Other procedures to look more Korean.
Penis reduction surgery. I think the other one had the quote that it was like the average in Korea is lower, so we gotta go lower, right?
They just take the tip.
How fucking racist is that?
What is involved in penis reduction surgery?
I don't want to know.
Involved. You know exactly what's involved. Man.
I don't want to know. I literally don't want to know.
Culture so ingrained in society, even when they're born, they leave a tip.
One of my favorite quotes comes from G. Gordon Liddy, who orchestrated the Watergate break-in for the FBI for the Nixon administration. He said, "I have a tattoo on my penis that reads FBI. Unless I'm excited, then it reads United States Government Department of Federal Investigation, Federal Bureau of Investigations." But he claims to have undergone testicular reduction ceremony because his balls were just too great and big for society. But how fucking racist is that to say I identify as Korean because I got squinty eye surgery and penis reduction surgery
and a small dick? I got yeah, exactly.
That's fucking bullshit.
Yeah. Oof. Bad takes, especially if honestly, if you wanted to be straight up Korean, you would make sure you get the surgery to have the Western eyes because that's what everybody does in Korea, right?
Yeah.
They go and get the eyelid surgery, right? So like if you really wanted to fit in, you get plastic surgery to look Western.
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like the grass is always greener on the other side of the fence or on the over the septic tank kind of thing. Koreans, everybody in Korea gets the double eyelid surgery. But one of the top cosmetic surgeries in America, at least, is to get like almond eyes. The almond eyes thing.
It's really weird.
Yeah, no, it's a thing. And he's just done this shit. This kind of we got to clear a few super chats here. Jeff, are you retiring there or in Utah? My ultimate plan is just kind of be like a bear in the woods. I'll just like go back to America and die somewhere. Burberry's, thank you so much for the super chat. There have been other celebs who have been crucified for trying to get exemptions for dodging service. Fans SOB passed out waiting to send them off. Yeah, we already read that one. Yeah, it's the guy I was talking about that I can't remember what his name was. Jordan Crow. I knew a Korean dude in college who was forced to go back home to surgery. We already read that one. Yeah, so I'm sorry, I'm duplicating things here. You get two first. Doral Ong, thank you so much for the super sticker. As always, it is so appreciated, and you have the cutest dog ever. Pope Rackets touched me. Thank you so much for the super chat. I didn't know you were half Korean. I'm half Korean and know this. A Korean chick needed to remind me these weirdos think they fly around the world. And also Eye Patch McCain, U.S. Ukraine flag stunt.
Oh yeah, that one was bad. That one was bad.
What is the Eye Patch McCain, U.S. Ukraine flag stunt?
So Eye Patch McCain is Crenshaw. He did a combination of the U.S. flag and the Ukrainian flag. Which was to me a fucking travesty, and that's something we should line people up against the wall for as well.
By the way, I forgot to do this at the beginning. I'm Gavin McGinnis, and I faked my arrest.
Yeah.
Gavin McGinnis 2 weeks ago pretended to be arrested on his live stream, and then photos started surfacing of him on a yacht in France.
I think I've seen enough Gavin McGinnis photos.
Yeah. WMMAC now. Thank you so much for the super chat. I had a friend who lived in Korea for years, spoke with a Busan accent. Busan accent rocks, but it drove him nuts when people acted surprised he knew how to use chopsticks. It got to him. Now he's a vagabond. He's like, you can use chopsticks? You can speak Korean? It's like, yeah, I've been here 34 years. If I didn't, you should shame me. Yeah,
that's
exactly.
The Ohashi Joju, like you can use the chopsticks well.
Yeah,
you get it every day.
Now the latest and the final thing we're going to talk about with Ollie London is he's apparently realized that he was suffering from mental issues, and he would gone extreme in marrying a cardboard cutout of Jimin and going through $250,000 of plastic surgery to look like Jimin. And he's so much happier now that he realizes that he was deluded and extra. And now he's very, very happy being engaged or having married someone who looks like Jimin. This is his apology. See, now he looks a little more feminine than Jimin. So he apologizes to BTS Jimin, Asian community, for unhealthy obsession. He identifies as gender fluid, transgender women using they, them pronouns. In popularity, he rose in popularity.
They, them,
blah, blah,
Korean, by the way, you know.
Yeah, Corey, was it Core and Ian?
Corey
yeah, and here's his apology.
Konnichiwa, kamusta. Thank you so much to everyone around
the
world.
Well, okay, I think he should be offended by using, he just offended Korea by using
So
konnichiwa.
today
you know?
is actually a video that I've never actually done before. It's something that's been on my mind for a long time, a long time.
This is a random selection on.
I just didn't know how to.
And notice how many edits there are in his apology.
Word it. So I've been really nervous about doing this. But basically, I have taken the last few months, taken some time to reflect on my actions, who I have become as a person, and who I want to be in the future. So as all of you guys know, I'm sure a lot of you have followed my journey. I've really, really struggled with my identity over the years, since I was actually a teenager at school, where I used to get bullied constantly. I mean, constantly, for the way I looked. People would, call me and like an animal name, like an elephant or a pig, about my nose because it was so big, or people would call me Shrek. And it was really hard to deal with, and I had really bad acne.
Tiniest fiddle right
well,
here.
So
Tiniest fucking fiddle here.
During school, I would not go out and play at lunchtime. I would just be in the classroom doing work and homework and studying, because I didn't want to be seen. I honestly felt like a monster, and I would have people calling me names. Just being really horrible. So that really affected my confidence. So that's kind of where my issues started with my self-confidence, my self-esteem. And that is what has led me to become who I am today. I've obviously had a lot of surgery. I've obviously had identity issues, which I'm sure you.
So, I mean, if you have to edit your apology like this, it's probably not a real apology. And he just basically goes on to say he realized it was an unhealthy obsession. He had these issues. He's sorry for doing this. He's sorry for basically being a Jimin stalker and co-opting him. But he's so happy now because he found a boyfriend who coincidentally looks like Jimin. But I mean, in that video, I thought he looked okay as he says he's gender non-fluid or whatever, but I mean, as a trans woman or whatever, I thought he looked okay in that video, much better than trying to look super Korean. Right. He will never be accepted, and it's a horrific thing. I don't understand it. I don't get the mindset. It's just, it's beyond me. But that's not
the mindset.
How you...
But the mindset is, and this works in the West, you can force somebody to accept you. We've gotten to this culture where you are forced to accept you. And if you are not accepted, they will use every tactic to force you to accept them. Look at what Keffels is doing, right now in Canada. And by the way, the law enforcement, the government, the society is backing that behavior up, that demented behavior up. You are forced to accept me, or I will delete all the opposition. I will ruin them. I will have them living on the streets. I'll have their children starving. That's something that can go down in the West. Here in Asia, you try to pull that shit in Korea or Japan, and they're just going to laugh at you. They're going to be like, if you don't like the way we do things here, you don't like, the fact that we're not going to accept you, no matter how trans Korean you are or trans Japanese, no matter how much anime you've watched, go the fuck home. I mean, they don't care. They're not going to put up with that.
Exactly. Go white pigu, basically.
Yeah, go white pigu. White pigu, go home. Yes.
Or elephant, they were called. But transgender issues, I have nothing to say about that. I don't know. That's a thing for you as an individual that I'm not going to get involved in. One way or the other, I'm a strict libertarian. Not the Alex Jones libertarian type, the strict libertarian where I'll pay my taxes, you fund the schools and fix the potholes in the fucking road, and leave me the fucking hell alone.
The problem is, Jeff, is that you're funding the schools that are training the teachers that now have mandatory training, which says that they have to encourage the kids to transition because that's what is part of the curriculum now. That's
my sister's a second grade teacher, so yeah, it's a sensitive topic for her. But yeah, I mean, this is like, I'm a libertarian. If two girls want to get together, fine. If two guys want to get together, fine. If someone wants to be, if someone identifies as something, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. Government, stay the fuck out of people's lives and bedrooms. Do the national shit. Leave everybody alone. But when it comes to this transracial shit, that to me, and maybe it's just because I'm an old boomer, idiot that doesn't understand, but it just screams therapy and needing some serious mental health counseling. I do not for a second buy into an argument of transracialism. Well, if I went out and said I identify as black, start dropping N-bombs in Harlem, what the fuck is going to happen to me?
Oh, I mean, the chat will start calling you based.
Well, the chat will start calling me based, but they can send flowers to the funeral home for me.
No, yeah, absolutely. So, but it's there's like a genetic component to your how you look, right? The racial makeup, and it's something you can't change. And it's no more can you become another race than you can become another animal. Like, it's completely impossible.
Well, I think it's a legitimate thing to like another culture, to follow another culture, but if you take that step and say I'm another race, I was born in the wrong racial body. Race, I mean, in that term, as it's being used, transracial, I believe, would be transcultural in that respect. I just don't for a second believe that your genetics, your racial genetics, you can't be like, oh, I'm Korean, but genetically I'm in the wrong body.
But they have to destroy every sacred cow, Jeff, and this is like one of the last ones they have to disassemble is race. It's the last frontier. It's the final frontier. They've won the gender battle, right? Whether we like it or not. But is that
jumping the shark? Again, gay, lesbian, bi, trans, I don't care, and I support you in that. I will support you in that. But is transracial, is that jumping the shark?
It's in Asia, maybe, but not in America. It's coming to the Western countries. Transracial is coming to the Western countries for sure.
This guy's name, Ollie. Like, you can do whatever you want. If he's an adult, he can get all this plastic surgery. He can get everything he wants. But there's, that's freedom. You can do whatever you want to yourself. But nobody is obligated to accept you for what you do. If you start acting like a weirdo, people are going to treat you like a weirdo, and that's their freedom. You can't force someone to accept a different sort of perception that you are a different race. You do it if you want to emulate it all you want. If you want to dress up in a hanbok, do you want to eat kimchi pills all day? If you want to watch all the K-pop, if you want to play all the StarCraft, that's fine. But if you say that you're Korean and someone says no, you're not Korean, you have to accept them what they say as well. That's their freedom.
Well, Chop Susie here says, nope, not with you on this one, Vices. Now, legitimately, I want to hear what you have to say about this. Well, why are you not with, where am I wrong? I'm old. I'm 53 years old. I admit to being set in a lot of my ways, but I can admit when I'm wrong, and I'm very, very willing to listen to other aspects of this. You talk to me, Chops. You send it, and please don't do it through a super chat. Just send it through the regular chat. Tell me what it is that you're not with me about. I don't get it. I honest to God don't get it, and I'm willing to listen to your opinion. And while you do, let me clear just a quick couple of these things. I know you've got to go soon, Andrews. Let me quickly say. I wish I was drunk. Is there more pros than cons to living? There's definitely way more pros to living here than cons.
Way more. I wouldn't be here if there were the pros do not outweigh the cons. Period.
Absolutely. Pope Rackets touched me. A bunch of freeloaders playing government picks with the flags. Yeah, you don't fuck with the country's flags. That's just kind of a general thing that I think we can all live by. Flux, thank you so much for this. I flirt with the idea of mandatory national service, but there's already too many snowflakes in the army. And as a former servicewoman, I think you have a legitimate stance that we need to listen to on that. Kelfrog, thank you so much for being the newest new member on my channel. Deeply appreciated, Cool Frog. You rock, and I look forward to being on your stream the next possible opportunity. Pope Rackets touched me. He should go play Korean north of the 38th. Yeah, see how that works out for you.
He would
Ollie.
not dare.
And Lady Autumn Sky, Alec Baldwin's wife is transracial.
We laugh at it,
Baldwin.
but here's the thing: there's actually a record number of non-Black and Hispanic students declaring themselves as Black or Hispanic. In fact, there's a bunch of great cases of Indian students, right? You know, not Native American as India, from India, right? Shaving their head, you know, putting Black on their you know, application to an Ivy League, and all of a sudden getting in. Right? Because, I mean, they're not really doing much screening on these, and they still are wildly discriminating. These colleges are wildly and openly discriminating, particularly against Asian students. That's something that's been kind of open and notorious in higher ed. So, I mean, if there's no barrier to entry, we're going to see more of this transracial shit in the West.
Well, Flux says transsexuals are jumping the shark. Just give me back my LGB.
That the most hilarious thing to me, Jeff, is that you're seeing the LGB community fight back against what's going on with the TQ, Two-Spirit, 2A. I mean, the acronym is like 16 digits long now. It's like a fucking, you know, the whole alphabet in Cyrillic, you know, over there. I mean, you're seeing people saying, okay, I was with you, but you're losing me here, right? You're losing me here in terms of what's the real goal.
I mean, what I'd say to that is, let them fight. Let
them fight. Yeah, I love the feminist versus the trans. It's like perfect, right? It's like just let it play out.
Yeah, I mean, they're unironically making me like J.K. Rowling.
Yes.
Pope Rackets touch me, says, nope, trans age is the last one, maps belong on the wall. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm willing to okay, Shop Susie again says race identity issues no more a mental disorder than gender identity. You can't pick which biology is more definite. Okay, so I thought you were saying that I was wrong in saying that gender identity is a legit thing, but race identity is not. I don't want to misunderstand you, but to me it seems you're saying like both are or both aren't, and I can't pick and choose which. I respect.
You can make an argument. Yeah, you can make.
To me, yeah, I mean, you know, the LGBT side of things I can really get behind. When you get into the Q and the plus part, I start to think that maybe there's more social issues and non-genetic issues involved. I think there's more nature than, I mean, there's more nurture than nature. I don't fucking know.
Well, I think
the
point is though, Jeff, is that like nowadays when they're saying that, you know, 55% in a study that they put out recently saying 55% of Gen Z is non-hetero. That's something that was just put out. I showed it in a teacher's training manual in Texas. Like, we have to say, okay, like there's some, let's add some reasonableness to it, right? That's not the case. Maybe it's 5%, right? Maybe it's 10%. Maybe it's 15 even. Maybe we're going crazy, right? But it sure as hell isn't 55%. That's ridiculous.
I think I mentioned it on that stream, actually, that I think the reason we're seeing like these numbers like 55% is that people, you know, like young people that are intelligent are noticing that there's these quantifiable benefits to identifying as one of these groups. And there's no cost saying that you are one of them. So why don't you just check it on the box and get the benefits and go on with your life?
Right. Okay. Chopsuey says both are, but do you mean like both are mental illnesses or both are biology? Because if you're saying both are mental illnesses, I don't know that I agree with that. If you're saying both are biological, I definitely don't agree with that. I think there's a split between the two, but you know, hey, that's the thing about people. We can disagree and still respect each other's opinions. You know, that's just it. And I'm not a fucking biologist like Duncan from, you know, whatever the fuck, you know, trickly poof shit comes from.
On YouTube, Duncan. Never, he could never lie to us, could he? He's true and honest.
Yes, 100% honest.
And you know, I don't know what his real name is, but I know it's not Duncan MacLeod because he's
ruining Highlander. I fucking love Highlander. I hate that he fucking ruined that.
Seriously, Highlander is one of the greatest movies ever made. It did not fucking age well. I tried to watch that with my son to tell him why it was the best movie ever, and it really, really, really sucks to watch now. But back in the 80s, that was the fucking shit. It started out with the Freebirds wrestling in Madison Square Garden. That was the best movie ever.
There's so many good movies that age well, right? Like Predator,
Yeah.
the original Predator, or like Jurassic Park, right? Age well. You know?
Jurassic Park's a good one, yeah, too.
Yeah, like, but that's not one that does.
Yeah, no, the effects were bad, the writing was bad, but I distinctly remember watching that in the theater, having it finished, watching out to the box office, buying another ticket, and walking straight back into that theater and watching it again. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Just the movie itself really didn't age well. And then they had to ruin it with 2 and 3. 3 was the worst movie that's ever been made.
I never even saw that. I
It's
saw
weird
two,
terraforming in the second one, like they're on Mars or Earth or something, and it's like
they're
trying to terraform the Earth. It's really weird.
Well, now before you got here, Meme Coping, we ran a poll. The poll was started by Kitty Cat. The question was, does legal mindset taste salty or sweet?
Before I bounce, I gotta hear the answer. Yeah, what's the answer?
75% said you taste salty.
Oh yeah. See, it's because I haven't had my pineapple. I haven't had my pineapple. If I'm going to be sweet, I gotta have my pineapple. I gotta have my pineapple. Now,
You have to drink the plum one. That's the best one from the Chummy Salt Generos.
Oh,
you gotta eat the pineapple at least a day before.
At least a day before. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, eat your pineapple. If I'm going to go out on anything, I think that's the message I got to go out on Legal Vices.
Oh, Christ.
I don't know if you want to keep it going, but, you know, I've got to bounce because I've got to wake up.
I'll go for a bit more. I got nothing to do.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you and Meme can chill. But thank you guys for having me. I'm going to be on.
Oh, Andrew, thank you for being here. It was great to have you on again. It's been a while.
You're my boy. I'm so glad your channel's doing well. I'm so glad people are bribing you for drinks now, so you can spend that money at a good whiskey bar in Busan, you know, which we will be at, I'm sure, sometime in the near future. But honestly,
Octavia says pineapple does work.
It does work. No,
pineapple pizza date.
It literally works. I mean,
yeah.
How many days
I've had compliments
to have an effect? Out of curiosity,
24 hours. 24 hours.
24 hours.
Really?
I have had pineapple compliments
and water.
Before.
And water.
Huh.
Drink a lot of water. No beer, no salty shit, none of that. Like that you gotta cut that shit out. Start eating the pineapple 24 hours before.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, on that note, guys, stay good, and I'll catch you all later.
All right, take care. Mimi, are you going to stick around for a while?
I mean, how long are you going to go for? I mean, if you're going to go for a while longer, I might grab a drink.
Like at least another 30 minutes. It could go longer than that. I don't know.
Yeah, let me just go grab something to get me on the same level as you, I guess. I'll be right back.
Oh, you're way behind if you're trying to get to my level.
Yeah. I think at least enjoy myself a bit more.
Yeah.
So
all right. I'll hit some super chats while you're gone. Europa Chronicles 499 saying that any sexual orientation than heterosexual is rooted in biology is absolutely absurd. Reproduction is a core tenet of biology. Reproduction is a core tenet of biology, but that doesn't mean there's not other genetic markers, genetic makeups out there. And again, let's just say whatever, you know, at the end of the day, if you identify as something other than you are, really, what the fuck does it hurt? You know, how the fuck does that hurt me? It doesn't affect me in the least. If two guys want to marry each other, fucking go for it. If two girls want to marry each other, fucking go for it. If, you know, coming from my Mormon background, if lots of people want to marry lots of other people, fucking go for it. It doesn't affect me at all. But when the government steps in and starts telling me by mandate that I have to refer to certain groups of people in a certain way, or I have to do certain things for other groups of people, that's when I start to call into question things. Deanna Dodson, hang on, let me pour another shot here.
I got a cold brew coffee mead that I've just racked.
Cold brew coffee mead?
Yeah, it turns out really well. It's kind of like a kind of a honey tasting Kahlua almost. It's around 15%, or well, I mean, usually like
really.
I'll say 10.
Do you use vodka in it or what?
No, it's just I ferment it myself. I just add I make some cold brew coffee.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
then I add.
I love cold. I have like a legit gigantic cold brew, like with the little spiral tubing and shit, over here. I love cold brew coffee. So you take the cold brew coffee and normally you would leave the cold brew coffee like in your fridge or something to ferment for a couple of weeks. But what do you do with it after that to make a mead?
So then you add enough honey. I mean, it could be any sugar, right? Like you could add, just actual sugar or grape juice, or I use honey because it's a mead. So for anything that uses 51% of its sugar source from a honey is considered a mead. And if it's like, 51% from sugar, then it's a wine. And then
are you saying you would take the coffee and like, if you have a liter of coffee, you'd use like 501 milliliters of honey, or how does that work?
No, just the sugar content. So however much like you could add sugar or anything, but basically for about a liter of cold brew coffee, I'd use about, let's say 250 to 350 grams of honey. Then you add some yeast. I just use bread yeast. I'm not a fancy guy.
Just like a package of yeast you would use to make bread with.
Yeah,
just
like
drop it in
3 to 5 grams of thing, and then I cut up. One thing is I use some. I do brew some tea and put it in there. Well, it adds a bit of the astringency, a bit of the mouthfeel that you get from like kind of a wine. And then I also chop up some raisins. It doesn't really add any nutrients, but it adds a bit more sugar and a bit of a nice taste. Then you leave it for about a month, and then you rack it
in the fridge or out of a fridge, or
no. It has to be at room temperature because the yeast has to survive. Like I do it in summer mostly. The best time for it. And then you just rack it off, let it sit for a while. And as it ages, it gets better and better and better. And the honey taste kind of fades away at the beginning, and then it comes back, and it gets really smooth. It's really good. It's a lot of fun.
Wow.
Yeah, if you come
so the alcohol comes exclusively from the yeast.
Yes. It's just homebrew.
And do you have to put it like in sealed bottles, like beer bottles or like latch top bottles?
Once you've finished the racking process, so the racking is when you drain away all the old yeast and raisins and things, and you're trying to just like letting all the debris settle down. Once you've racked it, you want to keep air exposure to the minimum. Otherwise, it's going to age it a little bit and give it a cardboardy taste, and you want to avoid that.
That sounds like way cool. I have no confidence to do that myself, but it sounds amazing.
No, it's actually super easy. I can send you a link if you want to get started on it.
Oh yeah, please, because I am a huge cold brew coffee guy. I just love it. Like iced coffee does nothing for me. You've got to cold brew it from the beginning and let it sit about 2 weeks before you just touch it. And for me, it's got to be like the ultimate cold brew is like an Ethiopia Irgachev G1, like Kokay or something like that. Just so good.
That's the best. That's what I really like about making mead is that you can have so much versatility in what you can have. My favorite one that I've had some really good ones, like I think like honey, apple, cinnamon. That's always a winner. The ancient orange mead is like a very basic mead. It's like an orange, clove, cinnamon, honey. That's a great one. My favorite one is a blueberry and rosemary mix. So you've got that sweetness from the blueberries and a bit of a herbal taste from the rosemary. It comes out so nice.
Wow.
Yeah, it's good.
That sounds amazing.
Cold brew one's really good though because it perks you up a little bit. Like there's a bit of caffeine in it, but then you also get the alcohol. So cheers.
Diana Dodson, tell me your favorite thing about living in Korea. My favorite thing about living in Korea, honestly, is I can be left alone when I want to be, and I can participate when I want to be. That to me is the favorite thing about it. What's your favorite thing about living in Japan?
Oh, for me, it's the countryside. I love to explore Japan's like versatile countryside, the islands. There's just so much here that's outside of this. Like I'm not a big city person. I love to get out there and just explore. And there's just so much beautiful things you can find, especially in the autumn. Just like the color and the vibrant environment. And I think Korea and Japan are very similar, kind of geographically, right? Like kind of similar landscapes.
Yeah. Did you take the shot yet? Yes, I just did. Yeah. So go ahead. Sorry.
But yeah, that's what it is. It's the countryside and the travel places.
My favorite place in Korea, for some reason, just the vibe of the place matches so well with me. It's a place called Haeinsa. It's Haeinsa Temple. It's almost right in the middle of the country. They have the Tripitaka Koreana Buddhist scripture. It's a UNESCO World Site. It's been there since like 1100, which we poor Americans, we can't wrap our minds around anything over 200 years old. It's been there basically for 1,000 fucking years. And what it is the Tripitaka Koreana is like the most comprehensive and complete set of Buddhist scriptures, like outside of India or something like that. And when Korea was being invaded by the Japanese back around that time, all of the monks went to this temple, Haeinsa, and they began carving printing plates for Buddhist scripture. And they were bas relief carving. So rather than carving the characters into the wood, they would carve the characters out from the wood. So the characters were raised, and because it was a printing press, it was designed to be, they would stick them in ink and then slap it on paper. They had to carve the characters backwards. Chinese characters had to be backwards, and they would carve the wood out from around the characters, so the characters were raised. And front and back of these panels that are about 80 centimeters each, and there's about 81,000 of these wooden panels that they keep in Haeinsa Temple, and it's totally exposed to the elements. They're open. They have these open wooden slats, and there has never been a termite problem. There's never been a degradation or deterioration problem. But when they were doing some renovations to Haeinsa Temple, they took the wooden panels out of the temple and put them somewhere else in storage, and they instantly began to deteriorate and degrade, and they couldn't figure it out. And so they put them back in the temple, and everything returned to its like normal stasis. So there's something weirdly atmospheric about this exact location that preserves these things that are 1,000 years old in their original condition without bugs, mold, or anything. It's the most fascinating place in the world.
It's almost reminiscent of the Dune books, where they have the crysknives. Like if they're unfixed, they have to inside of bodies field, otherwise they deteriorate. That's crazy.
And they go off planet, and they deteriorate. Yeah, exactly. It's a fascinating read. And so now they've got them. You used to could be able to look at them very, very closely, but now they've kind of got them separated because some ass clown went and burned like the great South Gate of Seoul, which was designated as cultural asset number 1 in Korea several years ago. So after that, all of the major important things they've walled off, put behind glass, put behind things, so you can't get close to anything cultural anymore. It's sad.
So someone in the chat earlier was saying that the Busan accent. I was kind of curious about that because like in Tokyo, like in Japan, like they have the standard kind of Japanese accent, and Tokyo is like the very formal Japanese, and Osaka like the Kansai Ben. It's more like a friendly kind of casual language. Is that the same in Busan?
Oh, it would kind of be the opposite. The standard Korean, which they call Pyojun, which is like standard, is the official. Would be Oxford English, basically. This is the Oxford English version, the Queen's English version of Korean, standard Korean. The Southern Korean is kind of like the Southern United States. It's like the uneducated hick kind of vernacular and dialect, which it sounds a lot like people are fighting when they're not.
Really?
Yeah. So it's like people think, like, why is everyone in Busan so angry and fighting? But it's just the local dialect. Yeah, it's fun to listen to. But if people always they say, well, if I talk to people in Busan, they say is satori is the word. Satori is like the word for like what would it be, like not slang, local dialect. Like satori is like like you don't speak Busan satori. I'm like, well, I try not to, because if I did, it would sound like a foreigner trying to make fun of the Koreans. It's just something you have to be born to or just don't do. But if I go to Seoul and I speak to Koreans in Seoul, they're like, oh, you're from Busan and you speak satori. So I think I do it just about right. I don't try to do it, but it just kind of comes through in intonation and word choice and things like that. I don't it's not an affectation. There's some level that's just how I speak, but I don't affect it, if that makes any sense.
Apparently the Osaka dialect, Kansai Ben, is kind of like the hick sort of like country bumpkin style if you talk about it in Tokyo. But I don't spend too much time in Tokyo, but it's an all right place. Nice to visit. I wouldn't like to live there. I think it'd be too busy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess like an example would be if you were going to say, well, like, why are you doing that in like a Pyojun, like standard Korean would be like, Wei Kordeo. But if you're going to say it like Busan, it'd be like, Wakarano. It sounds like, it sounds more aggressive, even though it's not.
So I guess I should test my one Korean phrase. Hojo saramieyo.
Yeah, you're an Australian.
Nice. I still memorized it. Good stuff.
That's it. But like Andrew was saying, I need to find a Korean dive bar that we can go to, because I always take him to the high class places because that's where I hang out, because I'm all bougie and shit. When I'm home, this is my dive bar back here. When I'm home, I don't need to go to a fucking shitty dive bar in Korea if I'm in Busan, because I got one right back here. I go to the higher class places. But my dive bar I used to go to was managed by one of the most amazingly interesting guys ever. He was a Chinese Australian.
That's a weird.
Yeah, his mother was Australian and his father was Chinese. So he spoke Korean, Australian, and Chinese absolutely fluently, and it would just mind fuck people, because the Chinese clientele would come in and it would just be straight Mandarin, and it'd be like,
it might be a useful skill to learn if you're going to be living in Australia going forward, because China's basically taking over.
Well, and because he was Chinese Australian, he was a terminal alcoholic. And that the bar shut down basically because he got really super drunk one night, fell over and broke his back, and that was the end of the bar. Yeah. So ever since then, I haven't had a real dive bar I would go to. But yeah, he was an awesome guy. And the later you went to the bar, the more liberal the pours would be with your alcohol. You never went there before 2 a.m. After 2 a.m. is like free booze.
Got to get over there. I think there's a ferry I can take to Busan, actually, from like Kitakyushu or something.
Have they restarted the ferries between the place? I know they just restarted the ferries between like the northern part of southern Korea and Vladivostok. I don't know if they've started ferries between Japan yet or not.
I'm always worried about leaving the country at the moment because, like, of course, Japanese
might not get back.
Yeah, that happened to a friend of mine. Like, there was one of them was from the UK, one of them was from America, and they left the country just before the quarantine started, and then they couldn't get back in for like 6 months, and they had a business together in the area, and they just ended up giving up on it and just abandoned it essentially because Japan would just not open up even for foreign nationals that were living in Japan.
Huh. I'm just afraid to do anything right now because just like all bets are off with Korea. They change policies and things on a daily basis. I just can't wait until Corona's like a distant memory.
Yeah, I'm so jealous because like it seems like in America it's just like a foregone thing, right? At this point.
Oh no! I when I went back, that was I don't know how is it in Japan? Like in Korea, we still have to wear masks indoors and in wherever there's groups of more than 50 people.
So in Japan, you are never legally required to wear a mask in Japan. Now, most people did. Basically, 100% of people wear masks constantly, and even now they do. Certain like private institutions of like gyms, schools, things like that, they require you to wear a mask to use them. They're like a private company, so they can set their own rules and everything. Yeah. Like everybody wants you to wear a mask on a train, but you don't technically have to. I don't think Japanese law actually allowed them to do that. Like they did have suggested lockdowns, but there was never any mandate. Like it was never legally required. It was just socially enforced.
Okay.
It's still like that today. Like every day I go in the street now, I see a few people not wearing a mask, but basically everybody still wears it. Even at the gym, like I have to go there and like, it's working out with a mask is torture, but you have to do it.
Oh, see, I have gained 50 pounds since this started because I can't Japan and Korea are both very mask cultures. Before Corona, if you had a slight temperature or a slight cough, you just wore a mask out of courtesy for your fellow man. So Koreans have always been a mask culture, and I know Japanese have been as well. But I never was. I never wore a mask until Corona, and it drives me nuts. And I just cannot physically exercise with a mask on. I just can't do it. It's I don't wear masks. I don't wear scarves in the winter. I just don't like my mouth covered, and I don't like breathing. I can breathe hot air. I just don't like it. I'm not like one of the American snowflakes. I can't. If I wear a mask, I have oxygen deprivation, and I'm just breathing in, carbon monoxide, and I'm not that. I just don't like breathing hot air, and I just can't do it.
It's just unpleasant, and it also impacts the amount of physicality you can actually do. Because I run like 10K every other day just to get out of my house and do a bit of exercise and stuff. It's actually it's just like listen to a podcast, listen to music, and run for about an hour. But the difference between wearing a mask, because sometimes I do it on a treadmill if it's too hot, because those Asian summers are brutal over here. It's like 40 degrees or something,
and 90% humidity.
The difference in my 10K wearing a mask versus not wearing a mask is like 20 or 30 minutes, because it just gets so hot I have to slow down. So it impacts.
I have lots of friends, like foreign friends, that work for and play for the Lotte Giants baseball team here, professional baseball players. And one of the pitchers has told me, he said, wearing just a regular street mask is more difficult than wearing one of the, those oxygen deprivation things that athletes wear to train their lung capacity. He said that wearing just regular street masks is more difficult and constricting than wearing those oxygen deprivation masks.
Really?
Yeah, he said, I mean, at least those, they have more breathing room, there's no condensation, and there's a modicum of temperature control, but like the masks are just there covering you.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, it kind of affects your perception of reality. I don't know if anyone else, probably Americans don't realize this, but like for me, because I see Japanese people wearing masks every day in the streets. If I watch a movie and there's nobody's wearing a mask, I just feel like something's wrong. I don't want to wear a mask, and I don't want people to do that going forward. But it just seems like I can just notice that something's a little bit off. Like my perception, my immersion is sort of altered already. In the short time it's happening.
Absolutely agree with you. I mean, I'm watching a series on Netflix now called Manifest, which is pretty cool. But at the end of every episode from the most recent season, they have these disclaimers. This episode was filmed in conformance with all COVID protocols. And have we really fucking come to that? But then you watch the U.S. Sporting events, college football, where you have 100,000 people in the stands and nobody's wearing a mask. It just looks weird.
Yeah.
And the biggest cultural shock I had going back for vacation in August of this year was literally, without fail, every time I got out of my car or my sister's car or whatever, every time I got out of the vehicle to go into a store, I would get halfway into the store and I would go, oh, fuck, where's my mask? Oh, never mind. I don't need to wear a mask. Fuck you, masks. But there was that initial sense of panic because I didn't have my mask and I didn't know where it was.
No, I mean, if you're going to a shop and they won't let you in if you don't have one, and you walk down to the store or something, and you're like, oh, fuck me, I forgot it. Now I have to go back and go get my face diaper. So my only hope is that since I figure that once everybody stops wearing masks, it'll take 6 months to a year before the perception of not wearing a mask goes back to being normal.
When Korea at the end of May announced that you no longer had to wear masks outside, because you literally had, if you were going to the beach, you had to wear a mask on the beach. If you were going swimming in the ocean, you had to wear a mask swimming in the ocean, which basically meant you were waterboarding yourself.
Yeah, exactly right.
But the first day they announced the end of masks outside, there was, I counted I have a 3-kilometer walk from my house to my office. I counted 5 people without masks, and myself included. And literally all 5 of those people were foreigners. 100% of the Koreans were still wearing masks.
I have the reverse experience. All the foreigners. Really? All foreigners are wearing masks, but you know who's leading the charge in not wearing masks is the girls, the young girls, the really heavy makeup, kind of style girls. They're the ones that are stopping wearing masks, and if they keep doing it, it's going to change because everyone's going to be like, well, if she's not wearing a mask, then I'm not going to be wearing a mask, sort of thing. But
that's fascinating.
In fact, I've seen so many foreigners are still double masking. That's
fuck double man. The Koreans never did double masking. Fuck that totally.
That's the cringiest thing.
Wow. Well, that's interesting you were saying about, because what I've seen is that Korean girls, by and large, they love the mask and they wear the mask because they only have to do makeup on this part of their face when they go out.
Yeah, I've heard about that as well. Actually, like my friend used to say that to me. Actually, he's like, now's your time to wear a mask because you've got beautiful eyes. So it's a bit of a like low key insult. A bit of fun. A bit of fun.
I've had two, one former serious girlfriend and then one kind of, girl that I see that they both work in, they both work in plastic surgery clinics. And they have said that once Corona started, they have never, ever, ever been so busy as during Corona.
Oh, that makes sense.
Everybody gets the nose jobs and the chin jobs and the cheek fillers and the lip fillers because it's all covered all the time and you never see the bandages and you never see the scars.
That makes so much sense. That's so smart, actually.
Oh yeah, they were saying they've just the business has increased exponentially because the mask hides the work.
That's real. Like you're planning that. Korean women are very sneaky.
I don't have to agree with that, but that's just because I was married to one. Oh God! Well, rapidly changing the subject. Your streams. I like your streams. I've been following you quite a bit in the last month or so. I like the fact that you deal with sort of the same stuff that I like to deal with, the outside of the box stuff, the unexplained, like you did tonight, the space things with the Chinese and the dark side of YouTube. That stuff is so fascinating, and I love that.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've just always been interested in weird shit, basically, because it's funny. It's funny too because everybody. I think there's a certain amount of like when you have such a normal life, you want to kind of see something weird. Like it's like you want to kind of go outside your comfort window, and I think that's what attracts people to those sort of things.
Well, have you ever heard of? It was an American show. It's still on, but it's changed. It was an old AM radio show called Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
I'm afraid I never heard about that.
I mean, Art Bell, he had a radio station that he owned in Pahrump, Nevada, and every night from it was like 11 a.m. to 5 or 6 a.m., 11 p.m. to 5 or 6 a.m. He would just do weird shit. And the thing that made him special, and he went forever. I started listening to him when I was 13, and he just died a couple of years ago. So it's just like most of my life, I would listen to him every day because he would let people come on with any story, whether it was ghosts or aliens or remote viewing or backmasking of songs. He would let the guests come on and he would treat the guests with respect. He would let them tell their story, how they wanted to tell their story, ask them questions, let them answer, and give them that respect and say, thank you very much, which was unheard of. You wouldn't ridicule them, wouldn't embarrass them, wouldn't shame them. And that's kind of how I like to run. Every Friday night with Fair and Balanced, I do this unexplained stream. And that's how I like to run it. Just talk about things and give it, whether you agree with it or not, at least acknowledge that someone agrees with it.
I mean, it's like, I'm not really, I love the supernatural, but I have never seen anything. Well, I've seen some weird stuff in my time, but I've never seen anything that confirms like the supernatural to me. But my family is very supernatural, and they have seen so much weird shit. Like around, like when we were kids, right? We broke into like this abandoned mental institution that was closed for crimes against humanity. And there's like this weird thing that happens that every time someone goes there, they find like a newspaper with their birthday on it. And if you take the like an item from that place, you feel sick until you return it. It's very strange. But
see, I mean, that's the thing is that I have had, for me, it's not a question of whether or not things I've had experiences. So for me, the question of if is off the table. And I don't have to debate it, and debating it gets you nowhere. I accept it. I know it's real because I've had experiences. Like I said, my family has had experiences. Both sides are just weird. So I love to hear it. And these kind of things, I mean, it kind of upsets me when people go, oh, bullshit, fuck off. People have these experiences, and you have to give them credit unless they're a complete charlatan or con artist.
Mm-hmm.
You have to give them at least a modicum of respect that these things are real, because I have experiences and I know they are. And that's why I like this Friday stream that I do. Oh God, quickly, Jillian Ann, you've gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much.
Nice.
Get your 5 memberships quick. Who do we have they been taken yet?
What
was that?
I don't know if you can claim them. I think they're automatically distributed.
Yeah, they're distributed randomly. John, long last name, you got one. Adriana got one. Isabel Ranny, you got one. Mez303, you got one. And Rare in History, you got one. Cool. There's all 5 of them. Thank you so much for that. Jillian, I mean, that was so generous of you. For not only for me, but for them. You didn't have to do that, but it's deeply appreciated.
Have you done any ghost hunting yourself?
Actually, yeah. It was kind of fun because I had jettisoned a girlfriend, one of the girlfriends that worked at the cosmetic clinic, when I went on vacation into I don't know about you, but like Corona has really we call it Corona here in Korea rather than COVID.
Here as well.
Corona has really fucked up my sense of time perception.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll say things like, oh yeah, like remember last year when we did this? And they're like, dude, that was 4 years ago. I'm like, oh yeah, I guess it was. It's like totally messed it up.
For the last 2 years, it totally makes sense, yeah.
So I want to say 3 years ago, but it could have been 4. It could have been 2. I don't know. I know it wasn't 2 because I was locked down here too. It was 3 or 4 years ago. My last vacation, I had no attachments, no girlfriends, nothing. I went on the most relaxing vacation back home ever to just chill, where I could do anything. I didn't have to plan anything. And my sister and her family and my son, we went camping for 4 days. And then we said, what should we do? And I said, well, let's just do a bucket list tour of America. And 2 of the places we went to the Estes Park, the Stanley Hotel in Estes Park, Colorado, which is where Stephen King stayed when he had the experiences that made him write The Shining.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so like a lot of the scenes in The Shining were direct experiences that he and his young son had when they stayed at that hotel. And so we did some ghost hunting in that hotel. We took the ghost tour, and then my sister and my son and I, we just kind of walked around doing shit like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Never got anything. We never caught anything ghost hunting. Then we went from there to Deadwood, South Dakota. I don't know if you saw the show on HBO, the Deadwood show on HBO, but it was an awesome show. But there's a haunted hotel, the Bullock Hotel. There, we stayed there. We stayed in Wild Bill Hickok's room, which was way cool. Again, nothing. We didn't have any ghostly experiences, but we tried. So yeah, I've been ghost hunting, and I haven't had any experiences ghost hunting, but I've had personal experiences here in Korea and in America.
Yeah, so like I said, like I'm kind of like someone that's kind of searching for those sort of things. Like I go out of my way to try and find like spooky things, although I've had some spooky experiences, but nothing that can ever confirm it to me. But one of the things that we do here is we have the suicide forest in Japan, right?
Yeah.
So I think I've gone there 3 times, and one of them I went there through night. I went there, like from like midnight to 6 a.m. walking through the forest. It's really a beautiful forest, actually. Like, so it's like Japan's most haunted forest. It's like, I guess less people kill themselves there than they do in the Golden Gate Bridge, technically. But there's this really weird forest because like it's all like a growing over the volcanic landscape of Mount Fuji. Like, because there's like all lava flows and stuff, so that there's only about an inch or 2 of dirt. So all the trees' roots grow above ground, which causes the trees to walk. Weird. So
it's got like a bedrock or something. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. And you have these weird sort of shaped trees and stuff, and there's like there's all these lava caves everywhere, which muffle the sound, but also create these weird phenomenon. Like you have like these wind tunnels that are in the middle of summer, like when it's 40 degrees in the forest, it'll be freezing inside these caves. It's like a natural refrigerator. So in ancient times, they would even use it to freeze like keep ice frozen so they could have like shaved ice in like summer and stuff like that. But because of that, there's like a constant like mist is the temperature difference, right? And it's really bizarre in there. And I've seen some very strange things there. And one of the phenomena they have there is that compasses like don't work correctly, and it's allegedly because there's so much iron in the soil there. But like you'll have a compass that'll like spin around and stuff, and you have all these like strings tied to trees. So there's all these like banned parts of the forest, which of course we would have to have a look because that's the most interesting part of the forest. But you can find these strings that people that are going to kill themselves sometimes haven't built up the courage to do it yet. So they'll tie a string to a tree and then they'll go into the forest, like, a couple hundred meters and set up a camp and stay there for a few days while they kind of build up their courage. So if you follow these strings, these like strings through the trees, and it's a very it's so easy to get turned around in that forest. It's such a maze. But if you follow these strings, they will always lead to either a campsite or a dead body, and it's the creepiest shit.
Oh wow! I saw a movie a year or so ago that centered around that forest in Japan. It was a horror movie. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. No,
I can't remember what it was called.
Like it's actually a very beautiful forest. Like if you like hiking, it's very beautiful, and then
Logan Paul ruined it.
Yeah. That is
fucking idiot.
That was so stupid.
Yeah. That's fascinating. And well, Utah. I'm from Utah State. And we have a lot. I mean, that's where the Skinwalker Ranch is.
I want to see that. I've read a lot of Skinwalker stories. They sound really creepy.
It's wild, and I've had like some native, Navajo friends who talk about Skinwalkers. That's like the scariest fucking shit you've ever heard when they start talking about it. But the Skinwalker Ranch is there, and there's the Uinta Mountains that are just north of Skinwalker Ranch, and like there's supposed to be a lot of interdimensional issues that go on in the Uinta Mountains, and straight up fucking no bullshit. My brother went on a scout. My older brother, he's dead now. He went on a scouting trip to the Uinta Mountains, and they went on like a 7-day 50-mile hike, and he said that in the middle they were walking down the trail. And this is probably, this is 100 or 200 miles north of Skinwalker Ranch, whatever. But he said they were walking along this trail, and he saw something shiny in the trail ahead, and he looked down, and it was a brand new mint condition 1865 10-cent dime coin. And it's since kind of deteriorated and oxidized, but when he brought that back from the camping trip, it looked like it had just been minted the day before. The edges were sharp, it was perfectly shiny, and he found like this coin from the 1800s just sitting in the middle of a path that made no sense whatsoever.
That's pretty cool. Like, what could that be? Like, could it be from a time traveler or from a Skinwalker who's trying to somebody in?
Dimensional portals. There's another place called Blind Frog Ranch that kind of has the same issues. It's in that area, and one of the most haunted places in Utah is about 5 or 6 miles from my home up Logan Canyon. It's called the Nunnery or St. Anne's Retreat. It was just this kind of summer compound that was gifted to the Catholic Church in the early 1900s, and it was the place where nuns that had been in trouble went, like nuns that got pregnant or things like that. And there's a lot of weird ghost shit that happens up there. There's stories of nuns that would give birth and the children would be drowned in the swimming pool, and things were done to the nuns to keep them quiet and shit. But there's some weird shit that goes on there. Like mountains are always there. It's a huge Bigfoot area too. Utah is a weird place to be from. Full stop.
Yeah,
it's like St. Anne's Retreat is a fun place to be. It's been featured on the Travel Channel, the Ghost Adventures program we have in America with Zach Bagans.
So one of the times we snuck into King Seat. So King Seat is the abandoned mental asylum, right? Like in New Zealand. So it was closed because they were basically inhumane. Basically, but like the mission was we went there a couple of times. My cousins lived near there, so that's why they go there, and I don't live near them, so I'd go visit them, and they'd like bring me there. And they were always looking for the human incinerator because so many people died there. They had their own human incinerator, and we were always trying to find it because we couldn't figure out exactly where it was because there's all the information about it is like hidden or destroyed or But like, there's the weirdest things happen when you go in there. Like we have to sneak in through this fence, and there's like you go in there, and one of these times we went in there and we went in and we found a room, and because it's such a massive place, there's like one of the things is my mum when she was an elementary student, they went there and as a tour, like a school tour, and they had like a giant cage that they kept like the people that were too crazy to be inside a room. It was just like a human monkey cage essentially. And my mum described this to me when I was a kid. She said there was just all these like naked people like climbing over the bars and screaming and hitting each other and stuff. Like,
oh my God,
insane place. But like one time we went there, and we looked up at the ceiling, right? And there was just like the ceiling was just red and like undulating. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And it turned out the entire ceiling was just all these moths, and they just started flying out of the place. So it's like, again, it's like something that's can be explained entirely by like it's just moths, right? But at the time it was so weird. The one thing that I explained that I saw there was there's a goat that would patrol the perimeter, like a really aggressive goat. Like I know it sounds funny, right? Like it's a very angry goat. You have to you have to sneak into the fence and get inside the building before the goat catches you because it's so aggressive. But one time we went in there, we saw there was goat prints on the inside of the building. But the thing is, and I know this is going to sound so stupid, but I kid you not, there was goat hoof prints on the ceiling.
Wow, that's wild.
I mean, I guess it could have been something else, but it was we were just like, what the fuck? We were just like, what? Maybe someone was drawing them. I don't know, but it was just like, what the fuck?
Well, there's a place like that up like Logan Canyon that's where the nunnery is, but it's about halfway between my sister's house and the nunnery. So that'd be about 4 miles up the canyon. There's this, it's weird. And I don't know what the history of this place is. It's always fascinating. Law Patrol's here. Hey, Demon Goat. Welcome, Law Patrol. Good to see you here. But it's this amphitheater in the middle of the mountain for no fucking reason whatsoever. And there's 2 like solid stone dressing rooms under the stage. And ever since I was a kid and started going there like early teens, that place just always freaked me out for some reason. I can't put my finger on, but something has always been off about that place. And just voluntarily, no one ever goes there. It's just kind of this weird energy about this place that everybody acknowledges, but nobody can really explain.
Similar to that, like when I was living in Hamilton in New Zealand, we used to go to this. My family is very religious, and we used to go to this big church that was like an old converted theater, I guess. And they had like a crawl space, where you could like go, and there was like all the ropes and sandbags and things that controlled the curtains. But the only people that were small enough to go in there was children. So
weird.
Go in there and stuff, and it was really, you had to be careful because it's so dark in there, and you had to be careful because there's like these big rat traps that could break your fingers because they were so strong. But we would like crawl around there in the dust and stuff, and it was really creepy thinking about it. But like as a kid, I remember it just being like awesome because you're just like, oh yeah, we get to explore these like little tunnels and things. But when I'm thinking about it, I'm like, actually, this is probably not okay when I think about it.
I was always scared. Well, like both sides of my family, my mother's side of my family and my dad's side of the family are weirdly, psychic. I meant to say psychic. They're both probably psychic. They're both psychic, but I don't like that word because it's such a loaded word. I believe that everybody has these certain set of psychic abilities, and we hear all the stories of the children who talk to grandma who's been dead since before the child was born, or people that children that talk to angels. And I think we as parents, your parents tell their children, ghosts aren't real, that's not real, that's your invisible friend, don't listen to that, listen to your mind, not your. I think we program these psychic sensibilities out of children. So we basically program them not to believe them. But my father's side of the family, they're all sixth sense. We see dead people, and they kind of freak me out. But my mother's side of the family, they're all very empathic. And it's weird because like I mentioned that my older brother was dead. He died on New Year's Eve 2000. No, it was like 1996, I believe. It was 1996. Yeah, New Year's Eve 1996 would have been like the last day of 1995. But my mother had written in her journal when my older brother was like 4 years old. She just said, "I know that he will not live very long."
That's not something you want to read.
Yeah, no, it was just she'd written that in her, and she had never said that to anybody. But then, like, people are saying, "Oh, I had this dream that he was sick or something had happened," and like after the fact, people started talking about these things. So, and I just kind of grew up with that. It's my mother's mother. She was Lithuanian, so she had all these countries from all these stories from the old country, that would freak you out. But I believe there are these. It's not a matter of belief. I know there's supernatural things out there, and I don't want to have these experiences, but I've had quite a few. You should join for one of these Friday unexplained streams. I think you'd enjoy it.
I mean, I'm usually drinking on Fridays. That's the only issue. But yeah, that's
that's definitely not. You just watch the last stream I did last Friday. I was fucking lit like 2 hours into this.
I had a kind of a similar experience to that, right? Because my all my cousins and brothers and aunts and uncles and stuff, they're all very spiritual or empathic or something, and they all can like sense these things that I can't see. And I'm like the only person that can't in my family. It kind of reminds me, like if you've ever read any 40K books, they have a concept of like a null or a blank. It's basically one person in a billion is born without a soul, and they have no interaction with like the spiritual world. But they actually makes them like very useful because demons can't like possess them because they don't have a like a soul or a presence in the warp, which is sometimes what it feels like, right? Because I've seen a lot of stuff that's very hard to explain, but I haven't really felt anything. But I'm always kind of looking for it. I'm like, I kind of want. It's like I want to believe, but I need to find some more stuff of that, But it's always fascinated me to no end.
So I mean, one of my dear friends, she's not necessarily a Bigfoot hunter. She's a Bigfoot believer who has never had a Bigfoot experience. And she's a professional photographer, and she goes around to sighting locations and photographs the location. And she does some amazing work. And about a month ago, I talked about my one weird experience my one weird Bigfoot experience that I mean, I was very, very uncomfortable talking about it because I've only told 3 or 4 people about that in my entire life. Because I mean, ghosts are one thing, Bigfoot is another fucking level of weird shit that people think you're insane for talking about. But I had this experience when I was like 10 years old, and I gotta roll over here across the room. Oh shit, stretch. But I told my friend once I found out she was doing these things. I told her about the experience she had, and she went to the location where I haven't been back since the day this happened when I was 10 years old. And she took a picture of the location, and that's like the picture of the location where I had my experience. And that totally sums it up exactly how it happened. It was just, goddamn these cameras.
A lot of places in New Zealand that look like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's just fascinating things. If people want to hear these stories, go back and watch my unexplained streams with Fair and Balanced. Yeah, we'll definitely have to have you on. That'd be interesting.
Oh yeah, it sounds like a good time.
John Long last name says, "Enlarge yourself, Jeff." No, I'm large enough. I don't need to be enlarging myself any more than we are. I need to like disenlarge.
Do you have? I think like Australia and New Zealand, they have a lot of like folklore and story from like the native peoples, right? Like we have a lot of like kind of water demons. Like in Australia, it'll be like the bunyip, and in New Zealand, it'll be Taniwha, like a river monster that like drags people to their grave, sort of thing. And Australia actually Australian Dreamtime stories are very fascinating. And I think there's like a whole group of like kind of demon like people that would just live in the wilderness, and it's almost like a word for word skinwalker sort of thing. Like it's like they kind of emulate another person, and they kind of call you out into the wilderness, and then you kind of get taken and disappear, and then you might reappear as but you're always slightly off, sort of thing. It's really fascinating to me how every culture kind of has the same sort of belief, even though they've been separated by these masses. And why is that? Is it something inside the mind, or is it there's something that is actually causing these beliefs to become about. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know how old you are. But I'm 53 years old, and one of my earliest memories about, you know, like, I guess we call them cryptids now. One of my earliest memories was watching an Australian animated movie called The Bunyip.
That scared the shit out of me as a child.
Yeah. So you've seen, you know what I'm talking about? That was like it was old because it was one of my early childhood things.
No. It's like the bunyip comes, and like, that thing scared the shit out of me.
And that's from like the 70s, and it fucking freaked me out.
No, like I had like forgotten about that, and you just rekindled that in my memory, and I'm like, oh shit, not that thing. But I can remember that actually. I'm 35, but like that thing was terrifying to me as a kid.
And see, I think it was made well before you were born.
Oh yeah. But my dad would show me that stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean that the bunyip was one of like the earliest things like that I remember watching.
It's like part of a different movie, right? Like it's a section of like a movie about a kangaroo or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really creepy. I even now if I watch that, I mean, I might have to look it up actually. Let me see if I can find it. That is, I can't believe you know about that.
No, that was like an anime. Yeah, I remember the animated movie.
Paw Patrol. Do you know the thing we're talking about? The bunyip thing? Bunyip watch party? Maybe. No.
Well, and the interesting thing is, I'm very much like fascinated by life after death. I think that happens when you come from a conservative Mormon family, you know, where like families are forever and eternal life is a thing. But the Maori culture has always fascinated me in that, like, death is a party. It's like, okay, they're finally getting out of this boring life and you're going on to the next higher level. And it's like a Catholic wake on steroids. It's like, oh, you know, give grandpa this message for me. Oh, tell this person who's dead, you know, this, give them the message. Let's have a party on your way out the door. And that is so amazing and fascinating to me. I wish I was drunk. Thank you so much. I don't care what make or model anyone is. If I get respect from that person, I give it back. If I get no respect from a person, I won't give it back. Exactly. That's my motto, which I take straight from the Hells Angels. Treat me good, I treat you better. Treat me bad, I treat you worse. Seriously. Orange is the new way. Best mods in town in Jeff's chat. Orange is the new way. You're one of my best viewers too. So, you know, love you. You're the best. You're awesome. So thank you for that. Magic Sapphire, thank you so much. I wonder how doctors wear masks so long during surgery. They don't have to wear it as long as they did during COVID. I know I have a lot of nurse friends, and my niece is a nurse. My niece is a nurse. Say that 3 times when you're drunk, Jeff. But like, you know, she'll have like she has these bright red marks where the masks have literally rubbed into her nose. But yeah, I mean that's a legit thing.
Working out with a mask on is a bit different to doing surgery with a mask on as well.
Yeah,
but I mean, you can run a marathon in a mask, right? It's just uncomfortable.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't run a marathon without a mask.
Too true.
Kitty Cat says, "When are you going to cover the Rougarou?" The Rougarou is a Cajun swamp, semi like Bigfooty sort of creature. Yeah, we'll have to talk about the Rougarou one of these nights. Mr. Upper Torso, thank you so much. Dot and the Red Kangaroo. Oh yeah, I remember that.
No, that's the one with the Bunyip song. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
I remember that.
Dot and the Kangaroo. Yeah,
absolutely remember that. Yeah,
Australian musical live action animated film. That's the one.
What was it? What year?
1977.
Yeah, that would put it right about there. Yeah, because that would have made me 8 years old. So yeah, it's right about that time.
Yep, that's it. It scared the shit out of me, that Bunyip section.
Yeah, well, the floor we're going to be talking about. Don't worry, we are going to be talking about the skunk apes, the Florida skunk apes. That is on the horizon next time Farron's on my channel.
I've never heard of that skunk ape.
Yeah, it's kind of like it's kind of like a Bigfoot thing where people have recorded apey looking things crawling through their backyards and things at night.
Oh yeah, I see it now. Do you know there's a Japanese version of Bigfoot? It's called Hibagon.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, it's
found
around.
Korean has anything like that.
But the Japanese one is like, it hasn't been spotted in a while, Now, it was kind of spotted, I think, around the 70s, I want to say. There was a theory that it was either just a Japanese person that had kind of gone into the sticks sort of thing. And there was also a theory that it was like a survivor of the Hiroshima atomic blast, and they were covered in like the nuclear scab sort of things. It's a place, I believe it's around Hiroshima or Hyogo or something around that. But Hibagon is the Japanese Bigfoot. I did a video about
Korean equivalent of anything. I've never heard of like a Korean cryptid monster beast thing. Huh. I'll have to ask. That's fascinating.
Is there any Korean cryptids?
I've never heard of one, honest to God. Now that I think about it, I've never heard of one.
Really?
I'll have to ask around and see. I mean, like I said, I've never asked. I don't know why I've never asked, come to think of it, but I've never heard of anything.
Japan has a lot of ghost stories, like yokais.
Yeah.
Which is very fascinating.
I've had an experience with a Korean ghost that I've talked about before. And one of these days I'll talk about again. But yeah, it's fascinating. There was a horror show on Netflix about a bunch of guys that went to like an old abandoned temple, and they ran into like evil ghosts and spirits there. It's kind of fun. And a lot of people chalk this up to my imagination because probably 70% of the movies I watch are monster and horror films.
So what do you think would be more scary, a Korean ghost or a Japanese ghost?
They're actually very similar. You know, the all dressed in white with like the black hair covering the face and things. They're actually very similar.
Have you ever heard of the Japanese yokai Shirime?
I don't know. What's the characteristics?
So a lot of yokai or Japanese ghosts or monsters are, some are malicious, some are benign, some have different things. Shirime, which name translates as butt eye, is literally a ghost that goes around looking like a person wearing a kimono, and they approach you in a dark street at night. And then as soon as they see you, they bend over, lift up their kimono and spread their butt cheeks. And they have a big eye in the middle of their anus. And they look at you with that eye. And their only purpose is to freak you out. They don't want to hurt you. They don't want to steal your soul, anything like that. They just want to make you as shocked as possible and scare you in the middle of the night. It's the funniest ghost story I've ever heard about.
Okay.
If you search, don't search for it on screen. But if you search for it, like Ishirime on image search, it's very funny. Or just Japanese butt eye monster. It's hilarious. But because some yokai are like flying heads that literally will hunt you in the night and steal your soul, and then some of them just want to prank you in the middle of the night by lifting up their kimono and looking at you with their brown eye, essentially.
Wow. Okay. That's unusual.
It's funny, right? Because I think Andrew is telling me that the Korean perception of Japan is that Japan is a bunch of perverts, and their folklore would seem to confirm that is true.
No, it's not too out of the realm of possibility or controversy. Koreans have a ghost called the Chukshin. Have you ever seen what was the show? Brooklyn Nine-Nine?
My friend likes that, but I've only seen a couple episodes.
There's actually an episode on there where they talk about the Chukshin. It's like a toilet ghost. Oh. The idea is like a young virgin was she was exiled to like an outhouse by like one of the higher gods, and so it's like this ghost that haunts outhouses and toilets.
There's a similar one in Japan called Hanako-san or Hanako of the toilet. The theory was, or the urban legend was, that there was a girl that was playing hide and seek during a World War II bomb raid, and she hid in the toilet on the third floor in the third stall, and the bomb hit and she died. Right. So what Japanese people do is in summer, because they like to tell ghost stories in the summer, because when you have a good ghost story, it like chills your body, right, and you feel cooler.
Yeah.
So summer,
same as Korea.
So what Japanese kids will do is, if they're staying at a school or something, or they'll try and do dares to go up to the third bathroom and then the third stall, and then knock on the door 3 times and say like, "Hanako, are you there?" And allegedly, Hanako will emerge from the toilet and drag you down, and you'll be her friend forever in the afterlife.
Wow. there's kind of a matrix component to the Korean toilet ghost. I mean, it's basically like it's a ghost that lives in the toilet. This should tell you all you need to know about the Korean and Japanese culture. There's a lot of toilet culture here. The ghost dwells like in the squatter toilets.
Yeah,
and kind of sticks the hand out while you're doing your business. And the myth is it asks you if you want this is like Matrixy before the Matrix, like what, like it asks you if you want the red toilet paper or the blue toilet paper. And if you like answer the red toilet paper, the idea is that it'll like skin you alive, and leave your body red with blood like the red toilet paper. But if you choose the blue toilet paper, it'll choke you out and sort of leave your flesh blue. So there's no right answer to get you out of it. If the toilet ghost appears, you're just fucked.
I hate those kind of ghosts. There's a similar one in Japan, the Kuchisaki Onna. It's like the mouth slit woman. So she's like a woman with like a cut face, and she walks around in the night in like a white kind of dress and with a pair of scissors, and she'll come up to you in the night and ask, "Am I pretty?" And if you say no, she'll like cut you. If you say no, she'll kill you because out of anger. And if you say yes, then she'll cut your face to make you look like her. So apparently, the only way. Allegedly, you can't escape it, but some people claim that if you see her, if you say, I don't know, or if you say she's average, she'll confuse her long enough that you can escape.
Yeah, I hate those no right answer things. You're just screwed if the ghost shows up. But no, the Korean and the Japanese ghost culture is really, really fascinating compared to the idea of like the Western ghost, like, the Victorian ghosts that just walk up and stairs randomly at 3 a.m. every Thursday night on a full moon. Oriental ghosts just do weird shit to you.
Well, do you have the haunted house discount in Korea?
What's the haunted house discount?
So Japanese people are so superstitious that if somebody has died in a house or there's like something like a suicide around the area, they don't want to live there. So a lot of foreigners will pick up these cheap houses because somebody died in the house or like they committed suicide.
Oh no, yeah, there's none of that here. Yeah.
Really? Koreans don't care about that?
But in several states in America, you have to disclose, if you're closing on a property, you have to disclose whether or not the property is haunted in the closing.
I've seen the discounts you can get on a haunted house, and all I can say is that the more the merrier for the people that have died in the house.
Well, all I is like going to the Stanley Hotel that we talked about a little bit earlier, where Stephen King had his experiences. If you want to stay in the Stephen King room where he stayed, is the most expensive room in the hotel, and it books 8 or 9 months in advance. So you're paying a premium to stay in the haunted rooms in America. Kitty Cat says, just shit in the yard and avoid the confusion.
Is that to avoid a Japanese ghost or something?
That'll work, I guess.
All I'm saying is, if you're on one of those Asian squatty toilets and a hand reaches out and caresses your balls while you're in that like vulnerable position, that'd be the scariest thing possible, I can imagine.
But at least it would give you support and prevent you from falling over. Squatters are not made for Westerners at all.
Very bad.
What do we got? Narrow full 89 says, yep, I got my house for nearly half the price because someone died in it. Great for me. Go for it, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a good deal.
Just shit in the yard to avoid confusion. You might have to explain that action to the police, but I can't argue with the logic.
But if you shit in your your yard, it's going to attract the akaname, which is the Japanese monster called the filth licker. If you don't clean your bathtub, it's basically like a little goblin boy that'll have the long tongue that comes into your bathroom, and he'll lick up all your filth. And,
no, it saves bidet money, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Ghosts of Shepherdstown. Fuck, that was going to annoy me. Do we know the Ghosts of Shepherdstown?
Shepherdstown. I'm not sure what that is.
Ghost of Shepherdstown. Apparently, it's a TV series from 2016. A surge of paranormal activity in Shepherdstown, West Virginia overwhelms the local police, forcing them to enlist an elite team of ghost hunters to investigate the inexplicable cases and calm the besieged town folks. Never heard of it. Huh. Have to give it a look. Why not? Pretty camp. See, I don't do camp. I like serious shit. BP Customs Creation, haunted Japanese discount, can confirm.
Yeah, that's his house is very nice. Trust me, and he got a good discount on it. I'm very envious of his house.
Oh yeah, they don't have anything like that here in Korea. Like ghost tours will probably cost you more. What was that?
Koreans are very practical, I think.
I think you're right. I mean, that's a fair assessment. Yeah. All right. I'll go. That makes sense. Salty Buddha Unbreaded. I didn't get a discount on my apartment rent. The previous guy died in my house and was discovered after 5 days. Ugh. Yeah. We had a lady that died up the street from us when I was younger. And like she had sort of fused to the sofa by the time someone found her.
Yes. Like I've had a few experiences like that in my time. Like if you ever see like your neighbor's house and there's just a bunch of flies on the window, like from the inside, you're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Okay. I don't know what you do for a living. It's not important. I don't know why you're in Japan or how long have you been there?
I lived in Japan before, but I came back just before 2019. So I guess going on 3 years in this stint.
Total time. How long have you been there?
I guess it'd be going on 7 years or so. Quite a while.
Okay. So do your parents have your office phone number, your work phone number?
No, they just use Facebook.
So, and does your work have your family's phone number?
No, they don't.
See, this is a thing I've been seriously thinking about. Like my best friend of 16 years on June 13th, 2020, just literally instantaneously fucking died of a heart attack. Just gone. I was preparing to walk out the door to go have dinner with him and his wife, and she calls me in a panic saying he just collapsed and he just fucking died. And I started to realize that my family, I mean, my sister's been here twice. My son, he'd been here enough that maybe if he was hard pressed, he could remember where exactly I lived, but he's lived exclusively in the States for the past 6 years. I started thinking that if I just drop dead, like right now, this second, the first clue would be I wouldn't show up for work, but my boss would just get pissed off for a day. The second day, he may start to work, but I don't think anyone in my office knows my exact location where I live. And my family has no idea how to contact my office. My office has no idea how to contact my family. And if I drop dead, I think the first indication anyone would really have is when the neighbors started complaining about the smell. And after my friend dropped dead, I was thinking about this. And I need to create like a death file. Give one to my family. This is if I die, here's the office to call. Here's the people you need to call to sell my house and get the proceeds and get the money out of Korea. And give one to my office saying, here's how you notify my family. Because I was like, there's such a disconnect between my American life and my Korean life that if I fucking drop dead, both sides wouldn't know what to do.
I mean, I talked about this a little bit on my stream tonight, actually, about a death file. I have a one-line death file. It just says, erase my internet history.
No, that was my friend that dropped dead. My friend Mike, that was like, we were talking one night, and it pains me to this day, 2 years later, because we were talking about songs you want played at your funeral. Mine was Alan Parsons' project, Old and Wise. And his, I can't remember what song he wanted played. And it fucking annoys me to this day because we were just joking around about 3 weeks before he died about this. And that was like, he's like, that's the only thing I care about. If I die, just make sure you delete my browser history.
I think that's universal, right? Like that's the one thing you can do your mates if they die.
Yeah, just going for the browser history. Oh, Kit Kat says, yeah, pray your dogs don't eat you. That was like the other thing. I was saying it's like once they had the smell, they would break down the door and they would just find like the dogs had just been buffeting out on my corpse. I mean, it's a disgusting and weird thing to talk about, but it's a real thing that my life is so disconnected that neither side, the American side and the Korean side, would have no idea how to communicate with each other and deal with this shit.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that is a reality, I guess. It's kind of like, I think a lot of young men don't actually think about this for like years on, right? Like we kind of think we're indestructible and we're never going to die, sort of thing. I guess it is something you have to kind of think about.
Marloka, thank you so much. Good day to all. Need to get to work. We'll catch up later. Yeah, go back and check the follow-up stream, the replay, and enjoy that. Alan Parsons, Old and Wise is an Alan Parsons Project song. Alan Parsons Project I'm a huge Alan Parsons Project fan. God. Isn't that cats? Not any animal will eat you if it's hungry enough. It can't get to its food. It smells meat. You're gone. It'll munch on you.
That's the thing about cats, though. Like cats. Having a cat is like having a relationship with like a prisoner or something, where they respect you so long as you're in power, and then the moment that you die, they just take over. Whereas dogs sometimes can be loyal. Depends on the type of dog.
Dogs will be loyal until they become too hungry. And there's like, okay, it's just survival now. We have to eat your toes. I'm sorry.
I mean, it is what it is.
That's how Amityville started.
Oh, no.
No, it was the other thing. When I went on vacation this last time, that was one of the things I did. I went to have you seen the Ghost Adventures show? It's on the U.S. channel, Travel Channels, like Zach Bagans and a couple of other guys. They're ghost hunters.
I've seen a couple of those style of shows, but I don't think I've seen that one in particular. Unless it was on Farron, I may have seen that.
Yeah, Ghost Adventures. The guy that is like the star of the show, he bought this haunted house in Las Vegas and turned it into a haunted museum. And it's like $100 to tour the place. It's like a 3-hour tour, and he has some of the weirdest shit in there that is just fascinating to see. And the main takeaway I got from that was Zach Bagans has a fuck ton of money to buy this stuff.
Oh yeah.
He's like in the parking lot. He has this hearse from some haunted case. He also has, if you remember the David Koresh siege at Waco, Texas, when the U.S. government burnt a bunch of fundamentalist Christians to death. But he has one of David Koresh's Thunderbird cars.
Oh yeah.
There's a room in the hospital. There's a room in the haunted museum in this house that has Dr. Kevorkian's suicide mobile, where he would end people's lives. He's got the actual van where it happened. He's got tons of Charles Manson and Ted Bundy and John Wayne Gacy memorabilia. He's got a lot of stuff that the Warrens did with like the Conjuring. He wanted to buy the Annabelle doll, but the Warren estate wouldn't sell it to him because of the haunted nature of it. But he's got other haunted dolls and other haunted things. It's fascinating to go through. What was that?
What is the Annabelle doll?
You've seen the Annabelle movies, haven't you? The Conjuring.
Oh, right, yeah, okay.
Yeah, like that Annabelle doll, like the real Annabelle doll.
Okay. Japan has like a doll like that as well, called the Okiku doll, which is it's like I think it was from the 1913 or something. There was a young girl called Okiku, and her brother went abroad. Well, not abroad, but like, different part of Japan, and brought back a little doll, like those Japanese dolls with a little bob haircut sort of thing. And it was about the same size and shape of her. And he gave it to her, and they were inseparable. And the daughter eventually named the doll after herself. So it was Okiku, the girl, and also the doll was called the Okiku doll. And the little girl died of yellow fever eventually, when the family kept the doll in their house. But as they kept the doll, they started to notice that like its hair was growing, and like they could hear things moving in their house at night. And they eventually ended up giving this doll to this Shinto shrine, because they believed that the spirit had inhabited it, right? And they couldn't bear to part, like to destroy it or anything, so they just left it in the shrine. And you can actually go and visit this doll in northern Japan today. And people allegedly that have seen it have said that the hair continues to grow, and they give it regular haircuts. And they say that they're now seeing that teeth that is developed is like growing through the porcelain in the doll's face. and it's a very
that's cool.
Yeah, it's a very spooky story.
What was this? Where did we go? Oh yeah, Kitty Cat says Annabelle was a Raggedy Ann doll. Absolutely correct. The actual Annabelle doll. Well, it wasn't one of the porcelain dolls. It was a Raggedy Ann doll. Yeah, absolutely. Well, Korea has this. It's a festival every year usually around May called the Adangjae. It was about some girl way back in the day. Her name was Adang, and she was apparently very beautiful. And this local local government authority guys had fallen in love with her when she was a young girl and wanted to have her, but she loved somebody else. And he tried to rape her, and I guess his colors were, I can't remember if it was red or blue, but he had these colors, either red or blue, that were his I guess trademark colors, and he tried to rape her. And the weird thing is, like, I think Japan is the same way. Like with the Korean hanboks, the girls would traditionally have a knife across their chest, to where if someone tried to rape them, they would kill themselves.
Really?
To avoid, out of honor, to avoid being raped.
So but I've never heard of it.
But yeah, if you look at a picture of like a full-on traditional hanbok, they'll have like a brass instrument across the chest, which is actually a knife in a sheath. And of course, me as the Westerner, I was thinking, well, why would you fucking kill yourself? Why not stab the dude that's trying to rape you? But so the guy tried to rape her, so she committed suicide and fell off a cliff into this bamboo thicket.
Interesting.
And to this day, they have a shrine for her in this bamboo thicket, and this was like 2,000 years ago. And it's just a creepy little shrine anyway. But they have, and the idea was, after she died, people started seeing this girl walking around with this color, whether it was blue or red, like waving this red or blue flag. And eventually they pieced together that she had disappeared, and this guy who was represented by these colors had killed her. And so every year, this village Miryang, up about an hour and 20 minutes up the road from me here in Busan, has the Adangjae every May. It's like a whole festival built around this girl.
Wow. There is like there's like a Japanese doll festival every year. I think it's for like Hina Matsuri or something. But I remember I was traveling around Wakayama. I was going to this island that's off the coast of Osaka. It's got these abandoned tunnels you can explore. That was like an old military fort on this little island. But there's a shrine called the the Awashima Jinja Shrine, and it's like a doll shrine. If you search for Awashima Jinja, you can find it. It's the creepiest temple I've ever found. It's just all these dolls, and every year they bring these dolls and they put them in a boat and they set them out into the sea, and then they just like burn the boat down. So like when you go across a boat on this bay, the ocean floor is just covered in all these porcelain dolls that are on the bottom of the ocean, just staring up at you.
Oh, that's the thing that like Zach Bagans had in his museum. He has like an entire room that is just literally stuffed with these old porcelain dolls, and those old porcelain dolls they're creepy as fuck.
Yeah, they're really creepy.
I don't deal well with like old porcelain dolls. My sister is terrified of clowns, and he has this whole room that's like devoted to these old carnival clowns from the early 1900s and mid 1900s that I just look at. I mean, she was freaking out, but I was just looking to see who would make a fucking thing that looked like this. What is wrong with people?
I can just imagine like walking into that room and there's like that creepy like carnival music playing. Like
yeah, and there is, yeah, and they're all animatronic and moves. Law Patrol says Annabelle is still with the Warren estate, but the museum is closed. Yeah, the Warren Museum is still closed, and the Annabelle doll is still with them in the protective like spiritual case it's in. But Zach Bagans tried to buy it and they wouldn't sell it to him because they thought it should just remain there. It's kind of fascinating how all cultures have these ghost things and ghost. Well, I've always liked the old Japanese films. I mean, Akira Kurosawa was. I mean, I just from a very young age, like Ran is still one of my favorite movies of all time. I don't know if you've seen Ran that he did. It's like a 4-part dream sequence that Akira Kurosawa had. He had these dreams and he made 4 movies out of them. And it's the most beautiful movie I've ever seen in my life to this day.
Very creepy Japanese stuff that you can get into if you're so inclined. Like there's a a manga artist called Junji Ito, and he does a lot of body horror stuff. And he has this, he has a lot of these things. Like he has a very famous one is about this about oil, where they're like this family is like covered in oil and stuff. And then there's like the spirals one. That's a really creepy one, where just the people see these spirals. And then I think his most famous one is the one where there's like people are drawn to this mountain, and this mountain has like these body shapes, like these body holes shaped, like, and they're like every hole is like perfectly sized for one person. And if you see your hole, you're immediately drawn to it, and you're like you want to just go into it, and it's like perfectly fit for your body to like wiggle through. But as you wiggle through it, the shape of it changes, and you get warped, and you become like this elongated, crazy creature. It's very, very creepy.
I had a friend in high school. I mean, he's actually won a few Emmys for his CGI work on things. I was like, yeah, what have you done in your life? I don't know. I'm just fucking around. He's like, oh, I've got 3 Emmys to my name. I was like, well fuck you, Mr. Overachiever. What was that?
What did he work on?
Oh God, I it's been so long. I have to look him up. But yeah, it's like he's won 3 Emmys. But he was into that body horror image in high school. He would just draw the weirdest shit. Let me see if I can bring him up here.
I've been noticing, like, I actually did a video about this, but like modern day CGI is so terrible compared to what we used to have. Like if you think about Pirates of the Caribbean in 2006, like Dave Jones was like one of the examples of like amazing CGI, and then we look at what we have today with Marvel cinematic movies, and they're just like, it looks like absolute shite.
Yeah, I mean, hands down, absolutely. He did. He won an Emmy for his work on Lost.
Okay. Yeah.
And Age of Dinosaurs and Agent Cody Banks.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I didn't know one of them was from Lost. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, he did some animation on Lost. So hey, cool. That's cool.
Yeah.
Huh. He's worked on let's his name is Justin Knowles. He was one of my good friends, but he was just like creepy as fuck. Animation department, some things that he's worked on: Cowboys and Engines, Agent Cody Banks, Super Fires, Zoo Warriors, Lost, Star Trek: The Experience, Borg Invasion 4D, Max Steel, Twisted Metal, haven't heard of those. Visual effects, Star Trek Voyager, he did one episode of Voyager. Predators at War, Dune. Oh, he worked on the TV miniseries for Dune. He was one of the visual effects artists.
That was actually a fairly good adaptation of Dune. Dune is really hard to, though. Like the new Dune movie was pretty good.
Oh, it was fucking. It was beautiful. I like the Lynch 84 Lynch version just for what it was. I mean, if you can separate the books, because Dune and the Silmarillion are my 2 favorite books ever. Mm-hmm. I try to read Dune at least once a year, the series, and I try to read the Silmarillion at least once every 2 years. So I mean, Dune has like that place in my heart. And I was able to separate 84 Dune and the books and go, okay, just look at the movie for what it was. It was a great movie. I thought the 2 miniseries were a good attempt at adapting the movies for television, but you have budgetary and technology constraints in TV. And I was terrified when I heard that they were making the new Dune movie. I was like, oh, I don't want to see a trailer. I don't want to hear a fucking thing about it. I'm terrified. I don't want to watch it. And then I heard that they said, oh, no, the director is the same guy that directed Blade Runner 2049, which Blade Runner is also a sacred book and movie to me. And I thought, okay, we're in good hands. And then when I found out that he and Hans Zimmer are both huge Dune nerds, I said, okay, this is going to be good. And it was a fucking amazing movie.
The thing I had with that Dune movie is that it finishes like halfway through the first book, like just when it kind of was getting good, right? Like we just met Chiani. But no, my dad was a big Dune fan, and he had the original paperbacks, like from Dune to Chapter House. And we'd go on these road trips, and I would just read the entire series through from like this 9-hour drive. I just go through the entire series while we're on family holidays. So I've read that series so many times.
I have a first edition of Dune Messiah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's worthless because it's beat up and taped to shit, but it's still a first edition.
Very good.
There was also a book called the Dune Encyclopedia.
Is that the one that has all like concept art for the movie they were planning to make or something? Or
no, it's a I can't remember the guy's name. He was a doctor or somebody or other that was friends with Frank Herbert that wrote just of his own free will and idea, just wrote this basically a compendium of Dune. It's like an encyclopedia of Dune that Frank Herbert gave it his blessing, but then his fucking idiot son and Anderson started writing these stupid fucking prequels and shit and ruining everything. They disavowed it and basically made him swear and sign a statement saying it's not canon, it's nothing, and he would never republish it. But if you look for a Dune encyclopedia on eBay or Amazon, it's selling for like $800 to $1,000. And I got mine for like $80 and I'm hanging on to it.
It's kind of funny how Duncan ends up being like the main character in the series.
Yeah.
And he like died in this book.
Yeah. I mean, like Dune is a huge thing. And I thought this new Dune is amazingly well done. And I hate the fact I have to wait until next year Christmas to see the next part.
Right?
But
whenever
I
something
love it.
It's like 2 years away, I'm like, just spend more time and let them be 6 months apart or something.
But I love it that he and Hans Zimmer agreed to make this movie knowing that they were making a fucking epic movie, and by doing half the story they would force the studio into making another movie.
Yeah.
And they called that spot on.
I really like the scale they have in the new Dune movie. Like when you have like it's only like for a brief second, right? Like you see like the drop ships or leaving the highlight, like the immense scale you see. Like there's just like this slow majesty that you have in the newest Dune movie. That it's like it's kind of slow and pondering, but amazingly epic at the same time.
And that's something I've pointed out to friends is, they don't show any of the folding space or the space jumping, and there was kind of a disconnect because you'd see these little tiny dots coming out of the highliners, and then you see these gigantic fucking ships landing. And I would be like I watched it 5 times in the theater with like different groups of friends. And like that giant fucking ship came out of that one of those little dots you saw coming out of that. So just imagine the scope of this, and they're like, holy shit, you're right.
No, they did that very well. There was a couple weird things in the movie, but overall I thought it was really good. Like, I think the only thing that really annoyed me was like the overuse of las guns, like trying to shoot down the ornithopter that had like the shield system on it. Like, I mean, so it's fine, it's fine. It's a minor detail.
Well, that was my problem, and I know it was all a technological thing with the 84 deal. Was like how you made Paul Muad'Dib's name the killing word, and I mean that was kind of lame. But I did like how they used the voice in this movie. It wasn't as bad as it was in 84. I mean, I don't think you could ever represent, the voice in film, but I thought they did a pretty good job this time, like modulating it and things like that.
There was a pretty good RTS game by Westwood Studios, Dune 2000, and also Emperor Battle for Dune that I used to play when I was a kid. Like,
so it came out like with the miniseries, like in relation to that, I guess.
It was just like a real-time strategy game. So you'd build a little base and you'd collect spice and you'd build up tanks and it was like Command and Conquer basically.
Okay.
But with a Dune, really cool. But
Command and Conquer, what a great game that was.
Yeah. Just like Command and Conquer, except sometimes your army would be eaten by a sandworm and you're just like, well, I guess I lose then.
You're a little red guy walking around.
That's it, yeah.
Oh, that was awesome. But I hear they're making a new Dune game, which is going to be pretty awesome, I guess.
Well, I signed up for the beta for that. But it's meant to be like MMO, which is probably not a great genre for them to make it out of. But I mean, if you get to walk around and kill other people and take their water, I guess I could try it out.
Well, it seemed to me, I didn't look at it in detail yet, but it seemed to me it was just kind of like the Star Wars games now.
I'm not sure. I think it's like an open world sandbox game that is like a MMO. Okay. So meta player, so all the other people you encounter will be real people, sort of thing. So it's like a giant, I guess, endless desert where you get to ride sandworms and hunt people or something, which might be cool. It's an interesting idea. I'm willing to see where it goes.
Well, I hope everybody watches the movie if you haven't already seen it. It's amazing. It's a beautiful movie, and I mean, and just contrasting. I mean, it won universal appeal, and I remember when when the original 1984 Dune movie came out, I was 14, and that was a date that I went on with this like 18-year-old girl.
The one with Patrick Stewart as Gurney.
Yeah. Patrick Stewart played Gurney. Max von Sydow played Duke Leto.
That's right.
And
Isn't Sting?
No, Max von Sydow played Leto. God, the guy that played Liat Kynes was Max von Sydow. The guy that played Duke Leto was the guy that was in the Black Hole, Das Boot.
Isn't Raven played by Sting in one of them? I'm pretty sure.
Sting played Fade Rautha.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Oh God, the guy who was the actor in Das Boot, and he was Dune 1984. Maximilian Schell. Yeah, so Kyle MacLachlan was Paul Atreides. Sean Young played Chani. Sting was Fade Rautha. And Brad Dourif did the fucking best Peter DeVries ever that will ever be on film, hands down. Just a weird fucker. And Brad Dourif is such an amazing actor. Dean Stockwell played Dr. Wellington. Linda Hunt was the shout out Mapes. Jürgen Prochnow, that's who it was Duke Leto. It was such an amazing cast.
I'm not sure if this is. I think the same person that played the Emperor in that movie was also the one that they used for the Westwood Games to play the Emperor, like the Padishah Emperor Carino.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I think it was the same one. Like that's what they went, like the costume design in the Westwood Games, like the Command and Conquer games, but for Dune, were so accurate, like film. They were kind of like film accurate to the to that film particularly. It was really good.
Yeah, Jose Ferrar played the Duke. I think he was actually married to Audrey Hepburn at one point. I may be confused, but yeah, I mean, it was just an all-star cast, and David Lynch did the best he could possibly do with what he had to offer, and even he knew it was so bad he wanted to disavow himself of it. But this Dune series is a labor of love, and I'm so impressed with it, and it's just going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, up until the most recent movie, I thought it was basically one of those cursed genres where they can't really make it, right? But I mean, they did it with Lord of the Rings, not so much with the more recent Lord of the Rings, but like the original Fellowship, at least they were able to do a pretty faithful adaptation.
I'll give you the original three Lord of the Rings series. The Hobbit pissed me off.
I didn't like Jackson's Hobbit either. Like that was
it went way far off the reservation, and the love interest between the dwarves and the elves was just stupid. And
you seen the Rings of Power?
I haven't got the courage yet.
You probably shouldn't watch it.
No, like I said, I mean, like that's why it's a conscious choice, because, like I said, the Silmarillion is one of the most precious books in my entire life. And just seeing the casting and hearing the stories and seeing like gifs that have been made, like Galadriel doing some sort of weird double jump off the edge of a sword and shit. I can't deal with this.
No, but like the dialogue is so bad. Like it's funny because like I did make a video reviewing that, right, and it actually turned out to be pretty popular. But I've been arguing with people from like since I made it, and like people are like, "You're just being a hater. You just don't like it." Like it's a great story. I'm like, okay, the first scene of that movie, they have Galadriel talking to her brother, and her brother's talking about Galadriel. I won't be here forever. He's an elf in the Undying Lands. Why would he be talking about not being around forever?
Exactly what?
Like even from the very beginning, like it is awful. It is, and they have this. They try and like emulate all this like epic language that they kind of from like the Peter Jackson ones, and they're like, "Do you know why a boat sails and a rock sinks? It's because the rock seeks only downwards while the boat only seeks." It's like trying to sound epic, but it just sounds weird.
Or it's water displacement, one of the two.
I mean, rocks can float. That's the thing, right? Yeah. Like with the right displacement, you can make a rock float.
Well, and I heard there's like a scene where, well, first of all, they take the boats to Middle Earth rather than having to go, what was it, through the car across through the ice through the northern, which is one of the most tragic scenes of the Silmarillion, where the elves have abandoned Valinor and they're being kicked out, and so they have to go across the ice as it breaks up, and they lose a huge. That's one of the most tragic parts of the entire Silmarillion, and then they burn the boats to prevent them from going back. I heard that's all just been like fucked over, and they go through some fucking portal or something.
Well, in this one, yeah, it's kind of weird. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I'm like an expert on the Silmarillion. I read it once, but I had difficulty getting through it. It was when I was in high school, and it was kind of just not
Too
quite
young.
the same.
Yeah, I tried to read it when I was 13 or 14, and it didn't work, and I went back at 25.
That's the age I tried to read it. But yeah, the beginning of the thing is they leave the Undying Lands. The sky kind of opens up and they just sail away. They spend like 2 minutes talking about the first age, and then it jumps into this like weird like second age / third age. So they're at like, it's not technically taking place during the Silmarillion, I guess. It's after that, and Celebrimbor is basically just starting his endeavor to make the Rings of Power, and they've got all this weird stuff. Like, they're not allowed to say hobbits because they don't have the license to use hobbits. They're using half, and they're not allowed to use Gandalf either, because Gandalf's in the third age, but there's like a wizard, like some old wizard guy like falls down as a shooting star, and he's like probably Gandalf, but maybe he's Saruman, we don't know. But I think what's going to happen is they're just not going to say his name the entire series and let the audience just assume it's Gandalf, because they absolutely wanted to have Gandalf and hobbits on screen, but they're not allowed to do that, so they have to find some alternative. It's very bad. Like 2 hours, nothing has happened in the first 2 episodes. 2 hours, nothing has happened. If you were watching The Fellowship of the Ring, you would be just leaving the Mines of Moria at this point. Like, you'd be like wiping your tears away as Gandalf has already fallen away. Like, there's nothing has happened in the series.
Well, and I object to this whole idea that I'm racist because I think this whole concept is fucked. That offends me. That I don't want to watch it or I don't like it because I'm racist. No, the source material is important when you're dealing with one of the greatest pieces of literature of the entire 1900s.
Didn't Tolkien actually make it because he wanted to have like a kind of a folklore for like Britain people, basically?
Yes. Yeah, it was basically that Northwestern European folklore, specifically England, because everyone else had their gods and England didn't. So that was sort of what it was. He was creating a mythology for England.
Yeah, and in my review, I didn't even mention anything about the racial changes or casting or anything like that, because it's not actually that important to me in a movie, because, or in a series, because, actors and stuff. I mean, I find it just jarring, but I can live with it if the acting is good enough, But the thing is, even though I didn't mention it at all, people are just saying, well, you just don't like this because there's brown hobbits or something. I'm like, no, that's not the case at all.
Anything that takes me out of the moment and go, oh, look, there's people of color, or oh, look, there's women, or oh, look, there's gay characters. Anything that makes me stop what I'm enjoying and watching it is not good. I mean, the classic example, and they're being compared and contrasted, is the new game of, was it House of Dragons?
House of Dragon. I haven't seen it.
Yeah. I haven't seen the 3rd episode yet, but like the first time when there's some black Targaryens, and you went,
oh yeah,
black Targaryens, okay, whatever, and then you just get over it because everything else is so well done. And well, in the Dune movie, I mean, in the books, Liet Kynes is an old white man.
Yeah,
in the movie, it's a young black woman. It makes no fucking difference to the story. It changes nothing. It has nothing to do with the lore. It's a perfect second, and it didn't even But when you just like Star Trek, are you a Star Trek fan?
A little bit. My dad is a lot of sci-fi stuff, and I watched it by proxy.
But now you've got like this, Star Trek Discovery and things like where there's literally in the future there are no heterosexual people left.
The thing that's true, actually.
It's like, I mean, all of the gay, lesbian, whatever, trans, all of those storylines are laid out, but you never see a heterosexual couple anymore.
The thing that frustrates me with a lot of these shows is that they, in an effort to make these strong female characters, they make them just unlikable because they don't go through any trials. They don't have to struggle at any time, and they're always just better than everyone else. And it's just it's insulting. Like they just look like they're angry and upset to be there. It's really jarring. Like, because yeah, like if you look at like the Next Generation, there was like so much like, can we just talk out these differences of situations sort of thing? Like there's all these like negotiations, and it's kind of slow, and it's kind of like a space opera sort of thing. And these ones, it's just like, how can Black Space Jesus fix all of our problems for us because everybody else is incompetent, and Burnham is just the best at everything.
I hope you're not looking for an argument. Statuesque Miss 2845. I know I was meant to feel very uncomfortable at that moment around 7 dudes saying this, but I flipped the script. Love, not gonna lie, don't put me in a corner. Statuesque Miss is very statuesque, and she's a lovely woman of color. And maybe I'm talking completely out of my ass in this. I like I said, I have, I'm an old fucker that doesn't live in a politically correct country, and I don't know how to address a lot of these issues. But I mean, there was very clear delineations in the Tolkien lore where the people from the Southwest were the swarthy, darker. Just write them into the fucking script. And Jordan Peele, his movies, Us and Get Out, and all these things, he could never see casting a white person. I don't care. Jordan Peele makes some fucking amazing movies, and they're scary as shit.
Nope was really good, actually. His most recent one. I haven't seen it yet, but I heard it's really good.
Which one's that? Like
Nope.
Us was the last one I saw.
It's just called Nope, like N-O.
Oh, I haven't seen that. I've heard about it. I didn't know it was out yet.
It's meant to be really good. Like surprisingly
movies
good.
are amazing. And like as a Black writer and director, I don't give a shit if he casts white people. He's making stories that he wants to tell, and they're
It's his
super powerful.
original story, and he can cast it any way he wants. He's the storyteller. It's his story to tell.
And I'm not going to go, there ain't no white people in that movie, I ain't going to see it. I mean, it's a fantastic movie, and like watching Us was scared the shit out of me, and I watch it quite a bit. And write your movies, and just it's your thing, do it. But when you force things down the viewers' throats that take you out of when it breaks that fourth wall to the point where you're going, okay, look, oh, how woke they are. When I start thinking like that, I'm going, okay, this movie no longer interests me.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like every time, all of these products that they're making are just terrible stories and terrible storytelling. And every time you criticism, they just say, well, you just don't like these races, or you don't like these people, right? You don't like women, you don't like Black people or something. That's not it at all. It's just there's terrible stories. And they use these sort of shields to get around writing a good story. And they just accept that some people, there's this like, it's hard to describe, but it's kind of like toxic fandom where they just are toxically positive, where they will just agree that everything is perfect the way it is, and they will never criticize. This is a big problem in the superhero genres, right? Like they're like the next thing, they just consume and then move on to the next thing, like Locusts, and they don't even think about what they've seen. like people will talk about how great the next, like the most recent movie is, and then 2 weeks later after like the movie, you ask them, well, what happened in the story? And they're like, well, I don't know, but I remember it was really cool, and there was a bunch of cool magic effects and things like that. And it's like, well, what happened? And they're like, well, I don't know. They can't remember because it's just move on or consume and then move on and repeat.
And that's the thing. I mean, I can accept really bad special effects if the story is tight and good and engaging, because my brain sort of fills in the gaps and the deficiencies in the effects because I'm so immersed in the story.
Yeah, there's like the suspension of disbelief.
Yeah, and if you're like, oh, I don't know what the story, I don't know what it was about, but the effects were cool. It's like you just wasted time and opportunity.
I mean, think about a book. A book is zero special effects; it's just words, and you can be immersed in a book that you lose hours of the day, and you just completely get wrapped up in a story.
Well, that's why the Lord of the Rings series, and especially like the Silmarillion and Dune, are so special to me. And I distinctly remember it when I was 13 or 14 reading the Return of the King and literally crying reading this book. I like tears reading this book thing, because I'd realized that I had totally forgot about the world I was in, and I'd become so immersed and engaged just in the beauty of the writing, the beauty of the story, that I had literally just disconnected and had gone into Middle Earth, and it was the most beautiful thing ever. And I literally remember breaking down in tears in like 13 or 14 years old.
Oh no, absolutely. I can see that entirely. And like, even I think for me, I was like I said, I'm 35. So when the Lord of the Rings came out, I think the Fellowship of the Ring, I was around 13, 14 or something. So I'd actually
I'm old.
I saw the Fellowship first, and then I read the Fellowship, the Two Towers, and Return of the King, and then I saw the rest of the movies because there's like a year or something between them. But I was actually I was almost going to be in Lord of the Rings movies, except I went to the casting call, but then I ended up going to Japan instead, and then I got the call while I was in Japan. Kind of a little bit of an interesting side note, I guess. But I mean, half of New Zealand was in Lord of the Rings anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but no, absolutely. Like, I can remember all the moments of those films and like the soundtracks and the stories and the emotions and everything. But the thing is, from these recent products, I can't even remember the music they've used in Rings of Power. I watched it 3 days ago. I can't remember a single song, but I can still remember pitch perfect 20 years ago or whatever it was. The like the sound of the Lord of the Rings, like like these epic fantasies, and like of course that's not in the book, but Peter Jackson took the time to make the label. At least he did for the first three, not so much The Hobbit, but that's a different story. But it's just like, I mean, they spent $1 billion on the Rings of Power.
Well, and that's what disgusts me more than anything else, that they spent a fucking $1 billion and this is all they could come up with. I mean, just looking at the stills, and it just looks like a group of country hicks that have gone to the Renaissance fair.
I mean, yeah, these short-haired elves look something out of like the Next Generation. Honestly, like they look like Vulcans or something, like and not to disparage the Next Generation, which is a great show, but they don't look like they fit in Lord of the Rings. Like it's very weird. It's very gamey, and there's no depth. It's like, I guess because they're using sound stages these days for everything, but there's like no, like in the Lord of the Rings films, like there was such depth because they were in the places, and like all the armor is like clean and perfect. There's no weathering. They don't look like people like have worn these things, and like there'll be like scenes in the Rings of Power where they're in an elven city and then they just walk over to a dwarven city, like no supplies, no distance traveled. It's just like did they just stroll over there? What happened? They're wearing the same clothes. It's so lazy.
Well, that's kind of one of my big complaints about the original Game of Thrones series, when you've got people way down, around the dragon throne or whatever, and then they go, oh, let's go to the wall, and then like 10 seconds later they're at the wall wearing the same clothes. You're like, you're literally the other fucking end of the country, and it's got to take months to get there, and you're just kind of there. That was kind of my big gripe. You lost the sense of
the ring. It's like they're just walking the entire movie, if you want to boil it down to like, be completely reductionist as possible. They're just
Have
walking.
you seen the movie Clerks 2?
A long time ago, yeah.
There's a whole big deal. It's like, what is better, Star Trek or
Lord
of the Rings?
They're talking about which is the better trilogy, I think, is what you're talking about.
Yeah, and there's like that whole big deal, and it's like, no, I would bring it up, but we tried to do that once and we got copyrighted in like 30 seconds. But the whole is like, yeah, what, they're just walking. It's like, here's movie number 1. Here's the second movie. Here's the third movie.
I mean, it's kind of true, but it's epic walking.
Yeah,
and I mean,
but
love an.
You got the sense they don't. Mordor isn't like a mile and a half from the Shire.
Come to think of it, they could have used when it got to the third one, they could have just said like, one does not simply walk into Mordor. That would have been a pretty good line, actually.
Yeah. Oh, damn. I don't know if or when I will have the courage to watch the Lord of the Rings series. I'm grooving on the new Game of Thrones. I've got to watch the third episode.
I stopped watching Game of Thrones in season 4 because that's kind of when I lost interest. But I've heard that House of Dragon is actually surprisingly good, so I might have to check that out.
Was good, and Matt Smith does an amazing job. I mean, all of the characterization is good. I just like it. And the story is tight and solid, and you don't notice all of the other things that are going on that Lord of the Rings pounds down your throat and forces you to acknowledge and calls you racist and sexist if you don't acknowledge it. I mean, just the numbers are totally different. 1.8 million versus almost 5 million viewers, when you have the same issues in both series, if you want to break it down to that.
The thing for me with fantasy things is I get called a lot of names in real life. I don't want to be called like a white misogynistic male when I watch my Lord of the Rings. I kind of go there so I don't have to look at those things. It's kind of like it's escape. Right? I don't have to worry about those sort of things. But then when they start injecting their current politics into it, it's just it's so cringe.
No, you're absolutely correct, and I think that's why people tend to flock to that. The fantasy and science fiction, because, like you said, you can get away from all this bullshit, and I think that's where a lot of things fail when you convert books into movies, because you in your head, unless you're specifically told, you can draw your own pictures of what the characters look like.
Exactly, yeah.
And I mean, there's a great fantasy book series called it's like the Wizard of Earthsea, chronicled by Ursula K. Le Guin.
It's vaguely familiar. I think I know something.
That suffered from the opposite situation we're dealing with now, where she wrote the deals with, it's like there's this island where a bunch of wizards live, and all of the characters are black. They're all black. It's like the island is way down somewhere in the southern part of the world, and they're described very descriptively and very deliberately as black characters. All of the main characters are black, and they're wizards and whatnot. And she said she specifically did that because there were no black characters in fantasy in the 60s and 70s. So the Earth, it's like people are talking about it here. The Legends of Earthsea, Hallmark did a miniseries. The Hallmark series kind of sucked too, because the movie sucked. The adaptation sucked for one important reason. They made the wizards white.
Oh no.
They're absolutely black in the books. They made them white in the series, and the same thing you're seeing now happened way back then. People freaked the fuck out because they changed the race of the characters. We love these books. We love these series. You specifically made them black characters. What the fuck? Why are you making these people white? And it was just a purely marketing thing back then. Same reason as today. We need to change the race to make it marketable, and it fucking flopped.
Did you see the thing that happened with Black Hermione?
Black Hermione?
You didn't hear about this? So there was like, I think it was the Harry Potter Cursed Child play. They cast Hermione character as black, and it's an actor, so who cares? I don't actually care about that at all. The thing is, J.K. Rowling came out and she said on Twitter, I never exclusively said that Hermione was white in the books, winky face. And then she was just flooded with thousands of replies of people screenshotting the part of the book where it says Hermione poked out her white pale face and saw the other literally authors are retconning their own stories or don't even remember what they wrote to try and fit in with these sort of narratives. It was just a very embarrassing kind of moment for J.K. Rowling. That was actually hilarious.
So what? So are you saying this you think she actually wrote the character as white and she was trying to virtue signal, or she really
trying to have a bit of a sneaky clapback saying well, I never exclusively said that Hermione was white, even though she actually did. But she was
I've never read the books. I have no idea.
They're like kids' books. It's fine. It's just like a basic story that it's very relatable, I guess. That's why it's so popular. But it's funny because so J.K. Rowling is what's referred to as a TERF, which is a trans exclusionary radical feminist. So she's a feminist, but she doesn't like transsexual women particularly, or at least she doesn't believe that they are women. So it's Harry Potter is very popular in these kind of alternative spaces, the LGBTQ community, because it's about these fantasy world and stuff, and it's all very inclusive and stuff. But they really hate that J.K. Rowling is such a TERF. It's very, very bad for them. So they really embrace the death of the author, and actually call for it in some cases.
Okay, it's I'm at the disadvantage because I never read the books.
You could probably read them in an hour. So short.
Yeah. I just know what was presented to me on screen. Wait a minute here. Hang on. Wait. I've lost myself. Where am I?
There's a very amusing trolling point where people will talk about recasting the Black Panther movies. So I assume you've seen or at least know of Black Panther, right?
I know of like the 1960s Black Panther
like
group.
Marvel Black Panther. It's a Marvel superhero movie.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, I was thinking politically. Yeah, no, like there's the scene in the original Black Panther movie, like where they go to Busan, Korea at the beginning.
Oh,
there's like a big bridge chase. That bridge is right outside my window, and I watched them film on the bridge, and I watched the whole scene where they were doing the car chase, and he was like on top of the BMW on the bridge. But they actually filmed that on the shore and just CGI'd it onto the bridge. But yeah, I was sitting right in front of the restaurant while watching.
It's an interesting thought experiment, right? Because the main actor died. So they're saying, like, why don't they recast him as Ryan Gosling? And people get really mad. They get really mad at that, and they're like, "No, that is a racist accusation to recast Black Panther as Ryan Gosling." And you say, "Well, why?" And it's like, because he's a black character. And then it's like, well, how come you're recasting all of the white characters into black characters? Don't you think it's a little bit unfair?
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Because I was thinking like, okay, that's a pretty fucking stupid idea. But
it is.
If you extrapolate from it, yeah, you see, like it's the theater of the absurd. They're both fucking stupid ideas.
Exactly.
Law Patrol says, disagree. Meme books use the greatest special effects ever. Imagination. I want to get back to that in a second, but Outpost Nerd. Hey, Outpost Nerd, welcome. There's a Sparrowhawk is black. Sparrowhawk is the main kid from he was described absolutely deliberately. Sparrowhawk and all the other Wizards of Earthsea were specifically described as being dark-skinned characters. And when there was a Japanese animation version and a live version that came out, and they were white in both times, and Ursula K. Le Guin was fucking pissed. She was just absolutely apoplectic about changing the race of her characters, which, as she should be, said, this isn't my character. I wrote them for a specific reason, and you just change them for this bullshit. So it goes either way for me. If it's a black character, don't fucking make him white. If he's white, don't make him. Why? Because it just pulls you out of the picture. But if it's something like Liet Kynes in Dune, where she goes from an old white man to a young, black woman, don't care at all. It doesn't affect the story. It doesn't care. But if you're talking about Norse-based characters that live just south of the Arctic Circle, probably not a lot of darker-skinned people up there.
Well, like I said, I don't care too much about race changes, because for me it's just the story. But I do notice it, right? Like when you have like a small village of essentially hobbits, of like there's like 30 people in the tribe, and they're a nomadic race or something, and there just happens to be like white hobbits and Asian hobbits and black hobbits. It's a little bit strange in a group of like 30 people to have this such a diverse group of traveling thing. Is like it's a little bit strange, a little bit distracting.
Let's take race out of it, because it just makes me sound like a piece of shit if I talk about dark skin versus light skin character. Let's just take race out of it and look at the dwarves. Tolkien specifically described dwarvish women as being nearly indistinguishable from men because of their beards and their structural makeup, to the point where people had the misconception that there may not actually be female dwarves. But like none of the dwarves have beards. None of this. It's like you just like totally change the nature, which you change the canon, and that pisses me off.
Strangely enough, the characters, the dwarven character, when I watch Rings of Powers, the dwarven characters Durin and the woman without the beard, Disa, I think her name is, they're actually the best characters in this story, because they actually had some emotion. Like everybody's acting is so forgettable and so one-dimensional in the story. Like they just tell you how they feel, and they tell you what they're going to do. It's all in like tell, don't say. It's all in show. Tell, don't show. It's very, I don't know. It's like,
which is the opposite of the way it should be.
Yeah. Like everybody says how great certain characters are, and said, why don't you just show us? Like have them do something.
Well, and that's what Law Patrol was saying a minute ago. That fantasy is the best CGI is in your brain, and I think that's why stories like Stephen King virtually always fail at the box office, because the stories he's telling and the images he's putting in your head can never be recreated satisfactorily on the screen.
Oh yeah, but Stephen King does have a bit of an issue with his endings as well. Not a big fan of them, but like It, generally one of the scariest books I ever read, and but that whole ending part on the big screen just doesn't work. I think, like I would not read when I was reading It the first time. I would not keep my back to an open door because I was reading it late at night in New Zealand on a windy, like rainy nights, and that was a great book. Apart from that really weird scene in the sewers and the ending, that's the one thing.
Well, the ending in the book where you got all the 12 and 13-year-old kids getting it on to solidify their bond. You can't put that in movies.
No.
You'd go to jail.
Actually always puts one of those, something like that in one of his books. And I think he said that he does it to have like a visceral sort of reaction that like kind of makes you uncomfortable. The same sort of reason that like Aliens, the original Alien movie is so disconcerting, especially for men, is because it's kind of like a fundamental like kind of like grape sort of scene, if we'll say, like there's sort of like it makes men really uncomfortable, and that when you're in this uncomfortable sort of position, you're more susceptible to being terrified, which is a very good storytelling technique at times, but at other times it can just be completely out of place.
Okay, now I want to hear Law Patrol's. I want you to elucidate further on this. You're talking about Stephen King's The Mist. I was going to mention this when we were talking about this just a second ago. The Mist short story versus the movie. Movie can't compare. I disagree with you on this for two reasons. What like the Mist to me? You were talking about it being the Mist. I don't know if you've read the short story. It was in one of his short story compilations.
I have read it. I've also seen the movie, and I've seen the series that they did on Netflix.
Oh, the series on Netflix was shit. I didn't even get through the first series. It was just stupid. Well, first of all, I couldn't stop seeing the mother as not being the Viking queen goddess from Vikings. I couldn't see her. I had that problem, but
I can't remember exactly how the short story goes. But I think actually the Mist film, the ending is actually pretty good in the movie. I think his story as well.
Loved this because I was working in a grocery store when I was 16 and I read the short story, and it scared the shit out of me. I never wanted to go into the back room of the grocery store alone after I read that book, because it just scared the shit out of me. But the thing I liked about the book was like I like when Stephen King doesn't explain things. Shit just happens and there's no explanation for it. Mist comes out of nowhere, weird shit happens, mist goes away, nobody knows what happened.
Cases, less is more.
Yeah, I love that. But in the movie, I loved the ending. That was the most satisfying ending to a movie I think I've ever seen in my life.
That woman they sent out in the mist comes back. She's like, oh geez, oh man, that's a painful ending. That is a painful ending.
Well, yeah, I'm just gonna go full spoiler alert. If you haven't seen the Mist in the 20 years since it came out, or how the fuck long ago it came out, that's your own fault. It's like people spoiling the end of Fight Club now. It's irrelevant. I mean, at the end of the Mist is there. The guy's got four bullets in his gun. There's 5 people in the Jeep. They're going to be doomed. They're going to be eaten alive by these monsters in the mist. He kills the 2 older people. Then he has to turn the gun on his son. And there was 3 bullets because he had to blast his son. He had to murder his son. And then there's nothing left to take himself out. And then like 30 seconds later, the mist clears and the army saves the day. The fact that if he just waited 30 seconds longer, he wouldn't have had to kill anybody. Was
the woman is with the one that they sent out into the mist in the first scene. Like she's like, will anyone come with me? And nobody's brave enough to go with her. And then she's the one who brings the army back to them. She's like, we made it. We got out. It was great.
Yeah,
so good, so good.
And I love that ending. And I remember it broke one of the laws of cinema. You can't kill all the heroes.
I don't agree with that. I love a sand ending many times.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what shocked people is they went, holy fuck. I remember seeing it in the theater, and the entire theater is just sitting there for about 5 minutes, just going, fuck.
Yeah, because you put yourself in that situation, right? Like you think that, like, what would I do if I was this father? Surely I would do the same thing. And then you're like, then the implication that you have to go forward in this sort of world where you have done these unspeakable acts that could have, if you just wait, and like it's the what if sort of situation. Those, the movies that look at are always some of the best.
Yeah, you've got to literally and figuratively pull the trigger at some point and make a decision as to what you're going to do. And it was just the wrong decision. And I like the fact that after it came out, and they interviewed Stephen King. Somebody interviewed Stephen King and said, "What did you think about the ending?" And he said, "I hated it." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because
so much better."
Yeah, he said, "I didn't think of that." So I wish I would have thought of that. He said that ending was so completely screwed up that even I couldn't have thought of that.
Well, I mean, one of my favorite genres is cosmic horror, and I've talked about this a lot. Like I've read a lot. Like I've read the H.P. Lovecraft stories so many times, like all of them.
I am a ridiculously huge Lovecraft fan.
Which one is your favorite of the stories?
Well, hang on. I know you hold this conversation down all by yourself for the next 2 minutes. I'll be right back. Well, maybe 3 minutes, because as long as I'm moving, I'm going to go to the bathroom. 3 minutes. Okay. It's all yours.
All right. I'm taking over chat. So let's see who we have in the chat tonight. This is the Late Night Meme Copium stream. I'm assuming direct control. Let's see who we have. It said Outpost Nerd says, "I remember my friends and I cheering when the bag boy shot the crazy religious bitch who wanted to sacrifice the son to the monsters." That was a good moment, actually. Walking Dead used that straight. Oh, that's right. They did, didn't they? Let's see who else we have. Abyss from the 90s ruined me in the deep end of the swimming pool. That was a creepy movie. The VHS jacket was a guy wearing a deep diving suit, bit in half. Yeah, the deep sea horror stuff, that is another good one. Like, that's a very good... There's these certain genres that are like very kind of spooky, and deep sea stuff when you're like trapped at the bottom of the ocean is one of them. That's very interesting. Let's see who else we have. King demanded that ending. Did he? Let's see. Can one of the mods link Meme Copium's channel? It's just at Meme Copium. Who else we have there? Let's see. Meme Copium, try playing a practical joke like Farron Balance. What did Farron Balance do? What did she do on the stream? I see Meme has the best voice. Very true. Very true and real. The deep has us all afraid of moray eels. Have you ever seen a moray eel that lives in an aquarium and has its face meshed up against the screen? Or like the thing, they actually, moray eels, when they're in aquariums, will sometimes like headbutt the window, like the glass, and it changes their face and makes them look like a monster. It's actually very good. I see Rubia in chat saying Meme can talk any subject with that voice. Very true, very true. Sheichi says true and honest Meme as well. Farron is pure evil, really? Is she? She seems very nice when I talk to her. What else? What do we have else here? Mez says, even the name Rings of Power. I know that's what they're called, but making it the title of the series seems unimaginative. Yes, and that explains the entire series. And I see you're back.
Yeah. Hey, Rubia, I can see you simping. Meme can talk about any subject with that voice.
I haven't seen her.
See, I have this thing. Like with my voice, I did radio for 5 or 6 years, but I have this thing like when I get excited, my voice kind of goes up here and it doesn't sound really cool anymore when I get really involved in something. But
when I laugh,
when I'm just being normal, relaxed guy, or my morning voice, it's a it's a little bit lower. But
so you're gonna tell me what is your favorite Lovecraft story?
Well, I mean, this was just things that I grabbed. Gotta stretch for this. This is just a few of the things I grabbed literally on my way from the bathroom to back. This is my little 3D printed Cthulhu. And I have an old rusticated Cthulhu idol thing here. So it's all rusty and irony, which is like way cool. That's one of my possessions. And there's a pipe maker in Finland who's a great friend. On Instagram is Frost Pipes. He's a custom pipe maker. He made me this pipe that he called the Stone of Riley, which he sort of just kind of felt Cthulhu inspired to make this pipe, and I bought it from him.
Very cool.
It's kind of a cool thing, but I mean, on the other end, this is one of my prized possessions. It's the complete fiction of H.P. Lovecraft. This is a solid blue leather with 24 gilt-edged satin frontispieced books that just like has all of the it's the complete fiction of H.P. Lovecraft.
It's like kind of like a leather bound book, but the front of it has got like the idol of Cthulhu, and it's just the Necronomicon, and it has like all of the stories.
Cool.
Very cool.
And this here, this was made by an amazing. He's a Turkish pipe maker living in Armenia, called SV Pipes Design, and the amount of money I spent on this pipe is just criminal, but they're works of art. I mean, this guy makes some fucking amazing Lord of the Rings pipes as well, like Gandalf and Gimli and other pipes. This is the tamper for the tobacco.
That's really good.
And where's the stem for this bitch?
Like ornate boxes. There's just something really cool about them. A little treasure chest. About.
This is my full-on Cthulhu pipe.
Oh, gee. That's really cool. That's a big one too.
Oh, it's huge. It's like a massive pipe compared to the video. But I mean, just the artwork on this thing is ridiculous. And I've got another pipe maker that's making me another Cthulhu themed pipe that I'm just waiting for. But sort of the creme de la creme of my, and I've got lots of other little shit laying around, but this is the bad boy. This is by a French artist named Francois Berenger. It's a limited edition of 120 prints.
Oh wow!
The Call of Cthulhu painting. That is so fucking awesome.
Cool.
Yeah, no, my whole house is just kind of a Cthulhu shrine.
It's kind of,
so, yeah,
funny because Call of Cthulhu is like obviously the most famous one, but I don't think it's the best story. Like even it's the one that got me into it, sure. But I think my favorite, like if I had to pick like a top 3, it would be like The Shadow over Innsmouth.
That's my favorite one right there. Shadow over Innsmouth is my favorite story, hands down.
Story. Then I guess the next one, like, I mean, I do like the Mountains of Madness, but then I think The Whisper in the Darkness and the Dunwich Horror, Color Out of Space, and
did you see the Nicolas Cage Color Out of Space movie?
Yeah, actually, it's not too bad. It's like probably the best adaptation I've seen so far. Yeah, like I've always said that if I had like a bunch of resources available, I would try and make my own adaptation of not the Color Out of Space, but the Shadow over Innsmouth. I think that you could really pull that off in an Asian country, like if like kind of like a modern sort of take. Where
did you see the movie Dagon?
Is that the one where there's like their Spanish speaking town sort of thing?
Yeah. Which is essentially the Shadow over Innsmouth story.
Yeah, I did see that one.
That's my favorite adaptation of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah, I still like. I don't think there's ever been like a really truly great adaptation of Lovecraft stories. So I'm still waiting for that. But it seems like it's kind of like Dune up until I guess the recent Dune movie, right? Like it almost seems like a cursed genre. Very hard, but I think
Guillermo del Toro wants to make one, but he can't get the funding for it. I can't remember what movie he wanted to do.
It's all in public domain now too, right? So anyone can make their own stories about it.
Yeah, Guillermo del Toro Lovecraft. I remember what movie he wanted to do. He wanted to do At the Mountains of Madness. He's been working on it for like 20 years, but
those Andrew-sized penguins in the bottom of Antarctica.
Yeah, and that's a great story. It's just, I mean, it's gorgeous. I mean, I love Lovecraft because people call it a cop out, and that's one thing he was really criticized for was his descriptive terms. But I love the way he describes things when he says something is undescribable or unprintable. It's a cop-out, but it tells you, okay, I've read a lot of things and I can describe a lot of things. And if I can't describe it, that must be really fucking horrible.
Some of the ideas as well are like are truly fascinating, like because, all of these were like 100 years ago, right? And The Shadow Out of Time, I think, is probably one of his most creative ones, where you have the creatures that would travel through time by possessing people in the future or the past. And then like, in the exchange, you go back into their body and they have to experience life as a different sort of creature and learn how to use all your things. It's such a fascinating idea. to think about.
Well, I like the Dream series, you know, where there's all the dream powers, the stories of going into the center of the earth or going to the moon with the cats of Ulthar and things. Just the stories that make you go, where the fuck would this come from? What is wrong with you that would make you think of these things?
Some of them are just completely weird, and some of them are like just terrifying. I think like Pickman's model is like a particularly creepy one.
Well, we got the Lovecraft Society put out a silent movie adaptation of Call of Cthulhu a while back. It was pretty dope. Yeah, did you see that one?
They had a really good example of that non-Euclidean geometry where the guy just falls into the background. Like it looks like it's like what is the word? It looks concave, but it's convex or something, and he just falls into it. It's very, very cool trick they do in that one. I was like, oh shit, he just fell in, like he like clipped through the scenery essentially.
Well, I just liked it was a modern movie, sort of filmed like it was filmed in the 1930s when he wrote the story. That's what I liked about it.
Oh yeah, no, I remember that one. That was a good one. But like I said, I would love to see a really good adaptation of the Shadow over Innsmouth. Or
that is hands down my favorite story.
Yeah, I mean,
that's I think I could read it 1,000 times and not get bored with it.
Also, the Whisper in the Darkness and the Thing on the Doorstep have some really good moments in them as well, in their implications. Like one of the things I really like about Lovecraft is like you don't really comprehend it until the last paragraph, and then you kind of all clicks together, and you're like, oh, shit, that you kind of just understand everything. Good stuff.
What was it called? The beast in the cave, when the guy got lost in the cave and there was something stalking him, and it turned out it was like some sort of deformed human thing that was in the cave with him.
I think so. That sounds very similar to an Edgar Allan Poe thing as well.
It was like the thing in the cave or the beast in the cave or something like that.
I can't quite remember, but Lovecraft was inspired by Poe, so some of his stories are a little bit similar in story.
Well, and then speaking of just an unabashed, horrible, horrific racist, H.P. Lovecraft, he takes the cake for just being an unabashed. If you're not a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant from England, you are just non-human.
My chat is always trying to get me to trick me into saying his cat's name on stream, but I haven't fallen for it just yet. But,
yeah. I mean, things like that. I mean, there used to be the H.P. Lovecraft Award for writing horror, but now it's just like the something random horror award, because it was the woke thing. It's like, well, he's a horrible racist. I think there has to be, and it's a valid point of discussion. I think, do you discount an author's entire body of some of the most influential literature of the 20th century just because he's a racist, or do you separate his racist side from his published literature side?
I mean, it's a good question. I personally, I care more about the art also than the artist. But these people are products of their time, and even if they do have these questionable things, provided they're not like something really terrible, right? Like, I don't know, if they're a sadistic actual murderer, like, abusing children or something, maybe I'm different. But I think in this sort of situation, I can live with it and, just accept that it was different. I mean, a lot of the heroes that we have today all have something wrong with them, right? Like, there's no true good person out there in history.
Well, someone can always be offended by something that someone says.
Absolutely. And the things that we talk about today could be, the crimes of tomorrow as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, what's good today is not necessarily good tomorrow. And what was bad last month may not be bad anymore. Get back reefer madness. That's marijuana was the devil's lettuce. It was going to turn us all into mind numb zombie murderers.
Mm-hmm.
And that was 40 years ago. So, what are you going to do? I do think you do need to separate people from their work. I mean, because like Lovecraft's one of those people, you wouldn't know what a horrific racist he was unless you researched him as a person.
Well,
yeah, there's his descriptions in the stories for some people and animals. Okay. Yeah. I do that.
Poems as well do turn up in a couple of his anthologies. Probably not recommended.
Yeah. But I don't know. what was the Stephen King book in the movie that just came out recently that was very Cthulhu in nature about the
Not sure.
Oh shit. It only lasted one season. Oh, God dang it. What was that? But it was really good. I can't think of it. It was like totally Lovecraftian.
I'll check that out. See if I can find something about that.
Oh, I mean, it was great for a season. Stephen King, Lovecraft. I mean, even had a Lovecraftian name.
I heard they're doing the Dark Tower adaptations, but I don't know if that was.
Oh, the first Dark Tower movie. It was, what wasted potential. Ugh. That was so bad. I mean, if Idris Elba isn't a bad movie, that's really sad.
Let's have a look. We have The Stand, Castle Rock, The Outsider. Yes.
Castle Rock was a pretty good series.
There's actually a lot more than I've seen. Might have to check out some of these.
Maybe it wasn't. Maybe it wasn't a Stephen King. Oh, it was called Lovecraft Country. That's what it was. It was actually called Lovecraft Country.
That one I haven't seen, but I heard they had a lot of. There's a lot of people that don't like that because they apparently it's like telling. I don't know. I mean, you'd have to see it. Maybe I should reserve judgment until I watch it.
Well, it's kind of like Castle. I don't know if you saw his series Castle Rock, where it's just basically got all of his characters he's ever made that dealt with Castle Rock in the deal. It was kind of like he took all sort of Lovecraftian principles and put them into one short story series. It was pretty good.
I mean, if you liked it, I'll check it out and I'll get back to you on that, actually.
I'm kind of disappointed that it got canceled after one series, after one season.
Okay. I did see that, but I heard it got some bad reviews, and then I just never got around to watching it. But that's from last year, right?
Well, if you don't like Lovecraft, I can't see you really liking the show. but it is really cool, and the things that go on. But that's just me. That's just me. Whatever. Oh God. Well, I'm just looking. It's like 2:00 in the morning. I've got to be awake in like 4 hours, and we went for 5 hours here. Got to catch up on some Law Patrol stuff. This is back when we were talking about The Mist. Should clarify that the movie doesn't compare to how I built it up in my head. Do have to agree on the ending though. Okay, Law Patrol, you're absolved.
Coming back to just concept, right? Like, just imagine walking around in the mist, not being able to see like a few feet ahead of you. It's just such a terrifying concept to just take a simple theme like that and then make a story out of it, and you're on the right track, I think. And
it did break the rule about killing kids on film.
I feel like more movies need to break rules, because I don't want to go into a theater and know that the good guy's going to win. I want there to be that doubt that maybe there's like a 20% chance that he's going to die or something like that. And I think that maybe like one in every 10 movies should probably just throw that in, just so that we don't feel comfortable in our chairs.
Well, it was like the old thing that I shouldn't say old thing. It was like the thing that existed until someone discovered it last year, was the idea that when you put iPhones in movie, Apple has a specific contractual clause that the evil guy or the bad character or the antagonist will never have an iPhone, because they didn't want to be associated with evil deeds. So until last year, you could always tell who the bad guy was, because he was the guy that wasn't using an iPhone.
That's so terrible.
Yeah, and there was some movie, I can't remember what the movie was. It may have been. I don't think it was Top Gun. It was like Top Gun, or one of the big blockbuster movies just before Top Gun, where it actually, once I knew that, it actually stuck out that the bad guy was using an iPhone. And like, holy shit, they changed their policy. Yeah, up until last year, that was a thing, that the evil guy could not have an iPhone.
I mean, I have an Android, so I guess that says something about my character.
Yeah, you can be evil.
Yeah.
Endless 013 says Lovecraft Country is okay. I really like the Thousand-Eyed Beasts, but then they personified I Am, which tanked it for me. What are you gonna do?
Any board games or anything like that?
Well, that's kind of like the weird thing. The expat Koreans aren't board gamers at all. They just wouldn't understand it, wouldn't do it. It's just something that doesn't happen here. And the pool of foreigners are relatively small that I deal with, but I do have a hardcore group of Russian friends, and we do play like Mansions of Madness and a couple of other Lovecraft games.
I have a Lovecraft board game. It's called Death May Die, Cthulhu Death May Die. It's very good.
That's the one I don't have. That's one I was looking at, because I've got a few here, and that was the one series I didn't have. But my problem with those style of games is it just the fact that it takes you like an hour to set up the game. Just kind of
that is a fair criticism.
And it's the same way with Mansions of Madness and things like that. But I mean, they're fun once you get going, and especially if you have like multiple friends to play with, and you get into the discussions of what do we do, who goes where, who does what, who investigates what. But yeah, just the setup time. You've really got to like find 5 people that can devote an entire day. But I mean, back when you're young, when I was a teenager or preteen, it was easy to find a group of friends who could spend an entire fucking weekend playing Dungeons and Dragons 24 hours a day and grudgingly sleep for a few minutes. But like when you're older and doing responsible things, it's hard to find older responsible friends with disposable time like that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's why I've got to have some
okay. Go ahead.
people board games with me.
Do you have a lot of board games?
No, just the one. I try and keep my stuff pretty light because I move around a bit.
Yeah, I've been in this house for like 7.5 years, and the amount of shit you collect in 7 years is astounding.
Absolutely.
Like seriously downsize just so I can move, because I'm purposely moving to a smaller house because this house is just like way too big for me to clean, and I don't care anymore, and I'm tired of paying someone to clean it for me. I'm looking to downgrade by about 1/3 in size, which means I've got to just jettison so much shit in my life. It's atrocious. But hey, chat, you got anything else you want to say before we leave here? Like it is 2 a.m. We've been doing this for exactly 5 hours, which is pretty darn awesome. And we still got 300 people that are sticking around here. That's pretty amazing. I'm surprised. Well, all right, guys. Well, we have an awesome chat here. The chat is. I feel bad for some of your chat are still here, but I feel bad for you, Meme Coffee, because I just frankly, hands down, have the best chat on the entire YouTube live stream thing. So
I think half of the chat is the same. Like we share a large portion of the same viewers, but so
there's a whole lot of overlap. And it's great to have people here. Mods, you're the best mods ever, and there's probably some overlap with you too. If not, there should be. Feel free to snipe some of my mods. I've got the greatest mods ever, and it's good to have people like you and me and Andrew and Nick and where the mods are just let people talk, and unless someone's going to get me deplatformed or if you're abusing my guests, just let them talk. That usually works out. I have a very self-policing chat that if someone goes off the reservation, they jettison them.
I can't believe people actually spend time moderating their chat without rules that are just simply no spamming and no illegal shit.
Yeah.
It's just so simple, and everyone understands it. If you're being bullied in chat, just block that person. You don't have to read their chats. It's that simple. Just don't look at the mean chats.
Don't feed the trolls. It's like the basic rule.
Mm-hmm.
There's been a ridiculous amount of super chats tonight. Thank you for everyone that did that, even though you required me to drink massive amounts of soju unexpectedly. Thank you so much for that, and for the subscriptions. Geez, I didn't check this. I'm usually like obsessive about my subscriptions while I'm on stream. Jesus, we've picked up about 25 subscribers during this. Thank you so much for that, subscribers.
Remember to like that stream if you have a stream.
I'm waiting for my Thursday it's Thursday afternoon for him, 3 a.m. Friday for my Nick Rekieta stream. I'm just basically hoping for like a bajillion subscribers and a bajillion dollars.
That should be good.
Yeah,
it's
well,
taking
it's like
vacation from YouTube, isn't it? Forced vacation.
Yeah, he's got his 2-week forced vacation. That's kind of what I was thinking. Like, just have him on so he can talk about his stuff. I can grift off of him, but trying to come up with the time. The Pope of Law Tubes says 1 p.m. Central Time, which is 3 a.m. our time. All right, if that's my time, it'll be 3 a.m. my time. You can't say no and fight it, otherwise you lose. So yeah, we'll be doing that. So coming up for me, what's coming up for you? And again, I should have mentioned this like about 4 hours ago. If any of you have not subscribed to Meme Copium, get over there and subscribe to his channel immediately. He deserves at least 20 times more subscribers than he already has. Great. If you like my shit, you'll love his shit. And same thing with Andrew. If you like his shit, you'll love Meme Copium shit. Get over there and subscribe to his channel. Absolutely, without question, one of the top solid guys that's on YouTube here now. What do you got coming up?
Oh, right. So, well, I guess I do a nightly stream where we talk about stuff on the internet. I think tomorrow we're going to be looking over more dark YouTube videos. That was a very fascinating topic tonight. I'll be doing some reviews as we go along with the Rings of Power to just see just how bad it really is. If it gets better, then I'll say if it gets better.
Are you just doing like the summaries, or are you doing the full stream and commentary as it goes?
So for those sort of things, I cut the videos down. So the first, if you don't want to watch 2 hours of the Rings of Power, I have an 8-minute video that summarizes the 2 hours. There's about that much story developments in it that can be comfortably summarized in 8 minutes.
That's so sad.
So that'll be coming out weekly as the thing come out. And on Friday, we like to have a bit of a drinky stream where we do some drawings, we tell some naughty jokes. We try not to get banned on YouTube, and you're quite welcome to join us as always.
I should be around. Because I've got a guest coming in to spend the weekend with me, like noonish on Saturday. So I should be good for Friday night.
Yeah, sure. I'll drop a link. We'll be happy to have you. And it's kind of like an open bar sort of thing as well. So we get some interesting characters.
It was a lot of fun last Friday, especially with Max just being Max.
Max is hilarious. Like the last 2 drinking streams ago, I passed out and I was on my bathroom floor for like 2 hours from 4 a.m. and Max was just talking to the stream for like 3 hours while people were trying to call him in Discord. And he not run out of topics to talk about. I don't know how he does it, but he always has something to talk about. A great character and
Max
very
Moore
funny.
is great. Oh yeah, we had a ball last Friday. Definitely go over and subscribe to Meme Copium. You'll learn a lot. Especially if you like my Friday unexplained streams, that's a lot of what he does during the week as well. So that's kind of cool stuff. So definitely go over there. Definitely do the thing. Join become one of his minions as well.
Yeah, we can always use some more.
Max is the people's champion.
Yes.
You smell what the Max is cooking.
Oh, it's so funny.
God.
After one stream, he drank an entire bottle of vodka. And we had to stay in Discord watching him walk home, and what should have taken him 20 minutes took 3 hours while we were all in Discord trying to get him to get a taxi.
No.
It was the funniest thing. But good times.
Oh crap. And what do I got coming up? Thursday night US time, I will be on Joe Good Logic stream. I guess timeline wise, first I'll have Nick Ricada on my stream, 1 p.m. Central, which is 3 a.m. my time, and then 9 or 10 Central, which is like 10 or 11 my PM time over here. I'll be on Good Logic, Joe's stream. Friday, just doing my thing. We'll be doing the recent judgment in the Nirvana case, where the guy who was saying that the old Nirvana album with the baby in the swimming pool and his little dingleberry hanging out was child sexual trafficking and whatnot, he lost his lawsuit. We'll talk about that. That'll take us into the weekend for me anyway. And I'll also be on Meme Copium Friday night, apparently. So that's pretty cool. What time are you going to start on Friday night?
Usually start about 8 p.m. Korea time.
Okay.
Might start a little bit early. I don't know. If I start at 7, that means we can tell on the naughty jokes by 9 o'clock, which sounds right. So,
well, 7 or 8 or whatever. I'll just schedule my Friday stream to start at 10 p.m. So then I can be there for at least 2 or 3 hours. So we can do that.
Sounds good.
Not a problem. I'll just have to clean the house before my guest gets here before 7. All right. Well, God, guys, thank you so much for the mods for donating your time and doing all this stuff here for no reason other than just to hang out with me. Chat, thank you so much. Vicky T asks, when are you going on Cool Frogs? Next time Cool Frogs invites me and I have time, I'll be there. Never turn down a stream. And at least so far, I haven't found any reason to turn down a stream. Good logic. Hey-o. There's the man himself. We will be good logicking in about what I don't know. I'm too liquored up to count time at this point, but soon we will be good logicking. Can't wait. We will be there. So thank everybody. You're just waking up. We're just getting ready to shut this thing down and go to sleep. Anybody go over and subscribe to Good Logic too, but I think probably everybody that subscribed to me has already subscribed to Good Logic. Looking forward to streaming with you soon. It's going to be kind of funny because you're going to have Nick on, then me, and then I'm going to be on you and then have Nick on my stream following that. So it's kind of the unbreaded sort of incestuous thing we've got going. Can't wait to do it. It's great to have Meme Copium here. We've just had a great night. My 2-hour stream went 5 hours tonight. So that's good. That's just kind of what happens when you're me.
When I join a stream, it just seems to explode in time. I keep trying to keep my stream under 2 hours, but I just can't stop.
It's just me and my ADHD / I can't shut up and stop talking, and then booze gets involved, and then it just all goes to shit. So we'll be good. Thank you so much for hanging out here, Meme Copium. Andrew kind of got all breaded and had to leave. Well, Andrew had to leave because he's going to be on with Good Logic here in 5 hours? 5 hours from now. It'll be Andrew, Legal Mindset, and Good Logic. So that's why Andrew had to bail earlier. So Legal Mindset was here with me. Then he's going to be with Joe. Then Nick's going to be with Joe. Then I'm going to be with Joe. Then Nick's going to be with me. And if that made sense to anybody, good on you. I still have to go plot all this out on a calendar so I know what the fuck is going on. We'll work it all out in the end. Thanks, everybody. It was great to have you here. Thanks for all the super chats. Thanks to Good Logic for having me on soon. And thanks for Meme Copium for hanging out late. Thanks to Andrew for leaving early. And y'all take care. Hit the like button on your way out. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't done. Make sure you subscribe to Meme Copium. Make sure you subscribe to Good Logic. Make sure you subscribe to the Law Patrol and anyone else that's joined here tonight. And come back later during your day. I know you're going to be looking at YouTube again. Just come back and make some stupid comment, whether it's Intercourse YouTube or give your name, give your location, whatever. Say hi, because YouTube considers that engagement with viewers, and that gets the analytics worked up. So thank you so much. Until we meet again, thanks for being here, Meme. Good Logic, thanks for being here. Thanks for having me on soon. And until we meet again, don't forget to enjoy your legal vices. I'm out of here. Take care.